I'm impressed by your willpower, my dear captain, Lord Vardock said with a smirk. Starblade lay on the bed, vulnerable to Lord Vardock's avid perusal. No matter how hard you try to get the secret location from me, I will not betray the Beninu people. Lord Vardox made a sking noise, and then said in an amused drawl, "Oh, my sweet captain, whoever said I cared where that ship full of dirty colonists has gone?" Starblade jolted with shock. "What on earth do you mean? Isn't that what this is all about? I risked my life to ensure they could get away safely. You were after them." Lord Vardock shook his head, a pitying look on his cruelly handsome face. "I let you think that to serve my purposes. I never had any interest in those foolish creatures." He leaned over and ran a dark, claw-tipped finger down Starblade's bronzed, muscular chest, sending a shiver through his prisoner. "I have always, only, ever been interested in you, my fair captain." Starblade paled, and his jaw clenched tight. "What on earth do you want with me, then?" Lord Vardox chuckled, a wicked note in his voice. "Come now, Captain, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm afraid I will have to work harder to make my intentions clear." Starblade's eyes narrowed. "I already told you I am no one's captive, and I certainly won't be yours." Lord Vardox trailed a hand down Starblade's thigh, grinning with delight at the tremor his touch elicited. "And yet, Captain, you seemed to so thoroughly enjoy my touch earlier." Starblade paled, and his jaw clenched tight. "What on earth do you want with me, then?" Lord Vardox chuckled, a wicked note in his voice. "Come now, Captain, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm afraid I will have to work harder to make my intentions clear." Starblade's eyes narrowed. "I already told you I am no one's captive, and I certainly won't be yours." Lord Vardox trailed a hand down Starblade's thigh, grinning with delight at the tremor his touch elicited. "And yet, Captain, you seemed to so thoroughly enjoy my touch earlier." Starblade paled, and his jaw clenched tight. "What on earth do you want with me, then?" Lord Vardox chuckled, a wicked note in his voice. "Come now, Captain, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm afraid I will have to work harder to make my intentions clear." Starblade's eyes narrowed. "I already told you I am no one's captive, and I certainly won't be yours." Lord Vardox trailed a hand down Starblade's thigh, grinning with delight at the tremor his touch elicited. "And yet, Captain, you seemed to so thoroughly enjoy my touch earlier." Starblade flushed and thrust his chin out defiantly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lord Vardox chuckled again in evident amusement. "You can play outraged innocent all you want, dearest Captain." He bent closer, his gaze lingering on Starblade's rugged jawline. "But we both know better. You want me just as much as I want you. We were meant for one another." Starblade choked in outrage. "Never!" Seemingly unperturbed by his prisoner's reaction, Lord Vardock stepped back and untied his robe, letting the black silk garment flutter to the floor. He stood before Starblade, his form imposing and his desire evident. Starblade could not keep his gaze from the tantalizing sight. His nostrils flared as he inhaled sharply. With a knowing smile, Lord Vardock called forth his tentacles, their presence a clear threat to the man in his clutches. Starblade struggled against his restraints, but to no avail. Release me, you evil, tentacled scoundrel! His captor could not contain a grin of satisfaction. I love that you're using pet names for me now, darling. That said, I think it's time to continue, don't you, Captain? Starblade skewered him with a defiant glare, but he could not stop himself from reacting to the first touch of those tentacles. Let's begin, Vardock said with a deep growl. What you doing? River asks, suddenly materializing out of nowhere like a frickin' ninja. I let out a far too shrill shriek and jolt from my position on the bed before hastily slamming shut the laptop perched on my knees. Nothing! I mentally cringe. That sounded guilty as anything. River narrows his shrewd green eyes at me, immediately suspicious. He glances at the laptop I'm clutching in desperation. Isn't that mine? I feel blood rushing to my cheeks, practically writing an admission of guilt all over my face. Maybe? River puts his hands on his hips, and I can't stop myself from ogling him. He's standing there with a towel wrapped around his waist and nothing else. His usual wild mop of golden curls are now wet coils, dripping water down the smooth skin of his chest. He's much smaller than me, but he has a tight, compact body that appeals on every level. The recent training he's been doing with our team under Zamir's guidance has turned his limber body into an even more sculpted and strong one. Just looking at him made my desire intensify. I was already feeling a strong attraction from reading the start of the latest installment in River's story, but seeing him fresh from his shower, I lose all interest in Lord Vardock's and Captain Starblade's adventures. The man in front of me is far too tempting to ignore. A slow grin spreads across his face as he realizes what's going on. You couldn't wait, could you? You were totally sneaking a peek at the latest chapter. I should get to read it before anyone else anyway, I mutter. This seems like a perk your boyfriend ought to have. What did you think? Did you like it? He leers at me, and then he says in a strange voice, "Did it make you excited, baby?" Yeah? My confusion must show on my face, because he lets out a very loud and put-upon sigh. You seriously haven't seen Austin Powers? Come on, you're older than me, and I've seen those movies. With Benji, of course. Ah, more elusive human pop culture. I don't share your obsession with movies. Technically true, but I do enjoy messing with him sometimes and pretending I've never seen things I actually have. This is not one of those times, though. Some of River's cinematic viewing choices are highly questionable. I'm still trying to recover from having to sit through some 80s sci-fi film atrocity called Earth Girls Are Easy. River claims it's campy and brilliant. I thought it was a cheesy, low-budget waste of almost 2 hours of my life. The aliens weren't even remotely believable. Although I will admit that Mr. Jeff Goldblum was very easy on the eyes. River and I agree on that. My boyfriend gets a determined glint in his eyes. I'll woo you to the dark side one of these days. On the heels of that proclamation, he saunters toward me, and my gaze fixates on the beads of water dripping down his chest and trailing under the band of the towel riding oh so low on his hips. Temptation, thy name is River Sullivan. Like what you see? He asks, his voice deep and his tone sultry. I set the laptop aside in a hurry. You know I do. River comes to stand close to me where I'm sitting on the edge of the bed. I lean forward, drawn by his presence. He shivers in pleasure. Inhaling deeply, I groan at the amazing smell wafting off his body. It's the most tantalizing scent of warm vanilla mixed with cinnamon, sugar, and a masculine base of sandalwood. I pull River closer and nuzzle into his neck, sniffing the alluring aroma.
"What's this heavenly smell?" He purrs with satisfaction. "It's my new body wash and cologne." He lifts my head up to look into his eyes. "I got them just for you." With a growl, I pull him down onto the bed next to me, leaning over his delectable body. "How did you know I'd like this?" River grins. "Because it makes me smell like a giant snickerdoodle. Duh." I feigned being affronted. "Are you trying to arouse me by smelling like manly baked cookies?" He arches a mischievous eyebrow at me. "It worked, didn't it?" Dark matter. And gosh it totally did. I growl again and lean down to claim his mouth in a kiss. We shared a passionate embrace. When I pull back, I'm satisfied to see he has a...
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. As Saint Brittany would say, "Hit me, baby, one more time." With a firm yank, I removed the barrier between us. I think we can save the role play for another night. I'm more than inspired by you at this moment. River's eyes turn molten with desire, and he pulls me to him for another kiss, our passion growing intensely. The shrill ring of my cell phone interrupts us with the force of a bucket of ice-cold water to the groin. River grunts in frustration. Ignore it. Luck isn't with us, unfortunately. My cell keeps ringing, and I sigh with regret before sitting up. I'm sorry. It could be headquarters. I need to take it. Ever since we extradited the Groxel who was supplying drugs to aliens on Earth, our investigation has hit a dead end. Wilder has disappeared without a trace, and we still have no idea who he or the Groxel are working for. We've been searching very hard to find any new leads we can, but with no luck. River lets out a long, forlorn sigh, but offers no further protest. He's getting used to this. Sort of. I pluck my frustrating cell phone up from the nightstand and stare at the caller ID, frowning. River notices my expression and sits up as well. What is it? The Alliance? I hesitate for a moment. No, but I think I need to take this. He gives me a quizzical look, and I answer the phone with trepidation. Hello? There's a moment of silence. Then, Kai. It's me. The sound of that familiar voice after so long is unsettling. I feel a slight pang remembering the less than pleasant circumstances of our last parting. Fabian, why are you calling? I pause before asking, are you okay? There's another moment of awkward silence on the other end before he responds. Sorry, I'm fine. I'm calling because we had an incident at the bar tonight. Given the memo the Alliance sent out, I figured I should call you. I straighten, all senses on alert. What kind of incident? His voice lowers. Wilder Vadera showed up and got into an altercation with another patron. I inhale sharply. This is the first sign of movement in weeks. But the mere mention of Wilder's name makes my gut twist with worry and anger. Once a part of the Alliance and a member of my team, Wilder went rogue and vanished several years ago. A few weeks back, he popped up again, and in the most upsetting way, when we found him responsible for drugging a number of aliens in Vegas. To make matters worse, his recent illegal actions are affecting the emotional well-being of other members of my team. His twin sister, Roxy, is a walking tower of rage and frustration these days, and Zamir, Wilder's ex-boyfriend, has retreated behind his protective wall and refuses to talk about Wilder unless it's related to our case. In other words, Wilder has made a big mess that I'm responsible for dealing with as my team's captain. Fabian continues. Fortunately, word had gotten around from the Alliance to be on the lookout for Wilder, and several customers recognized him once he started arguing with the patron. I frown. Why would Wilder have shown up at Fabian's bar as himself?
As an Osiran shapeshifter, he could have used another physical alter that would be less easily recognized. Warning bells start going off in my head. Do you have him under guard? I ask, hoping against hope. Fabian sighs, and I know we won't be lucky this time. There was a bit of a scuffle when Wilder's altercation spilled over and angered several other people at the bar, causing a bigger fight to break out. Once my bouncer stopped things and got everyone separated, Wilder had already slipped out without anyone noticing. We wanted to follow up with the Alliance, even though he managed to get away. I did catch him on the security cam footage, though. I thought that might be useful. I sigh. Good. I definitely want to see the footage. Thanks for calling. You did the right thing. My team and I will be there in about 20 minutes. Is the patron Wilder argued with still there? I cross all my tentacles. Sorry. Once the fighting broke out, people scattered. He got away as well. Double gosh. Try to keep as many of the remaining witnesses around as you can. We'll want to interview them. Sounds good. Thank you, Kai. Fabian lets out a relieved sigh. I feel better knowing you're on the case. Of course. See you soon. I hang up and turn to River, who's already pulling on his clothes. Where are we going? He asks. I grin, knowing he's ready and willing to follow me into almost anything. A bar. It's sort of a secret one. I pause for effect, knowing he's going to lose his mind, as he likes to say. Specifically for extraterrestrials. River's answering squee of excitement is loud and immediate. A super-secret alien bar? OMG, how did I not know about this? So freaking cool. I can't wait to see it. I can't refrain from chuckling. He's always enthusiastic about anything that has to do with aliens. It was somewhat overwhelming when we first met, but I find it utterly adorable these days. I don't think it's going to meet whatever grandiose expectations you likely have, but it's one of only a handful of places where extraterrestrials who need company can find it here in Vegas, and safely. One of very few establishments where they don't have to hide their true identities once inside. River pulls a shirt over his head and tucks it into his jeans. So, what's the problem at this bar exactly? Wilder showed up and got into a brawl with another patron. River's expression sharpens in recognition. Holy gosh, what the heck do you think he's up to now? No idea. It sounds like the folks at the bar didn't nab him, huh? Unfortunately, no. But they did capture him on the security camera footage, which I want to see. I need to figure out who he argued with and why. I'll call the rest of the team and have them meet us there. River grabs the car keys. I'll get the SUV started. As he goes out to the garage, I quickly call Roxy, Zamir, and my brother Mal to give them the lowdown. Although the mention of Fabian doesn't go over well, they all agree to meet us at his bar right away. They're as invested in finding Wilder as I am. Since I know the way, I drive. It takes us about 25 minutes to reach Fabian's hole-in-the-wall establishment. The bar is situated in a nondescript building well off the strip, and in a slightly less savory part of town, where no one is likely to approach camouflaged extraterrestrials heading into a seedy and rather run-down-looking building. We're getting out of my SUV just as Mal, Roxy, and Zamir pull up. United as a team, we make our way to the front door. There's no sign for the bar on the building, but there is a large and intimidating-looking bouncer on duty. Thankfully, he's also extraterrestrial. He looks over our IDs and ushers us inside. I'm glad to see that Fabian has stepped up his security quite a bit. In the past, he didn't have any help at the door, let alone a security system of any kind. It used to cause occasional problems between us when I urged him to be more careful about ensuring his safety and that of his patrons. The bar looks far better inside than out. It's fairly clean and had a facelift since the last time I was here. It's also a decent size and can hold 100 patrons comfortably. That said, the setup is very basic. A few nondescript booths line one wall of the room, and the bar is at the far end with round wood tables and chairs scattered throughout the main floor of the space. A large back room has a couple of pool tables and a dartboard for those looking for more entertainment with their drinking. Despite what happened earlier, the L-shaped bar is still doing a brisk business. Fabian must have been on the lookout for us, because he spots me almost immediately and leaves his position behind the counter before coming straight toward us. He's still a handsome man, about my height, with a swimmer's build and wavy chestnut hair long enough to reach his chin and tuck behind his ears. He embraces me in a warm hug that leaves me feeling rather nostalgic, but also vaguely uncomfortable.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. I haven't seen Fabian in several years. Our last encounter had been painful, one might even say volatile. I'm hoping time has healed the wound between us. When he pulls back, his purple eyes search mine. It's good to see you. There's a noticeable catch in his throat. I cough and step back. Good to see you too, Fabian. I gesture toward my friends. You know my team. Fabian nods at them. Roxy crosses her arms, unimpressed. Mal and Zamir have identical disgruntled expressions on their faces as they glare at him. I should have known they'd be like this. No doubt they remember how it all ended between us. "Oh, wow, this is soups awkward," River chimes in, and I blanch. I forgot to introduce him. This is not going to go well for me later. He puts a possessive arm around me and boldly extends his free hand to Fabian. "I'm River, the newbie. I'm also Kai's boyfriend." Leave it to River to cut to the chase. Fabian does a double take before staring at River's hand and then shaking it briefly. The smile on his face is tight and forced. "Nice to meet you, River. I'm Fabian, an old friend of Kai's." Mal gives a dismissive snicker. "Friend? Yeah, right." I shoot him a quelling glance that he ignores. When I turn my gaze back to River, my brow scrunches in concern. It's a bad time to realize I probably should have told him about my past history with Fabian before we got here. My only excuse is the fact that I was so caught up in this new lead on Wilder that I didn't consider my past with Fabian to be an issue. River's sharp, knowing gaze darts between both me and Fabian for a moment, and I start to sweat. He's figured out enough, and he doesn't look particularly happy with me for not forewarning him. Before I can say anything in my defense, River plasters on a bright smile and turns his attention back to Fabian. "So, this is your place. I was so excited when Kai told me we were going to a super-secret extraterrestrial bar." He looks around, taking in the diverse array of clientele. I mean, I will admit, I'm mega disappointed it's not like the Mos Eisley Cantina in Star Wars, which is totally where my brain went when Kai told me about this place. But it's nice. He says that last bit as more of an unconvinced question. Even I can feel the shade in that statement. However, Fabian doesn't seem to be listening. Instead, his eyes are focused on River's chest, where my amulet is clearly visible. My amulet that's the extraterrestrial equivalent of a human engagement ring. Crap on a cosmic cracker. A tumult of indecipherable emotions washes over Fabian's face, and I witness a brief flash of anger before his expression goes blank. I know that look all too well, and wince internally. I've royally mucked this up and been an idiot about the whole situation.
Not only should I have told River about Fabian, but I should have realized my current relationship with River might be a shock for Fabian, too. I owe my boyfriend an apology, and from the hard side-eye he's giving me, I'll be groveling quite a bit in the near future. As for Fabian, the logical side of my brain reassures me there's no need to stress. He and I haven't spoken in years. I was by no means obligated to keep him up to date on my current relationships. But I probably could have given him a heads up so he wasn't blindsided upon our arrival. Ugh, what a mess. To his credit, Fabian recovers quickly. He gives River a somewhat convincing smile. I do enjoy the Star Wars films, but I'd prefer not to run an establishment as prone to violent outbursts as that one. Fair enough, River says. You'd need Hazard Bay for sure. He shakes his head at the thought, then directs a blinding grin on Fabian. Can I just say I'm beyond excited to finally meet an extraterrestrial who's actually seen iconic sci-fi films and knows my references? Can I get an amen? From his bewildered countenance, I can tell Fabian is already overwhelmed by River. I'm not as well versed in human pop culture as I'd like, but I try. I find many humans' ideas about extraterrestrials to be entertaining. River snorts. I bet. I'd love to pick your brain about that sometime. I clear my throat and try to get things back on track and under control. What can you tell us about what happened tonight, Fabian? He casts me a grateful look before explaining. Wilder was pretty inconspicuous at first. He was wearing a hoodie and baseball cap, as well as sunglasses. Not uncommon attire for some of my clientele. Anyway, he took a quiet booth across from the far end of the bar and stayed there alone until another man arrived about 10 minutes later and joined him. I frown. Did you recognize this other man? No, I'm afraid not. I was busy serving drinks and we had a full house. Anyway, the two men talked for a few minutes and everything was fine, until they started arguing. Before anyone knew what was happening, they were out of the booth and taking swings at one another. That's when Wilder's lost the glasses and baseball cap, and people started to recognize him. This all sounds very bizarre, and once again I have more questions than answers. Seeming to sense my thoughts, Fabian offers, "If you want to follow me, we can look at the security camera footage in my office." Sounds good. I'm going to leave Mal and Zamir out here to interview the other patrons, as well as your bouncer. Roxy and River will come with us. I need Roxy to ID whether it is in fact her brother. Fabian gives her a sympathetic look. This must be very difficult for you. Roxy nods, her expression determined but grim. River places a gentle hand on her shoulder and gives it a squeeze. "It's gonna be okay," he whispers. Roxy's smile is sad as she leans into his touch. "I don't know if it will be. Wilder's really messed things up this time." River grabs her in a side-armed hug. "We're gonna do everything we can to try to help your brother and save him from his own bad choices. Somehow, I think if anyone could set him straight, it just might be you, River," Roxy says with a sniffle. Fabian makes a noise that sounds suspiciously like a scoff, but turns it into a cough. I frown. As Mal and Zamir go to interview the witnesses, we make our way into the back office, where Fabian pulls up the security footage on one of his computer monitors. "We have a pretty good system," he explains. "I've got cameras on the outside of the building, in both the front and the back, as well as in the side alley. Oh, and several positioned discreetly inside the bar." "That's good," I nod approvingly. "You can't be too safe these days. Besides, you have to be even more cautious to protect your special clientele. I've come to realize that over the years." Fabian gives me a sheepish look. I want to apologize for not listening to you sooner. You used to harp on about this all the time, and I didn't want to hear it. I was wrong, and I should have taken your advice. I wave a hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you have it now. It's going to come in very handy tonight. Fabian plays with the controls on the computer for a few seconds before fast-forwarding the footage to the moment Wilder arrived outside the club. Fabian points to him. Look, he seems to be riding a motorcycle, but he parked far enough away that the cameras didn't catch his plate. We watch as the figure moves closer to the door. He's wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up over a baseball cap and sunglasses that are obscuring half his face, which is pointed away from the cameras. Very. He knew exactly where the cameras were, I mutter. Fabian nods unhappily. He was doing his very best to avoid them capturing his face. He must have scoped out the place in advance. Agreed, I scowl. Given the risk of being caught on camera, why did he take such a gamble coming into the bar in the first place, especially as his most recognizable human alter? Fabian taps his chin, considering. Good point. Why make a reappearance here and now?
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Is it desperation or something more specific? River asks, appearing perplexed. Fabian darts his gaze between us. What are you talking about? This is most likely part of a bigger case we've been working on for several weeks. Worry mars Fabian's face. Really? How so? I can't go into details, but someone was trying to sell a dangerous narcotic to extraterrestrials on Earth. We also had several incidents of people who were unknowingly dosed with the drug against their will. Fabian's mouth drops open in shock. Galactic gods! That could be catastrophic. Let's just say we've been having to put out a lot of fires lately, Roxy says. She's watching the computer monitor with an eagle-eyed focus. Is it Wilder? River asks her. She squints at the monitor. I'm not sure. I can't get a good enough look at him from these external cameras. He's about the right height, but... She trails off in uncertainty. Fabian fiddles on the keyboard before pulling up a second window that begins playing new footage, this time from the interior of the bar. Once inside, Wilder keeps his hood up, but as he moves toward the booth, he inadvertently turns his head at the wrong moment. One of the cameras captures his visage. "Freeze!" Roxy shouts. "Right there!" Fabian obliges her. Roxy tenses, and then her shoulders slump in defeat. It's him. It's my brother. River places a hand on her back and rubs it. I'm sorry, sweetie. Roxy very rarely shows true vulnerability in front of others, so I'm not surprised when she swallows back tears and regains her composure. It's okay, she replies in measured tones. This is the first solid lead we've had in a couple of weeks. That's good. River strokes his chin, deep in thought. Agreed. But again, I ask, why here? Why now? Out of the corner of my eye, I swear I see a faint sneer on Fabian's face, but it vanishes so quickly it must have been a trick of the light. Perhaps he was trying to sell drugs, Fabian says slowly, as if River might be lacking in intelligence. My hackles raise. Maybe I didn't imagine that nasty look. You said he got into a fight with someone who came to meet him? That doesn't sound like a drug deal to me, River retorts with even more exaggerated slowness. I cough back a laugh. He's so sexy when he's being sassy. Roxy gives him a high five, and Fabian scowls. River continues. This would be a foolish place to try and do a drug deal anyway.
No, we need to figure out who he was meeting and why. Maybe it was whoever he's working for. I nod. I was thinking the same thing. He knew the risk. He knew this bar has cameras and was likely being monitored by the Alliance. It almost seems deliberate, but I don't know why, and that's what's bothering and worrying me in equal measure. Roxy crosses her arms and frowns. I agree. He had to know we'd be called right away if he was discovered. It doesn't make sense. River bounces on his toes. Exactly. Maybe Wilder wanted us to know he'd been here. Fabian startles. What? Why? River shrugs. The whole fight in a bar scenario reads like something out of Roadhouse, and I've seen Wilder. He ain't no Patrick Swayze. I don't envision him kicking ass and taking names. No, I suspect he started the fight precisely to draw attention and get it on video. I consider this, and my mind starts racing. I think River's on the right investigative trail. Perhaps he's had a falling out with his employer. Or maybe he's trying to send us a message. A warning, maybe, Roxy muses. My brother may be an idiot who's made a lot of questionable life choices, but he's not evil. River muses. Maybe he's trying to get out of whatever situation he's gotten himself into. Or this could all be a smokescreen to distract us from something else we aren't aware of. Roxy snorts. You are the king of conspiracy theorists. River grins. I was well educated by the X-Files in my youth. I turn my attention to Fabian. Let's see this fight you told us about. We watch as Wilder's companion approaches and makes a beeline for the booth. Dude definitely knows Wilder, River says. Doesn't even hesitate, goes straight to him. The man looks strangely corporate, from his expensive suit to his sensible haircut. Although the video isn't the greatest, I am certain I've never seen this man before. What's with the jerk in the suit? Roxy asks, frowning. Not my brother's usual kind of business associate. They talk for a few minutes until Wilder starts to become agitated. Before long, he's up and out of the booth and taking a swing at the other guy. They scuffle for a couple of moments, each getting in a few hits before they tumble into the table of some other patrons and spill their drinks. That's when a larger melee breaks out. It's hard to keep track of Wilder and his companion on the video at this point, but when the bouncer comes over and starts breaking things up, I catch a glimpse of someone heading toward the far end of the bar en route to the back door. We need to review your security footage for the front and rear doors to the bar. Wilder's companion could have only left via one or the other. River raises his hand and demands a high five, which I give just to have him beam at me. Good thinkin', good lookin'. Fabian's expression isn't pleased. Whoever it was couldn't have gotten out the back door. No one has the access code to deactivate the lock but me. That wouldn't be a barrier to certain species. I could get through that door, Roxy says. Fabian crosses his arms. I highly doubt that. I hold up a hand. Let's go take a look at what you're working with, and we'll see how secure it is before we do anything else. Everyone agrees, and Fabian leads us to the back door of the bar and points to the fingerprint scanner connected to it. Intergalactic grade A tech. It's set to my fingerprints. No one can deactivate the door without them. Otherwise, it sets off an alarm. I examine the scanner carefully. Roxy, come take a look at this. I have a bad feeling, but I need her observational skills for confirmation. She steps forward, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinizes the device before turning back to me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I ask. Her mouth becomes a grim line. Very likely, but I don't know who it could be. River looks between us, confused. What are you two talking about? We'll explain after we review the security footage. Fabian, we need to see what your cameras captured at this door.
He nods reluctantly, and we all troop back into his office. With appropriate haste, he pulls up the camera footage. We watch as the man Wilder was with approaches the rear door quickly, looking back over his shoulder. We all stare in shock as his skin ripples and his body morphs into Fabian. Fabian gasps in outrage and grasps my bicep in a firm grip. What the gosh? That wasn't me. I pat his hand. We know. Calm down. Just watch. I suspect he turned into you for a very deliberate reason. The figure extracts some kind of glove from his pocket and pulls it over his hand. He then removes a small bottle of what looks like aerosol hairspray from his pocket and sprays it over the tips of his gloved fingers before delicately placing them over the fingerprint markers on the scanner. Look, I point at the screen. This is how he lifted the imprint of your previous fingerprints with the glove. Now that he has them, along with the correct size and weight of your hand, he has all he needs. We watch as the man in question presses his gloved hand with the newly acquired prints on the scanner. The sensor scans his prints and turns green before the door opens, and he hastily slips out, letting it close quietly behind him. Fabian sputters, looking flabbergasted. Another Mystique-esque X-Men alien, but not Wilder, River murmurs as he pushes between us, breaking Fabian's hold. Do you think he's the mastermind behind our case? I'm not sure. My mind's whirling with possibilities, none of them good. Roxy folds her arms over her chest. This is seriously bad news, Kai. I don't know who this guy is, not at first glance anyway.
My people can take on many forms, and I don't know everyone's physical alters. Many of us keep certain ones in reserve to use for special circumstances and that no one else knows about.
Gosh, so freaking cool,
River says. Roxy flashes a smile. On the plus side, there aren't many of my people here in Vegas, so we should be able to investigate them all and search the Alliance database for info on their known physical alters. It was a long shot that you might know this guy anyway. We're going to have to do some digging via the Alliance databases, as you suggested, and we'll make arrangements to talk with the consulate from your home planet. I turn to Fabian and find him standing right beside me. I take an awkward step back. Please get us copies of all of the security footage we've looked at. We'll need to take it back with us to Alliance headquarters. He nods in agreement, still appearing stunned. In the meantime, we're going to go back and meet up with the rest of our team to see if they've discovered anything from their interviews with the patrons. Of course, Fabian agrees, reaching out and stroking my arm. River makes a weird coughing noise and walks off. As we return to the main area of the bar, River suddenly stops dead in his tracks and yells at the top of his lungs, "Tom Jones? What the gosh are you doing here?" River: "It has often been said that my mouth tends to start moving before I've allowed myself to fully think through what I'm actually going to say. Usually I don't worry about that, but you know that moment in movies when everybody's talking about one thing, and then all of a sudden somebody says or does something hella stupid, seemingly out of nowhere? The moment's often accompanied by the sound of a record scratching, and then there's nothing but silence as everyone stares at the fool in question. This time around, I'm apparently that fool in more ways than one. I wish I could say it's the first time this has ever happened to me. Alas, it isn't. No doubt it won't be the last either. The entire bar is now dead silent, and everyone's staring at me like I have two heads. Which is saying something when you're in a super-secret alien bar with a bunch of extraterrestrial beings who are only vaguely humanoid in appearance. I paste on my brightest and most charming smile and power through my embarrassment. Nothing to see here, folks, just excited to find my buddy. I make a beeline for my startled-looking neighbor, Mr. Tom Jones. Not actual relation to the singer, just a big fan who decided to name himself after his idol. Oh, and he's also an alien, a humanoid-looking one, who works as a Tom Jones impersonator in his spare time, because Vegas. Roxy, please get a situation update from Mal and Zamir, Kai murmurs softly before following me. She nods and melts back into the crowd, still lingering around until they're allowed to leave. Tom raises his nearly empty glass of whiskey to me. "Hey, River, fancy seeing you here." He looks as laid back as usual. I'm not sure anything phases him. If he can do a full-on karaoke performance in the midst of Kai trying to mac on me while doing the tentacle tango, then I'm not sure anything would disturb him. In some respects, it makes total sense why he started to become buddies with my Uncle Benji. They have a similar chill vibe. Things around us quiet down as the rest of the customers are slowly being shepherded out of the building. Evidently, Mal and Zamir have finished their interviews. I put my hands on my hips and raise a judgy eyebrow. What are you doing in a super-secret alien bar when trouble's brewing? More importantly, how come you never told me about this place? Tom flashes a toothy smile. "Sorry, man, I never even thought about it. I'll invite you to join me next time. I come here a couple of nights a week to hang out with some of the other immigrants and refugees. A lot of folks need the personal contact, you know. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to come as much lately because of my gigs. There's still a lot I don't actually know about aliens, especially those living here on Earth. But I'm starting to learn things aren't so rosy for folks who can't at least fake a humanoid appearance in public. How's that going, by the way? The gigs, I mean." Tom grins, lighting up brighter than the neon lights of Vegas he loves so much. "Really well, actually. It's like a dream come true." He practically has anime hearts in his eyes. I can't stop a goofy smile forming on my lips. At least we have one ray of sunshine in this crapfest of an evening. "That's great. I'm happy for you." Tom gestures toward a much shorter alien who's been hiding behind him. "I have someone I want to introduce you to. This is my friend CJ. He's a recent arrival and is staying with me for the time being. He's wanted to meet you for a while." CJ steps around Tom, and I can't help but stare. This alien is maybe 4 feet tall, the size of a little person in human terms, but he looks uncannily like a gray alien mixed with a live-action version of Marvin the Martian, minus his iconic outfit, of course. Instead, he's wearing kids' jeans and a pink My Little Pony t-shirt with "Ponies Rule the World" emblazoned on the front. CJ, the extraterrestrial brony, clasps his gray 3-fingered hands together. He stares up at me with big, wide black eyes before saying in a chipmunk-like, high-pitched voice, "Oh my goodness, are you the real River Sullivan, the most esteemed and noble author of the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade? Ooh, a fan." I strike a pose. "The one and only." Kai snorts. "You got that right. I don't think the universe could handle more than one of you." I finger the amulet around my neck and say in a strident tone, "Well, you're the fool who went and put a ring on it, so you don't have anything to complain about, Buster." Kai blanches. "What? That." Watching him splutter is too much fun. Ha! Serves him right, especially for not giving me a heads up about the fact we were going to his hitherto unknown ex's bar. Who really is this raggedy difficult person, and why hasn't Kai told me about him before? I turn back to CJ with a self-satisfied smirk. Good to meet you, CJ. The little alien hops up and down on his feet, fairly bursting with excitement. I'm one of your biggest fans. That's awesome. Thanks for supporting my work. The little dude continues to gush. I read tentacular tales every week. I never miss a new chapter. He clasps his hands over his heart and sighs. Starblade keeps trying to deny his feelings for Lord Vardox, but we all know it's a complete load of, excuse my language, nonsense. When is he going to finally let go of his foolish pride and admit he loves Vardox? I blink and then grin, shaking a finger at him in warning. Nuh-uh, sorry, I can't give away any secrets about the future of the story. Let's just say there's still plenty to enjoy ahead. Everything in good time, my man. The little alien's very near vibrating at this news. He reaches up to cup his tiny cheek, letting out a dreamy sigh. It's just so romantic. It's more like an intense, dramatic soap opera set in space with lots of over-the-top drama, but I suppose it does have its rather romantic moments, if you realize Vardox has a somewhat unconventional idea of how to show his affection, and that Captain Starblade might just like being challenged in unique ways. My recent Christmas novella did bring out new emotional depths between the characters, but their temporary truce over the winter holiday has ended, and those barriers they both put up are back in place. CJ gasps and flutters his hands. Oh, I simply must get your autograph. Kai sighs. Here we go again. I elbow him in the side and whisper, Hey you, keep quiet. I have to show proper appreciation to my adoring fans. After fluttering around in a tizzy, CJ finally grabs a cocktail napkin and gives me a half bow as he hands it to me. If you would be so kind, dear sir, I would greatly appreciate your autograph.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. I have to admit, I've been asked for my autograph a lot lately. The force is strong with my secret alien fan base. As a result, I've started carrying around a Sharpie in my pocket to be prepared. I pull it out with a flourish and make out a quick note on the small square napkin. Thanks for all your support, CJ. Vardox and Starblade have many more adventures ahead, so stay tuned. Welcome to Earth and keep being cool. Love, River Sullivan. CJ takes back the napkin and clutches it to his chest. I will treasure it always, he vows. Aw, that's sweet. I'm always happy to meet my readers and grateful for all your support. Starblade and Vardox for the win, am I right? CJ nods enthusiastically. Tom elbows his friend. Why don't you tell him what we were talking about just now? CJ becomes shy and casts his gaze down on the floor. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. I reach out a hand and pat him on his tiny shoulder. You're safe with me, CJ, I promise. He looks up at me with a bashful expression, but also with a glimmer of hope in his wide, dark eyes. Well, I've been talking to Tom, and he's had so much luck with his impersonator gigs that I told him about my dream. Uh-oh. Oh yeah? And what's that? I've always wanted to be Elvis, he blurts out in a rush. Duh, really? Come again? Tom Jones smirks.
He wants to be an Elvis impersonator. What better place to do that than Vegas, baby? Sure, I agree hesitantly, but CJ would have a hard time pulling off the look, let alone the voice. The little guy droops in disappointment. If only I had been born a human, he laments as he begins to weep openly. My heart gives a sharp pang, and now I'm having all the sympathetic feels. It's got to be tough coming to live on a whole new planet and having to stay mostly in isolation just because you look different. It's unjust and way unfair. Tom passes CJ a tissue just in time to save the napkin I autographed for him from being covered in snot. CJ sniffles, and Tom leans down, wrapping his arm around his friend. Buck up, man. Maybe River can come up with some kind of a solution for us. No pressure, Tom. Geez. However, as I stare at CJ, a truly bonkers idea begins to form in my mind. I grin as it fully materializes. Actually, I just might have an idea. I can't promise anything yet, but get to work on an Elvis costume and make sure you've got a proper wig ready to go. CJ brightens, his large eyes sparkling when he gazes up at me like he's Princess Leia and I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi, his last hope. If you can help me make my dream come true, I will owe you a great debt of gratitude. My people take that very seriously. I don't want to promise anything I can't deliver quite yet. Just get those costumes ready in case I can work miracles. CJ gives me a deep bow. Never fear, I have several already prepared and ready to use. Fantastic. Start practicing a couple of numbers. Maybe train with Tom since he's got experience. You'll need to be ready at a moment's notice. Again, I can't promise anything, but I should have more information for you by tomorrow. I turn around and see that Kai is gaping at me like I've lost my ever-loving mind. Maybe I have. Just go with it, I urge him in a whisper. His answering smile is wary before he turns his attention back to Tom and CJ. Thanks for speaking with my brother earlier, but now it's time to head home, gentlemen. Make sure to cover up when you head out there, he adds to CJ, who's still full-on starry-eyed. I've got him, Tom assures us. They leave the bar, and I swear CJ floats out of there. I really have to make my plan work. Focusing back on our main purpose here, I reconvene with the rest of our team, and Fabian. Speaking of which, I can feel him watching us. Or rather, staring at my boo with a hungry look in his beady little eyes. Friend, I'm going to have to get the details out of Kai when we get home. I'll admit I'm hella miffed he hasn't ever mentioned this guy before. Granted, we haven't exactly covered the entirety of our mutual dating histories with one another yet, so I'm willing to cut him a bit of slack. But Kai has some serious explaining to do when we get home. Sometimes I forget we've only known each other and been dating a few weeks. It seems so much longer. With Kai, everything feels comfortable and right. Fabian bears watching, though. Ever since he caught sight of the amulet I'm wearing, I've noticed a pattern. When he isn't gazing longingly at Kai, he's staring with shady intent at the amulet. It doesn't take a genius to realize he wishes he'd been given the very thing. Clearly, he still has feelings for Kai, big time. I link arms with my boo, and to assert dominance, I stare down Fabian. Step off, difficult person. You ain't getting my man. Did you learn anything useful from your interviews? Kai asks Mal and Samir, oblivious to the silent glare war I'm waging with his ex. Not much, Mal says, glancing at his notes. A lot of the patrons didn't see what happened until the bouncer got involved. Zamir's naturally dark countenance is even more serious than usual. No one seemed to know Wilder's companion. Some eventually recognized Wilder from the Alliance-issued warnings, though. Kai frowns. Very. We have to figure out who Wilder met here ASAP. There were a lot of conflicting stories, but most people thought Wilder and the guy he was with knew each other. They didn't act like strangers, Mal admits. Any leads on where the other guy went? Kai nods unhappily. From what we can tell on the security footage, he bolted out the back door while the bouncer was breaking up the fighting. It also appears that he's an Osiren, but no one Roxy or I have ever seen before. We're absolutely certain it was Wilder with this guy. There's a strange note of pain in Zamir's carefully controlled voice. I know very little about his past relationship with Roxy's brother, but what I have heard is enough to know Wilder hurt Zamir badly. I'd offer him some kind of comfort if I could, but I know he wouldn't appreciate it. I'm still working to gain his full acceptance as a member of the team, so I bite back the impulse and leave him to sort through his feelings on his own. Roxy grits her teeth. It's my idiot brother for sure. She crosses her arms. Like Kai said, his companion was also one of our people, but I have no freaking clue who he is. Another Osiren is here in Vegas? Mal looks startled. That's surprising. Very few of your people are granted clearance to visit Earth, let alone stay here permanently. I look between them in confusion. Does someone want to fill me in on why exactly Roxy's people can't come to Earth? She gives me a fragile smile. In part, it has to do with our shape-shifting abilities, and the fact that many among my kind are like my brother, hell-bent on mischief and mayhem. They use their abilities indiscriminately and can get themselves into serious trouble. I'm sure you can understand why that wouldn't fly here among humans. Yikes! The possibilities are terrifying, actually. Roxy sighs. We'll have to check with the Osiren consulate to see who else is currently planet-side. The number won't be large, and if we narrow it down to the Vegas area, I'm imagining we won't have more than half a dozen, including me, on that list. We'll get on that first thing in the morning when the consulate opens. Kai focuses back on Mal and Zamir. Anything else of note from the bar patrons? Mal hesitates for a moment before speaking. I hate to say this, bro, but some of the folks here are feeling unsettled by everything that's going on these days. Many aren't adapting well to the level of isolation they have to undergo because they can't assimilate into human society. Things have gotten stricter since the drug incidents began, and the Alliance implemented new precautionary measures. Folks are feeling the pressure. Oh boy. I caught the same vibe just talking with Tom and CJ. There isn't much we can do about that. Kai frowns.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. They knew what they signed up for when they asked to come here. Because they lack appropriate humanoid appearance, their movements are more restricted. It's for their own safety. I know, Mal agrees, but there's growing dissatisfaction, and we can't ignore that. We need to take this matter seriously. These are the very people our elusive drug distributor might be looking to recruit to his cause. I think Mal's right on the money, I interject. If this mystery kingpin is trying to expose extraterrestrials on Earth like we think, then he's probably looking to recruit others to the cause. We don't want to lose our allies. We should be working to strengthen and maintain their allegiance to the Alliance. We don't want them joining the dark side. Kai ponders this. All right, you both make valid points. We should bring this up with Dad tomorrow. For now, it's been a long night. Everyone go home and get some rest. Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. They knew what they signed up for when they asked to come here. Because they lack appropriate humanoid appearance, their movements are more restricted. It's for their own safety. I know, Mal agrees. But there's growing dissatisfaction, and we can't ignore that. We need to take this matter seriously. These are the very people our elusive drug distributor might be looking to recruit to his cause. I think Mao's right on the money, I interject. If this mystery kingpin is trying to expose extraterrestrials on Earth like we think, then he's probably looking to recruit others to the cause. We don't want to lose our allies. We should be working to strengthen and maintain their allegiance to the Alliance. We don't want them joining the dark side. Kai ponders this. All right, you both make valid points. We should bring this up with Dad tomorrow. For now, it's been a long night. Everyone go home and get some rest. We'll regroup at headquarters in the morning. He turns to Fabian and gives him an awkward half-hug, half-back-pat. Good to see you, Fabian. Thanks for calling us in. Keep your security system active and be on the lookout for any trouble. I don't think Wilder will be back at this location again anytime soon, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Fabian's smile is equally strained. Of course. He hands over a thumb drive. Here's the footage you requested. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help. He swallows, his eyes devouring Kai. It was wonderful to see you again. Let me see you out. I narrow my eyes, but keep my mouth shut for once. I trust Kai, even if this Fabian fool is bad news. I have a feeling now that he's popped back up in Kai's life again, he's going to be harder to get rid of than a bad case of crabs. Calling forth my resting, difficult person face, I stare at Fabian and stroke my amulet with my middle finger. His eyes narrow to slits while he glowers at me. Good. Now he knows where we stand. To my surprise, Zamir casts Fabian an icy glare as well, and growls, "Don't trouble yourself. We can take it from here." Ooh, that tone was frigid, girl. Nice work, Zamir. Inside, I do a little cheer. I'm heartened to see he doesn't care for this jerk either. Fabian stiffens and backs away. He's evidently not foolish enough to mess with Zamir. We take our leave, and as we exit the bar, my mind is whirling with a maelstrom of jumbled thoughts I'm still processing. Kai and I need to have a serious talk, and soon. However, it's very late when we finally get back to his house, and we both fall into bed exhausted, hoping to get a few solid hours of sleep before we have to go into work in the morning. Much as I want to confront Kai about his ex, I decide to swallow my hurt and sleep on it. After all, I trust Kai and his love for me. Fabian won't be able to interfere with that. I don't like him popping up out of the blue, but I'm not going to let him get to me. Instead, my mind is focused on other concerns as I begin to drift to sleep. I can't help but grin. I've got some big new ideas to propose to the Alliance first thing tomorrow morning, including helping an alien become Elvis. From the Alliance of Neutral Alien Life Forms, Archive of Intergalactic Communications, parcel with letter, unknown sender. Dear River Sullivan, a.k.a. Kirk loves Spock forever. Your story is very engaging. Please give me more adventures. Don't stop.
I enjoy the dynamic between Vardox and Starblade. I've enclosed a small token of my deep appreciation. Enjoy. Warm wishes, an admirer. Dear an admirer, thank you for your letter and parcel. Alas, it is with deep regret we must inform you the Alliance of Neutral Alien Life Forms cannot accept intimate items on behalf of our agents. I'm sure you understand. Next time, I suggest you keep any such intimate items you may purchase for yourself. Perhaps you can use them while you enjoy the latest chapter and imagine Lord Vardox asserting his dominance. Kind regards, Captain Kai Gennaro, River Sullivan's boyfriend and bodyguard. River. First thing the next morning when we arrive at Alliance HQ, we march into the conference room and are met by Kai's parents, Maddox and Ellie, Alliance Admiral and Head of Security, respectively. Waiting at the table are Aiden, who's in charge of Alliance PR and media relations, and the other members of our team. The meeting gets started right away, and Kai gives his report, recounting what happened at Fabian's bar the night before. When he's done, Maddox asks, "We're absolutely certain it's Wilder?" There's obvious sadness in his voice. Roxy nods her head, a worrying look of defeat on her beautiful face that makes me want to wrap her in a big hug. "There's no denying it, Admiral." She lets out a shaky breath. "I'm worried he's not going to be able to get out of the hole he's dug himself into this time." Maddox clears his throat. "I know this situation is hard for you, Roxy. If you want to be reassigned to another unit or go on leave until we wrap up this investigation, I would completely understand." Roxy shakes her head and wipes the corner of her eye before standing at attention. "No, thank you, sir. I want to stay involved with the team. They need my support, and I'm the only one who might be able to talk some sense into my brother if we manage to get a hold of him or convince him to give himself up. I have to do whatever I can to save him from himself." Maddox nods. "I'll trust your judgment on this." "Thank you," she replies softly before sitting back down, the energy seeming to drain out of her. I reach over and pat her arm. She gives me a tremulous smile in return. Turning back to the rest of the group, I decide now is my moment, so I stand up. In for a penny, in for a pound. Everyone looks at me, somewhat startled at my sudden movement. "I have some things to say," I tell them. "Of course, River." Maddox gives me an encouraging smile. "What's on your mind?" "You can do this," I tell myself. Okay, so last night was very eye-opening, for more reasons than the obvious. I still need to have a conversation with my boo about his troublesome ex, but that'll have to wait. Based on my conversations with CJ, a friend of my neighbor, Tom Jones, and what Mal told us from his own interviews, it seems like there are quite a few resident aliens who are less than happy with their current situation here on Earth. Maddox frowns, giving me his best tread carefully look. Ellie leans forward in interest, flipping her high ponytail over her shoulder. I take a deep breath and barrel on. From what I gather, you guys basically make all the aliens with non-humanoid appearances go into hiding while they're here on Earth, and they have limited opportunities to interact with other aliens or just socialize and have a good time. Am I correct? There's a temporary awkward silence before Maddox replies. For the most part. Any extraterrestrial immigrants or refugees who arrive here, but who cannot pass the standard humanoid appearance test, are typically required to stay out of sight of humans. I nod. Well, I think these folks are experiencing really a lot of loneliness from the isolation and lack of community, which is totally understandable, by the way.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. It's all part of a plan I'm calling Operation Rehoming Aliens Lovingly, a new mission for the team. Ellie does a spit take from the water bottle she just chugged, and Mal snickers. Kai facepalms and mutters something to himself about should have known, but he glances up and gives me a fondly exasperated look. Maddox blinks at me like a confused owl. Aidan sneers and rolls his eyes. Roxy grins and gives me 2 thumbs up. About what I expected in terms of reactions, but I can work with it. With brazen conviction in my totally righteous, Benji would say, plan, and certain everyone will come to see the merit in my brilliant ideas, I continue undeterred. The name is totally for funsies, but we have a serious issue on our hands that needs to be treated in a loving and supportive way to make our extraterrestrial compadres happier and more satisfied with their lives on Earth. I have so many ideas already. First, before I can share all the amazing thoughts ping-ponging around in my brain, Maddox interrupts me. I don't doubt your ideas are myriad. Why don't you put them all together in a formal proposal and give a presentation on it at our next open discussion meeting on Monday? It's hard, but I rein in my tongue, which wants to tell him all the things racing around in my mind. No! Focus! Kai's fidgeting in his seat and looking a little worried. I haven't even told him my full plan yet. Sorry, Boo. It isn't fun when your partner doesn't tell you important information, is it? Gosh, my inner voice is in snarky, difficult person mode today. I like it. Sure, Maddox, I can't wait to give my presentation. Before that, though, I'd like to request your support to test out a hypothesis I have. It's integral to my proposal. Go on, he says. I hypothesize that we might be able to find ways for some of our aliens who don't pass in human society to interact with the world in ways that wouldn't expose their true identities. Everyone stares at me befuddled. How exactly would you propose doing that? Aidan's sneer is very difficult person. Well, I reply tartly, I'd like to work with my neighbor, Tom Jones's friend, CJ, as a bit of a test case. Maddox frowns and looks at Kai. Who's he talking about? A metazoc, the one we agreed to let Tom Jones host at his house, Kai explains. Maddox nods in recognition and then tilts his head at me in consideration. A test case? How? I bounce on my toes. I'm so glad you asked, Maddox. You see, CJ told me last night that he wants to be an Elvis impersonator. Roxy hoots with laughter. Even the ever-silent Zamir gives a snort of amusement. The smirk Aidan sends my way is utterly patronizing. In case you had a stroke and forgot, let me remind you, Tom Jones passes as human. CJ doesn't. He could never become an impersonator. Evidently, Aidan's in jerk mode today, but I'm prepared. I shake a finger at him. That's where you're wrong. You have to think outside the box on this one. Come again? Kai asks, still hesitant and confused. I blow him a kiss and beam at everyone else. It's obvious. We turn him into an act. We make him the one and only Alien Elvis. He's the out-of-this-world king. Everyone gapes at me. In complete silence. Bummer. I expected a bit more awe and wonder. I tap my foot impatiently before throwing my hands up in the air. Come on, people! There are so many different kinds of Elvis impersonators around this town already. What's one more?
Also, don't forget, Vegas is one of the weirdest cities in the world. Aliens can blend in here far better than you think, just so long as we make it clear it's a costume or persona. I mean, we have crazy shows like Zombie Burlesque, Blue Man Group, and Cirque du Soleil. Why couldn't we have a guy who dresses up like Elvis, but also looks like an alien? It's the kind of gimmick that would appeal to a lot of different prospective audiences, but the one I'm thinking of targeting first is, drumroll please, kids. Mouths now drop open, and everyone gawks at me, still unable to respond. Have I broken their alien brains? I startle as I realize mine is technically a semi-alien brain too. I'm still getting used to the truth about my genetic heritage, but I push that thought away for now. It's hard to not think of myself as fully human, especially when I still don't know anything about my mom's species, except that they're kind of jerk faces. At last, Ellie breaks the awkward silence and gives a loud bark of laughter. I really love it. I think this sounds bloody brilliant. Children! Kai's looking all kinds of worried now. I grin proudly. Yup, I'm going to hook CJ up with a birthday party where he can debut his alien Elvis persona and perform a show for the kids. I'm thinking he can do a mix of Elvis songs with some kid-friendly numbers. He's got the kind of voice that would work for a child audience, since it sounds an awful lot like those crazy chipmunk songs from when Benji was a kid. I chuckle. Evan and I listened to his old cassette tape of their songs when we were high one time, and it was very trippy. Mal grins, the killer dimple in his cheek winking at me. River, just when I think you can't get any crazier, you do. This is going to be epic. I mentally pat myself on the back. All my plans are epic, Mal. You'll realize this in time. He blows me a kiss. Kai scowls at his brother. My mate is highly intelligent. I have to restrain an urge to throw myself at my boo. Does Kai even realize he just came to my defense? Unnecessarily, I might add, and he called me his mate in front of everyone. My heart's fluttering like I'm a tween watching Robert Pattinson glide into the school cafeteria in Twilight. Swoon! You do realize there's still room for danger in your plan, Maddox interjects with a note of caution. What if someone doesn't believe the costume is a costume? Got that covered. My plan is to have the rest of the team present during the party to keep an eye on things. Aiden cringes. Do you have to keep calling us that? I ignore him because yes, I do. If the situation gets hairy for any reason, we can quickly evacuate CJ from the scene, but I honestly don't think it'll come to that, especially with children. They're unlikely to question these things. Even if they believe he's a real alien, their parents aren't going to if he's billed as a children's entertainer. Parents are used to all kinds of wild and wacky costumes among that set, from clowns to drag queens to Disney princesses. What would make an alien Elvis all that different, especially in the eclectic mecca that is Sin City? Ellie smirks at her husband. He makes a very good point, Maddox. I think we should sign off on this trial run. One small kids' party isn't that much of a risk. Maddox strokes his chin in contemplation. River, you've given us a lot to think about today. As I suggested, I'd like you to work on drawing up a more formal written proposal to present on Monday. I work hard to hold back my internal squee of delight. Absolutely. As for the children's party, he continues, and I brace myself, do you have a specific one in mind? Pew. Yes, one of my good friends is a single mom, and her son's having a birthday party this Saturday. She's been having a hard time finding an entertainer she can afford. When CJ told me about his dream, my brain immediately connected the dots as to how I could help both of them. Plus, CJ is so excited, he'll do the show for free. It's going to be a fairly small group of children and their parents. The party will be outside in their backyard, and we'll set up a mini stage and sound system for CJ to do a short show for the kids. I glance around the room. As long as I can get my fellow team members to join me for an hour or two, we should be all set to test pilot this plan safely. The steamy look of intense desire in Kai's eyes lets me know I'm psychic when it comes to intimacy, because I'm absolutely anticipating our time together tonight. "I'll be there," he murmurs. Mal gives me a thumbs up. "Count me in."
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Roxy winks at me. Wouldn't miss this for the world. Zamir heaves a sigh. If the captain's going, I will accompany him as well. I clap my hands together. Oh, goody! Everybody's on board. How about you, Maddox? Do we get approval to do this? He scrutinizes me for a long moment, but eventually nods. Okay, a lot is going to depend on how things go with your test case this weekend. I expect a detailed report. I will make it so, Admiral, I agree warmly. Maddox stands. Good luck. Keep me updated as you work on identifying the man Wilder met with at the bar last night. On it, Kai agrees. In the meantime, I will be working on setting up an appointment for this team with the Osiran Consulate. Be forewarned, I don't know how welcoming, let alone forthcoming, they will be. They're not big fans of the Alliance. Why not? I ask. Lots of reasons, but most of it boils down to the fact that the Osirans have limited and restricted access to Earth, Roxy explains. Kai grimaces. It's not likely to be a pleasant meeting, but we need to go and get whatever information we can. Agreed. All right, let's all get back to work, Maddox says with an air of finality. We exit the conference room and head back to our desks. While the others are focused on our mystery man, I turn my attention to my proposal for Operation Rehoming Aliens, aka Project Oral, with giddy enthusiasm. Shortly after Kai and I get back from lunch, we find out we have a meeting with the Osiran Consulate in half an hour. We strategized this earlier. Me, Kai, and Roxy are going to be the ones to attend the meeting. Meanwhile, Mal and Zamir are going to canvass some of the other alien consulates in town with pictures of Wilder's mystery companion from the bar footage to see if anyone recognizes him. It's a long shot, but worth a try. Alien consulates seem to operate a bit differently than Earth ones, most likely because they have to conceal the fact that they are alien consulates from unsuspecting humans. All I can say is that the Osirans must have some serious money, because they have a lavish suite at the Wynn as their consulate headquarters. 2 large security guards stand silent and stoic in front of the door to the consulate. They quickly check our identifications before allowing us entry. Inside, yet another guard leads us through the enormous space until we find ourselves in a sunken living room with floor-to-ceiling windows looking out at the Vegas skyline. I whistle. Impressive. An attractive man with light brown hair and hazel eyes is sitting in an armchair observing us. He chuckles. It is, isn't it? Human architecture can be quite a marvel. He rises to his feet and heads toward us, all cool confidence and with an air of unconcern.
He's wearing a very expensive dark gray bespoke suit with a white dress shirt and no tie. His wingtips gleam in the light. I'm Devon Scarta. Mr. Scarta, Kai says, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us today. He waves a hand in the air. Of course, the Osiran Consulate is always happy to be of service to the Alliance. Roxy scoffs and crosses her arms. Devon's eyes twinkle with mirth. Roxy, what a pleasure to see you again. It's been too long. Not long enough, she mutters, more than loud enough for everyone to hear. Devon merely shakes his head in amusement. You're still working for the Alliance, I see. Such a shame. I dart a glance between them. I take it you guys know each other? Devon smirks. We dated for a brief time a number of years ago. I gape at them. I'm afraid the number of Osirans on Earth is quite small. Most of us who are here know one another, and many of us have dated each other, Devon explains. Kai uses that as the perfect segue to say, that's precisely why we're here. We want to know if you recognize an Osiran involved in a fight at Fabian Tradio's bar last night. He pulls out a copy of the blown-up picture of our suspect. Granted, the quality of the image is not spectacular, but hopefully decent enough for a fellow Osiran to be able to identify him. Devon takes the picture and scrutinizes it, his face not giving away anything. He hands it back after a moment. I'm afraid he doesn't look familiar. Devon shrugs. The quality of the picture is not terribly helpful either. Kai gives a forced smile. We've also brought along video footage of his scuffle with another Osiran at the bar. Kai removes a thin tablet device from his suit pocket and cues up the video before handing it to Devon. He watches the screen for several moments before lifting his eyes to look directly at Roxy with raised eyebrows. Your brother is involved in this? She crosses her arms and taps her foot. So it would seem. Devon shakes his head. Wilder always was a bit of a loose cannon, wasn't he? Kai bristles at that remark. I know he has his own frustrations with Wilder, but from the little I know, they used to work together, and everyone on the team was very close with Roxy's brother. I think it's pretty obvious they still care about him and want to help him. They also don't like it when other people talk trash about Wilder. I decide to step in. Since you know Wilder, can you tell us if you've seen him recently, or anyone he's been associating with? Devon hands back the tablet. I'm afraid I can't say that I have. Wilder and I were never what he would call close. He thought I was all wrong for his sister, and didn't approve of us dating. He shrugs. Since Roxy and I broke up several years ago, I haven't seen Wilder. There's something off about this guy. His countenance displays an air of blandness, but there's an undercurrent of subtle smarminess that he can't quite conceal. My awareness sharpens. I see. However, being a man in the position of power that you are, and given the fact that, as you stated earlier, there are very few of your people on Earth, surely you must have a record of everyone who is here. We'd appreciate getting a list of those names so we can begin doing some background checks on them that would help us in finding who this mystery man is. Devon narrows his eyes at me. I'm afraid personal information about Osirans on Earth is confidential and not at my discretion to distribute without said individual's permission. I thought the Osiran Consulate was keen to assist the Alliance. That's what you told us anyway. Devon smiles, but it never reaches his eyes. I've looked at your picture and your footage, and I've told you that I don't know who it is. There's nothing more I can do to assist you at this time. Wow, I interject. So that must mean you've got a rogue Osiran who came here illegally without you knowing about it? I shake my head. That doesn't look good for the consulate.
I turn to Kai with my biggest, most innocent eyes. I wonder if this is something we need to report to our Intergalactic Alliance headquarters. The corner of Kai's mouth twitches. You may have a point. I mean, if the Osiran consulate can't keep track of their own people on this planet, perhaps the Alliance needs to intervene. No offense to you, Devon. It's not your fault. I'm sure you're short-staffed since not many of your people are allowed on Earth. But if a violent Osiran has arrived in Vegas without clearance and without the consulate knowing, he could pose a serious danger to other extraterrestrials here. We'd have to step in then, wouldn't we? That finally gets a rise out of Devon Scarta. His face flushes and he sneers at me. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just that half-Quintiastarian mongrel I've heard rumors about working at the Alliance. Kai stiffens, but before he can do anything, Roxy body slams Devon Scarta to the floor with a speed and strength I didn't know she possessed. She's also morphed back into her true form, with lavender skin and silver hair. My quick-thinking Boo doesn't miss a beat and quickly stuns the lone guard in the room with his phaser. With her claw-tipped fingers wrapped around Devon's throat, Roxy growls.
"Where have you heard such a rumor?" Seemingly unperturbed, Devon maintains his humanoid appearance and smirks at her. "Here and there. That's how rumors tend to operate, darling." "I'm not your really darling," she says, gripping his throat tighter. Kai moves forward and looms over them. "How have you heard about River before?" Roxy loosens her grip a bit, and a red-faced Devon coughs before shrugging. "Who hasn't heard about the infamous author of that ridiculous story half the galaxy is obsessed with?" I flip him the bird. Kai narrows his eyes. His true background is not something that we have made public. Only a handful of people in the Alliance know about that. With a snarl, Roxy reaches down with her free hand and takes a painful-looking hold of Devon's groin through his pants, giving them a twist for good measure. Holy gosh, Batman! She is awesome! Devon yelps, "Really? Let go of me, you evil, difficult person!" Roxy flashes a terrifying grin. "Tell me where you heard about River's true identity, or I'm going to make it so you can't father any children after I permanently crush your ability to do so." Devon's face turns purple. "I'll report you." Roxy sneers. "Then I'll report you." "What?" Before he can finish what he's saying, she leans down and whispers something in his ear that makes his face go pale. She pulls back. "Don't forget what I know about that event, Devon. I'm sure there are a number of people who'd be interested to learn what I know. I've kept my mouth shut out of respect for your family, but maybe my lips are feeling loose all of a sudden." She narrows her eyes, "especially when my friend's safety is involved." Devon splutters. "You'd sell out one of your own people for this half-breed?" Roxy lets go of his throat and slaps him across the face. "Don't talk gosh about my friend, you jerk!" Inside, I'm cheering. Seriously, Roxy is such a badass. She squeezes his groin again hard, and Devon whimpers. "Fine, fine." She lets go, and he winces. "It's been all over the dark side of the intergalactic web for a while now." "Where, precisely?" Kai demands. Devon rolls his eyes. "On forums where confidential information is exchanged. There's been a lot of chatter because the Quintherian royals had no idea he was alive." "Okay, that is very bad news." I slump and dart a glance at Kai. "I'm assuming they know now?" His expression is grim. "If not yet, it's only a matter of time."
Kai pulls out his phone and sends a quick text. I've sent Aiden the info, and he'll get our tech team combing the dark web ASA. We'll find out who shared this information, I promise. I appreciate that, but it still leaves me feeling edgy and anxious. Chewie warned us my mom's family will probably send an assassin after me if they learn I'm alive and kicking. That's been hovering in the back of my mind for a while. So far, things have been silent among Chewie's network of associates. But, like Kai said, now it's only a matter of time. Roxy gets back to her feet, and her body ripples as she morphs back into her human alter. So really cool, every really time, I say. She winks. Devon Scarta scurries away from her and gets to his feet with a groan, wincing from the pain through his slacks. Kai crosses his arms. What River said was true. I can take this to Intergalactic Alliance HQ. We have footage of this mystery man interacting with another Osiren wanted for drugs distribution to aliens on Earth. If the consulate won't assist us, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to step in. Is that what you want? Devon scowls. I didn't think so. Give us a name, and we'll be on our way. His scowl deepens and then sighs. He goes by Lane Madison. He negotiated a special visa with the U.S. Department of Defense and bypassed us entirely. That's all I know. Kai gets Devon to spell the name and types it in his tablet. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Scarta. Devon straightens his suit jacket and runs a hand through his disheveled hair. The official position of the consulate is that we don't know Mr. Madison, and he has negotiated his planetary entry with U.S. government officials, thus excusing us from any connection with him or his actions. Roxy snorts. Convenient. We depart just as the stunned guard is coming to, and hightail it out of there. That guy was a total jerk, I say. You can say that again, Roxy agrees. Not my finest hour when I dated him for a hot minute. I cast her a side-eyed glance as we walk back to our SUV. Well, he was pretty hot, even if his personality was lacking. Roxy grins. Yeah, things weren't too bad when we shared some intimacy. Good work, everyone, Kai says, unlocking the vehicle. We all hop in. We got more than I expected from Devon. Roxy cracks her knuckles. Sometimes you just gotta be tough. Amen, sister, I say. Preach. Although it's clear she also has some dirt on the guy, which went a long way toward convincing him to pony up the information we wanted. Kai clears his throat. Stay focused. We've got a name now, but that doesn't mean much just yet. There's still a lot of work ahead. He's right. We have to figure out who this Lane Madison fella is and what his connection is to Wilder. And I have to start thinking about how the hell I'm going to protect myself from an alien assassin, because it sounds like my secret identity isn't so secret anymore. Tentacle Demon. I've caught your ship's trail again, my sweet. Prepare to be boarded and then restrained. Future husband. Very, and blast! If you attempt to board my ship again, I'll shoot you right in one of your precious tentacles. Tentacle Demon. A small price to pay to have you at my mercy once again, dearest. The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 110. Kai. My phone chimes with an incoming message, startling me. I sit up straight after staring at my hollow screen for too long and wince at the pain in my neck and back. Unlocking my phone, I see a message from River. River. Get your rear over to my house now. I've made us dinner and, more importantly, dessert. If you aren't here in 25 minutes, I'm giving all your special dessert to Benji. I glance at the time on my phone and blink. Crap! I've been holed up in my office far too long. We spent all afternoon tracking down whatever information we could on Lane Madison, but have come up with very little. River went home ages ago, while I stayed behind trying to pursue a few more leads on our mystery Simon, but without much to show for it. I get up with a groan and stretch before I text River back. Me, on my way. River, good, get that sweet rear over here pronto. With a grin, I turn off my holoscreen and shut down my computer before leaving the now empty office and making a beeline for the parking garage. Properly motivated by the siren call of my boyfriend and dessert, I manage to make it to River's house in 20 minutes and eagerly ring the doorbell. He opens the door wearing an apron over his jeans and t-shirt featuring Chewbacca, along with the words, "It's not wise to upset a Wookiee." His face is flushed from his culinary endeavors, and his blonde curls are wild and untamed. I want to run my fingers through them. He pushes his glasses higher on his nose and gives me a welcoming smile that sends a jolt of fiery hot desire through my body. Without thinking, my body surges forward, and I wrap my arms around him, holding him tight and inhaling his delectable scent. Is it weird that I missed you, even though it's only been a few hours? River chuckles and leans up to kiss the tip of my nose. Not at all. I missed you too. But I had to put my foot down about working too late again. You've got to take better care of yourself, boo. If that means I need to be the one to make it happen, then by golly, I will make it so. My stomach growls with the force of a hungry velociraptor, and I laugh. You can feed me anytime you want. River smacks me lightly on the rear before leading me into the kitchen. I know it was the promise of dessert that really got you over here, but dinner will be good too. Promise.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. I inhale and savor the delicious scent of tomato, garlic, and cheese in the air. Smells great. He beams at me. I made my famous lasagna, comfort food for the soul. Trust me. Benji shuffles into the kitchen, his long hair pulled up into his usual sloppy man bun. Hey, Akai, what's happening, spaceman? Not much. I'm joining you guys for dinner. I hope that's okay? He smiles, mellow and relaxed as always. Course. He sniffs appreciatively. Right on. River's making lasagna. River smiles at us both. Actually, I invited 2 other people over to join us. I hope you guys don't mind. The doorbell rings. I'll get it, Benji offers and ambles off. I look around. Where's Chewie? River frowns. Things have been a little awkward between them ever since Chewie made his big revelation about being River's secret royal bodyguard a few weeks ago. He's out meeting with one of his contacts. I told him about what we learned from Devon today, and it sent him into a tizzy. He wanted to check in with some of his people on a few things. He shrugs and smiles, but I can detect the hint of tension in him from the tightening around his eyes. I pull him into my arms for a hug, and he immediately melts into me with a relieved sigh. It's going to be okay, I tell him. A few seconds later, Tom and CJ join us in the kitchen, and we step apart. Thanks for having us over, Tom says, handing River a bouquet of flowers. These are from both of us. River smiles. Thanks, guys. Dinner's nearly ready. I'll put these in a vase, Benji offers, taking the flowers and disappearing into the kitchen. CJ stares up at River in amazement. You cook, too? He turns to me wide-eyed. You're the luckiest man in the galaxy to have won the heart of River Sullivan. Part of me wants to laugh at the little star-struck Metazoc, but his words resonate inside me. My feelings for River keep growing every day. Sometimes it's overwhelming, but mostly it's like riding an effervescent wave of sunshine and joy. I glance at my amazing boyfriend and agree with CJ. I'm very lucky he fell for me too. Oblivious to my thoughts, River laughs heartily. You know it, CJ. Please be sure to remind Kai often. Tom gives me a knowing smirk. No reminders needed on my end. In short order, we're all seated at the dining room table. It's an interesting custom piece made from bits of driftwood and colorful resin fills that resemble the Milky Way. Benji told me an artist friend of his out in Santa Fe made it for him years ago. Benji sets down a stunning, abstract vase with a long, slim neck and a ballooned-out bottom. It's covered in a mosaic pattern of colorful pieces of glass and stone that twinkle in the light. The bouquet of flowers looks gorgeous and artfully arranged in the vase as Benji positions it in the center of the table. Going on a hunch, I ask, "Did you make this?" I just thank the galactic gods it doesn't look like his more explicit sculpture. The memory of that ceramic sculpture during my Christmas in October themed date night with River not too long ago still haunts my dreams. Benji grins. Yep, I liked this one and decided to keep it rather than sell it. River comes in and sets down a pan of bubbling hot, cheesy lasagna. All of Benji's stuff is amazing. It's too bad he sells most of it. If I kept more, we'd be featured in an episode of Hoarders before you know it. River laughs, which makes his beautiful eyes sparkle, and I just gape at him like a love-struck fool. Benji flashes me a knowing smile and quick thumbs up. River's too busy to notice as he starts serving us each a sizable slice of lasagna and some salad. Tom scrutinizes his plate skeptically. Where's the meat? We're doing more meatless meal nights in this house. It's good for your health. River nods to himself, hands on his hips. Tom's nose scrunches up and CJ elbows him in the side. River's right, Tom. Eating animal protein all the time is not conducive to optimal health. He looks up at River, starry-eyed again. I'm sure your meatless sustenance is excellent. River snorts and sets a cheap box of red wine in front of Tom. Here, this is all for you, and we'll help you wash it down. Tom's mood instantly improves. I do enjoy human alcohol very much. He strokes the boxed wine with reverence. Thank you, River. You're a true friend. I know, buddy. Tom Jones acts like he's been given the greatest gift one could receive, and I marvel at how easily River seems to intuit the needs and desires of the many extraterrestrials he meets. He has a real knack for it. Once we're all seated, we dig into our food. The lasagna is a perfect, flavorful blend of garlic, Italian seasonings, tomatoes, and several kinds of cheese. I make appreciative noises as I scarf it down, thoroughly impressed. This is wonderful, River. Where did you learn to cook like this? He casts a rueful glance at Benji, who responds with a sheepish smile. That would be because of me, he admits. When River started living with me, I was hopeless in the kitchen. Apart from baking edibles, that is. Cookies and brownies I can do. Otherwise, I was used to getting most of my food on the road and never had a kitchen to cook in, let alone any interest in learning how. River got tired of McDonald's pretty fast, so he took it upon himself to learn how to cook for both of us. Thank goodness for YouTube, River says around a mouthful of lasagna. I was able to learn a lot of my cooking skills for free from those videos and tutorials. He doesn't seem upset about any of this, but I am. River was only 10 years old when he went to live with his uncle.
Sometimes I can't help but feel frustrated about the ways Benji was not a mature enough individual to function as a proper guardian for River while he was growing up. As a result, River ended up being the one who had to take on most of the adult responsibility in the household at far too young an age. It's a marvel that he's managed to retain his upbeat and playful attitude. Others in his position might have become withdrawn and bitter, or overly serious and older than their years. I bite my tongue and opt not to say anything in response to Benji's admission. As much as River loves me, he won't hear a bad word about his uncle. Family is complicated, and I understand, because I do like Benji. The situation has just tweaked my protective instincts for my sweet mate. CJ makes appreciative noises as he slurps a huge glob of cheese into his mouth and smacks his lips. For such a little guy, he's able to put away quite a bit of food. He wolfs down the last bite on his plate and leans back to pat his now round belly with pleasure. "A feast fit for a king," he declares. "I am so honored you invited me to share this meal with you. I would humbly ask that you teach me how to make this lasagna one day." River tilts his head and regards CJ with a fond expression. "Sure thing. I'll introduce you to some of the YouTube cooking channels I like to frequent, then you can work on experimenting in Tom's kitchen." Tom glugs back several large swallows from the spout of his wine box. At some point he gave up on using a glass and is just holding the spout over his mouth. His species is one that consumed their body weight in alcohol with no ill effects. Letting out a belch, he sets the nearly empty box down and wipes a hand across his mouth. The meatless lasagna isn't too bad, especially washed down with red wine. He glances at his friend. "You can use my kitchen any time you want, just so long as you clean it up afterwards." CJ clasps his hands together and does a happy wriggle in his seat. As everyone finishes their meal, River starts clearing dishes from the table, and I get up to help him. We make quick work of the task, and Benji graciously volunteers to clean all of the dishes so we can have our chat. It goes a long way toward cooling my lingering frustration with him over the past. We make ourselves comfortable in the living room, and River goes to get the dessert. The color scheme in this room is psychedelic, to say the least.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Benji's abstract paintings on the wall and the brightly colored but mismatched furniture are a bit of an assault on the eyes, especially the garishly orange love seat. River reappears with a tray full of small plates with some kind of cake on them. The smells of bitter dark chocolate, sugar, butter, and flour waft in my direction. I can't help the appreciative sound that escapes me. "What is that?" I ask, trying not to drool. "I made this specially for you, Snookums." He gives me a wicked leer. "It's a devil's food cake with a dark chocolate ganache." Just hearing the words come out of his mouth in such a sensual manner made me feel a powerful surge of desire. He gives me my plate first, which has an extra large piece on it. "You're a magnificent man." I try not to salivate all over my piece of cake. "But don't call me Snookums," I whisper. He winks at me. "I like to take good care of my boo." Then he adds in a whisper only I can hear. "Also, I'll use whatever cute endearments I want, baby cakes." "Sure thing." I arch an eyebrow. "Tigger," he gasps. "You play dirty, sir." I smirk. He hands out the rest of the plates. Tom declines, since his species does not enjoy sweet foods, but the rest of us dig in.
I take a big, decadent forkful and shove it in my mouth. Immediately, my taste buds go into overdrive, and I groan around the mouthful of gooey, chocolatey goodness. The ganache is sinfully rich and bittersweet on my tongue. Galactic gods, I moan. This is so good. I am growing more convinced that chocolate is perhaps humanity's greatest invention. The self-satisfied smirk on River's face speaks louder than words. Eventually, he takes a small bite of his own piece of cake. I have many talents, he tells me, a coy gleam in his eyes. I'm more than willing to satisfy your sweet tooth, Buttercup. CJ grins around a mouthful of cake. This is amazing, River. Your talents know no bounds. Thanks. I had some extra time on my hands, so I was able to make this cake as well as dinner. He casts me a warning glance. It's not something I can do every night, but when time permits and I'm in the mood, I'm more than happy to bake for my friends and family. I have a lot of dessert recipes in my repertoire. CJ's eyes widen. I can't wait to try more of your cooking soon. I lick chocolate off my fork, watching River as his own tongue cleans his utensil. I'll show my appreciation for this later, I say with a growl. I'm rewarded with the sight of River's reaction. My mate deserves appreciation for this amazing dessert. My tentacles twist and turn in satisfaction. While I'm sitting there like a besotted fool, River gets down to business. I invited you guys here tonight to talk a little bit about my plan for CJ and helping make his dream come true. Tom Jones sets aside his now empty wine box with a satisfied belch. Lay it on me. I'm now properly fueled for this conversation. CJ clasps his little hands together and stares at River with hopeful eyes. I am ready. I have several costumes and wigs prepared, and I've been rehearsing my favorite songs. That's wonderful. Now, I want you to keep an open mind about what I'm going to suggest. CJ cocks his head, giving River his full attention. Of course. River takes a breath and continues. I've convinced the Alliance to let us do a trial run with you, performing as Alien Elvis. Tom Jones frowns. What do you mean by Alien Elvis? River squares his shoulders and soldiers on. The reality is, we aren't going to be able to make CJ look like a regular human, so he can't be a typical performer. Instead, we're going to leverage his real appearance and pretend it's a costume. We'll use it as a fundamental facet of his performer persona. There are dozens of Elvis impersonators around this town. Heck, you can basically go to almost any part of the Strip and run into several of them at the casinos, the wedding chapels, and so on. What you have to offer is something unique and unseen before. You're combining the gimmick of being an alien with that of being an Elvis impersonator. CJ strokes his pointed chin thoughtfully. This idea has merit. We also need to face the fact that, while I'm sure you can sing a very good version of an Elvis song, your voice is never going to reach the lower register Elvis actually sang in. CJ deflates, his shoulders slumping. You're right. I've tried to train myself to reach those baritone depths, but I can't. River smiles at him warmly. That's okay. It actually works in our favor. How so? Tom asks. He looks as confused as CJ does at this moment. We're going to promote CJ as a children's entertainer." They stare at River in open-mouthed shock. I'd reacted much the same when he'd told me and the rest of the team his plan, but even I'm beginning to see the merit in his ideas. River might think way outside of the box, but the things he comes up with are often unexpectedly ingenious. River hastily explains his reasoning, and CJ warms to the notion fast, beginning to nod his head with enthusiasm. "So, what I'm thinking is, you could sing a couple of your Elvis numbers, but also mix in some children's songs to ensure that the kids are having a good time and can sing and dance along with the show." CJ places a 3-fingered hand over his chest and bows. "This is a wonderful idea. I am game to try it." River sags with relief. Despite his seeming confidence, he'd been worried CJ wouldn't go for his plan. "I'm so glad. Maybe someday you'll be able to perform for a more conventional audience, but I think we need to take baby steps on this issue for now." CJ bows again. "I completely understand. I'm honestly happy to perform for any audience, and I do enjoy making children laugh and dance." River claps his hands together decisively. "Excellent. I've booked you your first gig for Saturday." CJ's eyes grow huge. "So soon?" he squeaks, his voice going several octaves higher than normal, which is impressive. "One of my friends is having a birthday party for her son. She's a single mom and doesn't have a lot of money, so she couldn't afford any of the children's entertainers in town. When I suggested you to her, she was super excited." He coughs. "Ahem. Especially since I told her you would do this performance for free." CJ nods with his typical enthusiasm. "Of course. She and the guests won't know your real identity, of course. My team will be there to ensure things run smoothly and to handle any potential problems. We don't anticipate, though. Then, if things go well with this first trial run, we can start to spread the word about you and see about lining up other jobs." CJ clasps his tiny hands together as if in prayer. "Thank you so much for this opportunity, River. I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, CJ." River squeezes his shoulder. "Why don't you get Tom to work with you on figuring out your routine and send me your set list by tomorrow afternoon?" "Absolutely. Come, Tom, let's go back home so we can begin working on this right away. I need to practice a few of my moves in my costumes and pick the children's songs to learn so I can perform them too. There's so much to do." River walks both of them to the door, CJ fluttering around at his side like an overly excited bird. "Good luck, guys. Thank you again for a wonderful meal and for a hope-inspiring evening," CJ says, giving River a final deep bow. "It was my pleasure. Just remember, YouTube is your friend. Watch some..."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. My gut churns at those words, immediately worried. My tentacles writhe with anxiety. What's wrong? Benji is happily whistling from the bathroom down the hall where he's gone to take a shower after finishing the dishes, and Chewie isn't back yet from trying to get more intel from his intergalactic connections. We're about as alone as we're going to get. "Come with me," River says, and I swallow back my fear as I follow him. He leads me upstairs to his room for some privacy, and we sit down on the bed together. River crosses his arms and faces me with a steely glare. "After last night, I decided to give you some time to tell me yourself, but it seems like I'm going to have to force the issue. You need to tell me about Fabian now. No more stalling and no lies. I let you off the hook last night because we were both exhausted. Your reprieve is up, Boo. I slump in relief and give a nervous chuckle. Oh, that. His frown deepens. Excuse me? I wave a hand in apology. Sorry, I'm not trying to be cavalier or anything. I thought this was something more serious. Well, this is actually pretty serious to me. You called him your friend, but any idiot could see your relationship was far more complex than that at one time. You guys have shared intimacy before, so don't deny it. I grimace at his words. I won't. Here's the deal. Fabian and I were friends for years and went to school together. His family are Ayarans as well. They immigrated to Earth a few years after we did. River gives me a nod of encouragement, and I continue. After my relationship with Jonathan went sideways, I was in a dark place for quite a while. Fabian and I had been friends for years, but when I was feeling low, it became more of a friends with benefits situation. I thought we were just helping each other, since relationships hadn't panned out for either of us. When I needed companionship, I'd call him, and vice versa. We weren't dating, not really. He even saw other people. We kept it up off and on for a few years. Whenever we were both single and in need of connection, we'd spend time together. River takes my hand in his, the grip warm and firm. I gain strength from it. So, what happened? I let out a regretful sigh and let my thumb stroke the back of his hand in a way I find reassuring. Although our physical intimacy was enjoyable, we were lacking the kind of emotional and romantic connection I would prefer, at least on my end. River nods as if expecting this. Fabian felt otherwise. He wanted us to become a serious couple, to go through the mating courtship ritual and become officially mated. I wanted to end things and go back to just being friends. I feel my cheeks flush in shame. Things didn't end well between us. I'd been wholly unaware of Fabian's feelings. That's probably my fault. I wasn't paying enough attention. On his end, he'd been holding back, thinking I just needed more time to get over Jonathan, and then we could truly be together. He never told me his hopes in that regard, not until I ended things. He didn't take that well. It was a mess. River regards me with sympathy in his bright green eyes. I take it there was a fight? I shudder in recollection. You could say that. I told him I wanted to end our arrangement. At first he agreed, but for all the wrong reasons. We had very different ideas about what that would mean. He thought this was me finally wanting a serious relationship. But when he realized I wanted to go back to being platonic friends, he exploded. He claimed I'd been leading him on for years, making him think there was a future for us. River's eyes search mine. Do you think that's true? Do you think you led him on? I shake my head in firm denial. I'd been very open about the fact I wasn't looking for a relationship. To me, it was always about convenient physical intimacy. I thought he understood and even agreed with that. At first he did, but I do blame myself for not noticing when his feelings changed. River reaches out his free hand and strokes my hair. It sounds like neither of you were very good about communicating with each other. He held back his own feelings because he worried they'd overwhelm you and possibly scare you away. You probably avoided talking about feelings at all. My shoulders slump. That's pretty accurate, actually. Anyway, we had a huge blum-up over it. He was angry, furious even. For a while, he called and left hateful messages for me on a daily basis. I stopped responding to him, hoping he'd take the time he needed to cool off. My silence just made him angrier.
One day he showed up at work and caused a huge scene in Alliance headquarters. Security had to remove him from the building, and my father ended up getting involved. It wasn't pretty, and I thought I might lose my job. I kept my position, but I had to work hard to rehabilitate my reputation, especially with those in the Alliance who weren't part of my team. After everything that happened, all contact between Fabian and me ended. In fact, I hadn't seen him for several years until last night. River squeezes my hand again. The warmth of his skin against mine and the understanding I see in his eyes is soothing and goes a long way toward calming me. I'm sorry that happened. In my experience, friends with benefits arrangements rarely work out. Over time, one of the people involved tends to develop feelings, and if the other doesn't, it's almost impossible to stay friends after that. I learned that the hard way. I sigh. For a while, I was pretty messed up about it. Fabian had been one of my closest friends for many years. I hated to hurt him, but I hated losing his friendship even more. River purses his lips, his expression unreadable. What? From what I saw the other night, I think Fabian regrets cutting you out of his life. He may want to try and rebuild more than just friendship with you. It's my turn to squeeze his hand in reassurance. I'll admit it was good to see him after so long, but he and I will never be lovers again. Hopefully, time has healed the wound of our parting, so we can try to be platonic friends. River's smile is strained. If you want that, then I hope it works out for your sake. But please be careful. It's hard for a person to stop loving another. Feelings may still be there that could muddy the waters. I don't want you to set yourself up to be hurt a second time. I pull him into my arms, grateful beyond measure for his love and support. If he contacts me to reconnect, I'll be very clear with him about where things stand. You have nothing to worry about. I'm not worried about you, Boo. It's him I'm less sure about, River mutters. We fall silent, and finally River sighs. Okay, enough of this gloomy gosh. I'm not going to let Fabian ruin our night. I have plans for you, after all. I perk up, sensing sex on the horizon. Is it time for second dessert? You have 30 seconds to get naked, River announces, as he stands and begins tearing off his clothes like he's going for Olympic gold. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Your wish is my command, I murmur, before swooping in to claim his delectable pink lips in a searing kiss. The vibration of his moan in my mouth makes my tentacles practically purr. We shared an intimate embrace, our bodies aligning. We both enjoyed the closeness, especially when I let my tentacles out to play. The pouch in my abdomen opens, and I release one. The eager appendage begins to secrete a clear, viscous lubricant at its tip. I collected some in my hand and prepared for our intimate connection, before our hips moved together, producing a glorious closeness that left us both panting with pleasure. We completed all of our necessary health testing a while ago, confirming we're both negative for any STIs. After some lengthy conversations and a reaffirmation of our monogamous status and expectations, we opted for a deeper intimacy a few days ago. It's still something we're getting used to, but my tentacles are grateful for the unhindered connection.
As if sensing my thoughts, my lubricated appendage made a quick path for River's intimate area. He spread his legs eagerly. We found a steady rhythm as our hips moved together, our bodies pressing close. Meanwhile, my tentacle used its narrower wet tip to circle and then explore River's eager form. He rips his mouth away from mine. Oh yeah, like that. Give me your amazing tentacle. I lose my rhythm momentarily as I let out a laugh.
My river is always a talker, even during our intimate moments. My tentacle wiggles and undulates in pleasure, connecting deeply with him. The feel of his gloriously tight, hot form embracing my appendage was divine. River moans, "Holy Mamma Mia! That's the really ticket! Looks like my tentacle found a sensitive spot." With a grin, I resumed our intimate movements and picked up my pace. When my tentacle brushed River's sensitive spot for the second time, his eyes popped open and he let out a thin wail. Naturally, I had to revisit the same spot again and again. "Tentacles for the really win!" His words came out between high-pitched gasps. Deciding to get serious, I synced the movements of my tentacle with my hips as we built toward our peak. River's eyes rolled back in his head, and he let out a long, continuous moan. I grunt with each movement. "You like that? Oh, hell to the yeah! Give it to me harder!" So I do. In moments, we both reached our peak, a wave of release washing over us. We lay there panting and exhausted for a moment. Once I had my breath back, I pulled my dead weight off River, who was looking very sated. With delicate movements, I withdrew my happy tentacle from his intimate area and let it retreat into my abdomen. River's nose wrinkles. "Don't you need to wipe that bad boy down before you stow it away for next time?" I chuckle. Our tentacles are self-cleaning. The pouch in my abdomen where they reside contains a powerful natural disinfectant that keeps my tentacles clean. River gives me a devastating grin. "You're so really cool." You're probably the only person in the Alliance who thinks that about me, but thanks. Don't sell yourself short, boo. River yawns and stretches. How about a quick shower to wash off all this evidence of our passion before it crustifies? You're on. Kissing along the way slows us down, but we eventually make our way to the shower. Once we're clean, we return to bed, getting under the covers to snuggle. I can't help but smile at the sight of River wearing a pair of my boxers and one of my t-shirts, both of which are about 2 sizes too big for him. He stole them the last time he stayed at my place. I know he likes to sleep in them, especially when he has to sleep alone, which isn't often these days. River narrows his eyes at me. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "You're absolutely adorable in my clothes." He lets out an exaggerated sigh. "Oh, dear." "What do you mean?" "You like to see me in your clothes because it's some weird caveman throwback instinct that considers me your mate?" Despite his words, he follows that up with a supremely smug smile. Considering my people aren't from this planet, the caveman analogy isn't a convincing one. But you are, undeniably, my mate. River cocks his head and gives me a coquettish look, running a hand down his oversized t-shirt-covered chest. "Am I too sexy for your shirt?" I snort out a laugh and reach out to pull him into my arms. "Ooh, this is nice," he purrs, wrapping his arms around my neck. "Are you going to carry me off to your den and have your way with me?" He waggles his eyebrows. "I mean, I'm totally down for that, by the way." Then he yawns so wide I can nearly see his back molars. I roll my eyes and kiss his chin. "It's getting late, and we have a busy day tomorrow. Let's get some sleep, my love." Before I know it, he's drifting off. I spoon River, feeling like we're both back on solid ground again. I'm wide awake, though, and my mind is racing. What we learned today is very worrying. If his mother's people know he's alive, things could get dangerous for River all too fast. We're going to have to treat this assassin threat more seriously, and soon. I have to be able to keep my mate safe. Nothing else matters. River, one of these days, I wheeze, when you least expect it, I'm going to... vengeance, I cry. Zamir looks annoyingly unconcerned about my declaration, and instead says in the driest tone imaginable, "Quit complaining and give me 10 more bench presses." I grit my teeth, continuing to plot how I will make him pay for this torture he's been putting me through. My mental fantasies are quite elaborate. When I manage to finish the set, he easily lifts the heavy bar from my grip and places it back on the rack. I sit up, gasping for breath. My arms feel like they're on fire and might fall off. Zamir gives me a small and, to my mind, sadistic smile. Good work. I glare at him. You're pure evil. He shrugs. Perhaps. But consider how much stronger you are now than the marshmallow of a man who first started working with us. I gasp in outrage. How very dare you? His dark eyes do not look amused. Admit it, you spent too much time sitting in front of a computer and not enough time moving your body. I have helped to fix this problem. You're welcome. I flip him the bird with a shaky hand, but I can't entirely deny his words. Darting a look at the mirrored wall of the Alliance HQ gym, I have to admit I am rocking a pretty bodious bod these days. After everything that went down with me nearly getting skewered by the scorpion tail of a Groxil in Gremlin Berserker mode, everyone decided I needed to undergo some physical conditioning and training. Just my luck, it fell to the supreme tough person Zamir to be my trainer. Why, cruel universe, why? I suppose you have a point, I grumble. That doesn't excuse the fact that you're a sadist. He arches a dark, judgy eyebrow at me and crosses his arms, enormous biceps bulging. I gulp. Why is that so intimidating and so hot at the same time? I sure am glad to have you and your huge arms on our team to throw at the majorly scary threats, I hasten to add. He scoffs. Come, enough belly-aching. It's time to run your 2-mile circuit, then we can finish up your routine today. I splutter. You can't possibly be serious. Look at me. I'm half dead over here. Roxy strolls over, having just finished her weightlifting circuit. Buck up, newbie. It gets easier. When? I whine. We've been doing this for weeks, and I still feel like I'm going to die every time. Zamir gives me a blank look before intoning, no pain, no gain. I throw my shaky arms up in the air, which looks about as ridiculous as it sounds. Maybe I liked being a marshmallow of a man. I bet all this exercise has increased your stamina. I'm sure Kai likes that in your intimate moments, Roxy offers with a knowing grin. Instantly diverted, I leer back. Well, actually, now that you mention it, hey, no distracting me and getting me off my soapbox here. Roxy grabs my limp noodle of an arm and drags me to the indoor track. Come on, 2 miles won't kill you. It could, I complain. This is cruel and unusual punishment. Kai appears from the locker room, wearing a sexy pair of tiny, tight purple running shorts and a matching tank top. My mood improves drastically at the sight. After all, I bought that outfit for him. All the Kai eye candy for me. Work it, baby, I yell in encouragement as he comes toward us. You're hot like fire. That's when he stops and bends over to tie his shoe, his backside on full display. I suspect he's messing with me. Did he just flex his gorgeous glutes?
My body tingled and I felt a surge of arousal, which was not a good thing in the shorts I'm currently wearing. Curse you and your sexy man buns, Kai. He gives me and Roxy a genuine smile, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm.
Why don't we skip the horrible, no good, very bad run and find some other way to pass the time instead? I suggest, barely able to restrain the hopeful note in my voice as I ogle him. He shoots me down far too quickly, hitting my self-confidence. We'll have to save that for after work. Denied, Roxy crows. I scowl at her. Silence, Jezebel. Are you still spending the night at my place? Kai asks. I rally at this happy thought and give him a wolfish grin. You bet I am. Roxy mock gags. Can you two please quit with the heart eyes and sexual innuendos? It's unfair to those of us who are hard up in the romance department these days. Girl, you're too gorgeous to not be finding some romance. That said, don't even consider going back to Devon douchebag Scarta. She shudders. Hell no. My personal device will get me through this. I don't need to resort to such drastic measures. Let me see if I can help you out. I can totes be your gay wingman. She regards me consideringly. I might take you up on that, but for now, we run. Zamir easily sprints around the track, with nary a drop of sweat or heaving breath to show for it. He literally runs laps around us like we're moving in slow motion, and I swear he does it almost mockingly. Oh ho, I've so got his number now. He's not fooling me any more with his stoic act. Zamir is one ruthless and difficult person under the surface, and I kinda love it, even though I want to hate every one of his chiseled abs right now. I give him a death glare, imagining my eyes can shoot freaking laser beams at him for the torture he's put me through today. He just smirks in response as he runs past me again. Kai also leaves me in the dust, but Roxy stays at my side. I know she can run faster, but she's sweet and keeps me company. At this moment, she's my favorite. This is so unfair, I protest on a wheeze. I'm not a full alien like you guys. I don't have your stamina for this crap. She chuckles, the sound light and airy, her blonde ponytail swishing behind her like a hypnotic pendulum. You're such an adorable little drama queen, River. I resemble that remark. Somehow, miracle of miracles, I managed to finish the necessary laps without dying. Barely. As I reach the finish line, I collapse in a sweaty, shaky heap on the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Tell my uncle I love him, I croak. My time in this life was brief but meaningful. Make sure you have a party after my funeral. I want to be buried with my most precious collectibles. Benji knows which ones. Zamir gives a vaguely amused snort. Always so melodramatic. At least you didn't crawl the last half-mile this time. I scowl. Talk about throwing shade. I am on to you, Zamir. Kai finishes his last lap and comes over, all smiles and barely a drop of sweat on his sexy brow. Good work, River. Your time's improving. One of these days you'll be able to do a 10-mile run with me. I lift a shaky hand and give him the finger. Not a chance, pal. He puts his hands on his hips, and I can't help that my eyes immediately fixate on the impressive outline in those gloriously tight running shorts. Good job, me, for buying them.
Kai's eyes become hooded. I have a feeling I might be able to talk you into it with the proper incentive. I gasp in mock outrage. No tempting offers allowed. You know I can't resist. Kai grins at me, but startles when his phone rings in the armband case around his yummy bicep. He pulls it out and frowns. "It's Fabian," he says. "Oh, really?" I grit my teeth and give him what I hope is a casual smile. "Go ahead and answer it." He hesitates. "It might be about last night." Roxy and Zamir share a look I can't decipher. I watch Kai's face as he answers the call. He listens for several moments, then glances at me before saying, "Okay, I can meet you for coffee tomorrow." I swallow back all my ragey feelings toward Fabian the Faker and shrug. This decision is Kai's to make. I don't like it, not one really bit. It's probably going to go supernova mess real fast, but Kai has to learn this lesson on his own. They exchange a few more words before Kai hangs up, and I let out a shaky breath as I climb to my feet. Zamir crosses his arms, watching Kai with a foreboding expression. "Why are you meeting up with Fabian?" That's the first time I've heard him challenge Kai on anything. Okay, Zamir might be earning some brownie points with me right now. Kai runs a hand through his dark hair. He says he wants to rebuild our friendship. Purely platonic. He knows I'm with River. Zamir snorts in disgust. That's a load of space crud. I don't trust him. For once, I totally agree with Zamir and decide to forgive him for torturing me, for today at least. Roxy wipes her face with a towel before hanging it around her neck. "After everything that happened between you two, do you think that's a good idea?" Kai looks torn. "I don't like things ended, but I do miss Fabian's friendship." Zamir's dark eyes regard Kai with laser-focused intensity. "How can you be sure friendship is all he wants? Isn't that what caused problems between you before? The fact that he wanted a whole lot more and you didn't?" Go, Zamir! In addition to forgiving him, I take back all the bad things I was thinking about him and his sadistic fitness fetishes. At this rate, I might become the man's new BFF. Kai is frowning now. Like I said, Fabian knows I'm with River. I'll make doubly certain he understands exactly where we stand. If he can't accept that, then we'll part ways for good. Roxy shakes her head. Kai, you're a good man, but you're also a very fool. I snort and give her a high five. Kai turns to me with a wounded look. I thought you were supporting me on this one, River. I hold my hands up in concession. Look, I do support you. I want you to be happy, and if Fabian's friendship will bring you happiness, then I'm all in favor of it. That said, I have to agree with Zamir and Roxy. This seems like a bad idea, especially given how things ended between you two. Old feelings are likely to rekindle on Fabian's part, and then you're going to be left in a majorly awkward situation wherein you have to shoot him down a second time. Kai considers this and frowns. You might be right. Still, I'd like to think we've both grown and matured over the last few years. I want to give my old friend the benefit of the doubt. He is such a good man, and far more vulnerable and tender-hearted than he wants anyone to know. I wish I could share his optimism, but in this instance, I know better. Love isn't always mature and rational, Boo. Be careful. I suspect it's only a matter of time before Fabian tries to make a move on you. Stay frosty and be prepared. Kai's hurt expression clears as he reaches out and pulls me into his arms. He inhale the musky aroma of hunky extraterrestrial and sweat. "Will you defend my honor?" he asks, his voice a deep, sexy growl against my neck. I shiver and grab his right side to make my point. You bet I will. Roxy groans. My eyes! Stop! I chuckle and let go of his side, giving it a gentle pat. I'll get back to you later. I promise it. Kai looks into my eyes, his amethyst gaze anxious again. You're okay with this, right? With me trying to salvage a friendship with Fabian? I sigh. To be honest, I don't love it, but I'm okay with you trying to rebuild a friendship. I absolutely trust you, and I know you would never cheat on me. For your sake, I'll be perfectly cordial and polite to him until he crosses a line he best not cross. Then all bets are off, I warn him. He grins, relief and joy evident on his face. I can live with that. I'd like to believe Fabian's intentions are genuine and platonic. Unfortunately, I have a gut feeling they aren't. He better watch himself around my man. I guess all this fitness training might have some benefits after all. After we all shower in the Alliance gym locker rooms, we head back to the office for our...
I've put in a request with Intergalactic HQ to see if they have any more information on Lane Madison, Kai says. But right now, we don't have a lot to go on. The name is most likely an alias, and we don't know how many recorded alters he has, let alone his true Osiren appearance. Maddox's face is more serious than I think I've ever seen it. The difficulty we're having finding information on this man is a red flag. He's shady and slipperier than a Solarian snake. My money's on him being our drug dealer mastermind, Ellie says, slamming her hand down on the table for emphasis. I'll bet on Mom's hunch. She's usually right, Mal says. In the meantime, I've reached out to our liaison in the Department of Defense to see if they can help us coordinate an interview with Lane Madison, Aiden says. Ooh, good call. Nice work, Aiden. I give him a thumbs up. He rolls his eyes. He's one of the few people around here who just doesn't seem to like me. But I keep trying. I'll win him over eventually. We also have to address what we learned from Devon about River, Kai says, and the room goes silent. Aiden looks confused. What are you talking about? Maddox and Ellie share a meaningful look before Ellie answers. We've had a data security breach. Aiden's mouth drops open. Not possible. Ellie shakes her head. It's the only answer that makes sense. A sensitive piece of information about River's identity has been leaked on the dark intergalactic web. Aiden blinks at me. Kai takes hold of my hand in the seat next to me. Are you okay with us telling him? I nod. Kai hastily sketches out the pertinent details about my birth heritage and my parents' murder. Aiden stares at me. You are Quintharian royalty. The incredulity in his voice is difficult as hell. I flip him the bird. I'm a hella princely, really very much. Maddox raises a hand. Enough. This is a serious matter. Someone in the Alliance had to have accessed this private information and then leaked it online. Ellie growls. We have a really mole. Whoa, this is turning into serious X-Files conspiracy territory, I say. The situation implies a weakness in our defenses at the worst possible time, Maddox adds. We also need to start taking potential threats to River's life as imminent. Those words chill me from the inside out. I know he's right, but I've been trying to push this to the back of my mind and pretend like it isn't real, that I don't have to worry about it yet. I take a deep breath. Chewie's been reaching out to all his contacts to keep an eye on things. He'll know if when an assassin has been hired and sent after me. Ellie nods. That's something at least. In the meantime, we need to add self-defense to your personal training regimen. Excellent idea, Captain, Zamir says. I'll be happy to include that in River's physical fitness routine. I whimper, and Zamir grins like a psychopath. I'll initiate a covert security investigation on our mole, Ellie adds, before cracking her knuckles. I'll flush out this traitorous little jerk. I can't help but be touched. My future mama-in-law is so kick-ass. Her words make me feel a little better, for the moment at least. River, thank you so much for coordinating this, River, my friend Amanda says as she gives me a big squishy hug. I return it with enthusiasm. My pleasure, sweetie. My pal CJ's been trying to break into the child entertainer business and looking for an opportunity to debut his act with kids to see how it goes over. When I told him about Jordan's birthday, he was totally on board to do a show for him and his friends. Amanda smiles, wiping a tear from her eyes. This means so much to me and to Jordan. I wanted his birthday to be extra special this year, what with his dad ditching both of us and running off with that card-dealing difficult person from an off-the-strip casino 6 months ago. She takes a shaky breath. Things haven't been easy. I kiss her cheek. I know, honey. You've been carrying all the financial burden since he walked out on you guys. It's criminal, I tell you. She gives a wry snort. Phil certainly isn't paying me any child support, and Vegas ain't cheap. I've been taking on extra shifts at work, but between childcare, rent, and bills, I don't have much left over. I scowl. One day that man is going to realize he abandoned a queen for a too difficult person. He's going to be sorry, and when he comes crawling back, don't you dare let him into your life again, let alone your bed. Amanda arches a sculpted eyebrow. You're preaching to the choir. I've learned my lesson. Plus, I have more self-worth than that. I'm already working on divorce papers. If he shows his sorry self and even tries to ask about getting back together, I'm going to make him regret it deeply. I give her a high five. That's what I'm talking about, girl. She glances at her son playing with his friends and sighs. I will let him be part of Jordan's life if he's serious about it. I'll give him one more chance on that front. He was a terrible husband, and I'm actually better off without him now. But he was a decent father until he stopped visiting Jordan. Well, let's not worry about the future and what it may or may not bring. Let's focus on giving Jordan a great birthday. We're going to make this as fabulous as we can. Some of my friends from work chipped in, and we brought a few extra presents for the birthday boy. Amanda's lip trembles, and she pulls me into a tight hug again. I'll never forget this, River. Thank you so much. I chuckle. Maybe don't thank me quite yet. Wait until we see how the show goes over. She sniffles. I'm sure it's going to be wonderful. I agree. Let me go check on CJ, and we'll get things started. As I turn to make my way across the yard, I'm struck by the fact that, without warning, the dozen or so kids who are here for Jordan's party have transformed the enclosed backyard into a mine-riddled battlefield. Taking a deep, fortifying breath, I dart forward into the fray. Immediately, I find myself twisting out of the way of a child chasing another with a water pistol. I duck and veer right, missing the water spray, but having to make a wide berth around another screaming child throwing a tantrum on the ground. I pivot back on my path toward the stage and am nearly taken out by 3 more kids playing a kamikaze game of tag. By the time I make it to my destination, I'm panting and feel like I've only barely managed to escape unscathed. We have a small stage setup with fairly simple equipment, a basic portable sound system and speaker setup with a mic. We have all the recorded background music CJ needs for his routine queued up and ready to go. I make my way over to the small tent at the side of the stage, which we've turned into a mock dressing room for our performer.
Peeling back the tent flap, I call out, "It's almost showtime. How are you doing?" "Fantastic," CJ chortles in that high, cheerful voice of his. "Give me 1 more minute and I'll be ready." "Okay, man, I'm gonna go and try to wrangle the crowd for you. I'll give you a quick intro, and then you'll be on. Let's get this show on the road," he agrees. I quickly observe the crowd, spotting Zamir in the back corner, arms crossed and surveying the crowd with an eagle eye. Mentally, I wince. He isn't fooling anyone, even though he's dressed down in jeans and a tight-fitting t-shirt that shows he's built like a brick powerhouse. He can't help but look like some kind of security officer or bouncer. It's written all over him, from his bulging biceps to his keenly assessing gaze and steely countenance as he surveys the crowd. The man is smoking hot and could give the Rock a run for his money, but he stands out like a sore thumb at a children's birthday party. I catch his gaze and mime giving a smile, but that just makes him glare harder, so I give up. Looking to the other side of the yard, I find Roxy blending in like a natural. She's stunning as always in a cute floral sundress, sitting and laughing with some of the mothers. I send her a little wave, and she blows me an air kiss.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. I can't help but grin as watching the back door of the house and keeping an eye on our escape route if necessary. Mal's out front, waiting in our Alliance van in case we need to make a hasty getaway. I touch my hidden earpiece. Are things good on your front, Mal? I hear a crackling noise in my ear, and then Mal says, "A-OK out here. I'm just sorry to be missing the fun action on your end." The sarcasm in his voice is evident with that last part. I scoff. "No, you're not." "No, but I'm happy to be here to back you up." "This is a good plan, River." "Thanks," I say, and give Kai a nod before heading up on the stage. It's showtime. I tap the mic a couple of times until the sound reverberates throughout the yard. "Hello, everyone! Welcome to Jordan's 5th birthday. Who's ready for some entertainment?" Most of the children are running around with a level of energy I could only hope to have a fraction of, but they come to a halt as their mothers start loosely herding them towards the stage. They're all looking at me with curious gazes and a healthy bit of skepticism. Tough crowd. "What kind of entertainment?" one of them asks, struggling over the word. I flash my biggest, brightest grin. Time to sell the gosh out of this. Today, you're going to meet my friend CJ, the alien Elvis. 2 little girls with matching pigtails tied with big white bows look at each other before turning back to me to say in unison, "What's a alien Elvis?" It's Elvis, and that's a great question, little twinsies. He's a super cool performer who's going to sing and dance with you guys so you can have a good time today. A little boy with an astronaut floating in space on his t-shirt steps closer, intrigued. "Is he really an alien? I want to see a alien." I wink at him. "You'll have to decide for yourself." Can I get a big round of applause to welcome my good friend CJ, the one and only alien Elvis, to the stage? The kids proceed to scream while jumping up and down and clapping so much you'd think they were at a character meet and greet at Disney. CJ comes bounding out of the tent in full 4-foot Elvis regalia, complete with his bouffant Elvis wig with sideburns, a pair of giant mirror aviator glasses, and a rhinestone-encrusted white jumpsuit that nearly blinds me when the blazing Vegas sunlight reflects off the crystals. I shield my eyes. Please give it up for Alien Elvis.
With my job done, I beat a hasty retreat off the stage, and CJ takes over, going straight into a version of Hound Dog. The kids don't know the song, but CJ's chipmunk-like voice and exaggerated dance moves on the stage quickly get them into the swing of things. Soon, they're dancing around and trying to mimic his movements in ways that are both awkward and hilarious. When the song ends, CJ gives his very best impersonation of an Elvis. Thank you very much, before immediately segueing into a modified version of Baby Shark that he calls Alien Shark, which has an awesome set of hand puppet props to go along with it. The kids go wild, absolutely loving it. CJ is beaming from ear to ear. I marvel as I watch the show at how much time and effort CJ has put into this. It's clear he loves performing for the kids, and he's worked hard to think about what he could do to get them excited and engaged with his performance. Deep down, I know there have to be a lot more extraterrestrials here on Earth who are in the same boat as CJ. They have big dreams and talents they want to share with the world, but can't easily do so just because of how they look. At this moment, I'm even more convinced that the proposal I'm working on is absolutely essential. The Alliance needs to have more outlets and opportunities, especially for aliens like CJ who can't easily blend into human society. After about 30 minutes, CJ winds up his set. The timing is pretty perfect as the kids are starting to get tired. They're all looking a little sweaty and bedraggled, but happy nonetheless. CJ thanks everyone for their time and leaves the stage to enthusiastic cheers from the kids and grateful applause from their parents, who know their little ones are going to pass out cold later. I turn off the music, and Amanda steps forward, cupping her hands around her mouth before shouting the magic words, "It's time for cake!" The kids revive at the prospect of sugar and stampede toward the folding tables set up for them. Amanda and several of the other moms go about distributing the cake amongst the now semi-feral children who look ready to kill for slices of sugary goodness. I drag my weary self over to Kai and collapse in his arms. I'm so tired. He strokes my hair before tugging on a curl and giving me a fond smile. "You've been working hard, on a Saturday no less." I groan. "Remind me not to make this a habit." "I'll certainly try, but you have an inherent desire to want to help people, even if it ends up infringing on your own free time to do so." I pout. "I know, you're right." Then I smile up at him. "Things went well today, didn't they?" Kai nods, pride written all over his face. "They did indeed. Your plan worked out brilliantly. The kids loved him, and CJ had a great time. Look," he says, pointing to our alien Elvis, "he's glowing with happiness." I watch CJ mingling with some of the kids, talking with them and laughing, even signing autographs for a couple of them. One of the pig-tailed twins tugs on his cape and offers him a slice of cake, which CJ accepts with a warm smile and with what I suspect are tears in his eyes. Seeing this sweet moment makes my conviction grow. Today makes me want to help other aliens with Project Oral. Kai smiles at me, his expression tender. "I love that about you." He leans down to give me a kiss when suddenly the cell phone in his pocket begins to ring. He fishes it out of his pocket and frowning. It's my dad. He puts the phone to his ear. "Dad, what's going on?" He pauses for a moment, listening. His countenance turns serious. "Okay, hang tight. We're on our way. We should be there in about 30 minutes. Okay." He nods. "I'll keep you apprised if we hit any traffic that might delay us. All right, bye." This doesn't sound good. I search Kai's face. "What's going on?" We have an unscheduled ship arriving with a small group of refugees at our Valley of Fire base. They need to be processed and taken to a safe house. Our team is being called in to help facilitate. Unscheduled refugees? Is that bad? Kai's mouth twists into a frown. It isn't likely to mean anything good. They must have been desperate to come here without prior clearance. We'll get more information when we interview them at the base. I'll go and let Amanda know we need to head out. I'll tell her CJ has another engagement to get to. That's good. Make your excuses, and I'll gather up the rest of the team. Kai touches his earpiece. Mal, unexpected change of plans. We need to head to the Valley of Fire stat. Copy that. Mal's voice comes through loud enough for me to hear. Dad just called me. I'm on it. Get out here, and I'll have us on the road momentarily. It's the work of a few minutes to say our goodbyes. In short order, we've packed up our equipment, loaded it, as well as the team, into the Alliance van. Sorry we had to end things a little early, CJ. I apologize. We have a critical situation at the Valley of Fire base. Still in his full Elvis regalia, he waves a three-fingered hand. No problem. I had an amazing time. Thanks for arranging this. It was the dream of a lifetime, and I can't wait to perform again. We'll make it happen for sure. It's a promise I fully intend to keep. I'll have someone at the base drive you home, Kai tells him. We don't have time to drop you off first, I'm afraid. Not a problem, CJ assures him. When we arrive at the base, a staff member leads CJ off, and we're immediately directed to an immigration holding room to meet the refugees. When I get my first look at them, I stop in my tracks. Holy ice planet barbarians, Batman! I breathe in utter amazement.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Everyone except Roxy looks at me like I'm a weirdo. She knows exactly what I'm thinking and grins with mutual appreciation. These aliens are huge, well over 6 feet tall, and built like extras on the set of 300. There are also some very interesting shades of the rainbow. The one standing at the forefront is bright blue. Another is pink. One is a lavender color, similar to Roxy's own natural skin tone. 2 more are a reddish hue. Zamir gasps and suddenly pushes past me, and I'm startled when he cries out, "Zion!" The blue-skinned alien hottie's eyes widen as he steps forward in amazement. "Zion?" There's a note of hope in his voice. To my amazement, the 2 men embrace, their expressions conveying deep wells of emotion. I turn to Kai. I take it they know each other? He smiles with obvious relief. Zion is Zamir's younger half-brother. He hasn't seen him since he came to Earth about 5 years ago. That seems odd. Why didn't they come here together? Kai watches his friend with concern. It's complicated, and not really my story to tell. I totally get that. At least this looks like a happy reunion between them, despite whatever circumstances brought Zion and his pals to Earth. Yeah, about that. Kai clears his throat and speaks to the room at large. Okay, everyone, please take a seat. I'm Captain Kai Gennaro, and I'm here to get your account of events that precipitated your unscheduled evacuation to Earth and request for political asylum. The multi-hued refugees take seats in plastic chairs set up in a circle that groan under their muscular weight. Zamir joins them, sitting close to his brother, his dark eyes focused on him, almost as if he expects Zion to disappear. The other refugees look to Zion, who appears to be the de facto leader of the small group, So he takes a deep breath and begins telling their story. On behalf of our group, let me first apologize for our sudden and unexpected arrival. His English is rather formal and tinged with a faint accent. He turns to his friends, pointing at the pink one. This is Osajar. He gestures to the lavender-skinned man beside him. And Jedrin. Finally, he gestures to the two red-skinned men. And these are twin brothers, Wojan and Tovak. We acknowledge them all, while Mal and Roxy begin inputting their information into their tablets. Zion continues. For years on our home planet, there has been a growing movement preaching xenophobic ideology and seeking to eradicate interspecies matings. Recently, hostility toward interspecies unions has become increasingly volatile, and resultant offspring have been targeted at the very level of citizenship. The government has now declared that we are not considered part of the Vroknu people and no longer have the rights of citizens on our homeworld. I gasp in outrage. Those jerks! Zion regards me with a startled look before smiling sadly. We suspected this might happen, Zamir murmurs, his expression thunderous, but we didn't anticipate the government taking such extreme action for many years yet. It is even worse, my brother. Zion's eyes are haunted. As of last month, they are now forcing non-Vroknu mates and any offspring to leave the planet or be forced into prison camps. The look in Zamir's eyes is so thunderous and terrifying that I can't help but shiver at the sight. No doubt Father is one of the loudest voices in favor of this, he grits out between clenched teeth. Zion grimaces but nods. I'm afraid so. He is now a primary ringleader for the planetary purity movement. I frown, confused. Wait, I don't understand. If you're the product of an interspecies mating, doesn't that mean your father had a relationship with someone who isn't a Vroknu? Hypocrite much? Zamir sighs. Although my mother was fully Vroknu and our father married her, he had an affair with an off-worlder several years after I was born, which resulted in Zion. We are a warrior species and pride ourselves on our traditions and our reputation in battle. Men and women alike are revered warriors. However, over time, birth rates declined and population numbers were affected by our people's desire for war. Interspecies matings became a simple solution to the problem. What the Vroknu government did not anticipate was that other species do not always share the same inherent desire to be warriors, and neither do their offspring. Zion's shoulders slump. Those like myself who are of a less aggressive temperament are considered genetic abominations among the Vroknu. I look him up and down consideringly. I've got to say, you certainly have the bodies of warriors. Zion blushes, I think. His blue cheeks turn a darker shade reminiscent of blueberry. Genetics have given each of us the Vroknu physique, and we have all been trained, as is mandatory, for battle. It is not as though we cannot fight. Rather, many of us simply do not wish to do so. There is a fundamental difference. The Vroknu also look down on queer pairings that can't yield progeny, Zamir adds, rubbing his brother's shoulder gently. Over time, this has grown worse with the declining birth rate. It's now regarded as a failing of Vroknu duty not to bear children and continue the species. I cross my arms. Dude, my old gender and sexuality studies professor would tear that nonsense argument apart. Very true. However, the stigma persists. Zion points to himself and his fellow refugees, who nod vigorously in agreement.
Imagine how the Vroknu feel about those of us who are gay and interspecies pacifists. Yikes, I'm assuming not well. Also, they're all gay. Wowza, I wonder if any of them need help with matchmaking. Zion shakes his head. We began hearing murmurings about a plan to use us as some kind of example to the people. Zamir stiffens and asks in a hard tone, "What kind of example?" His brother regards him with pain-filled eyes, fear still lingering in their depths. Public torture and execution. Even as he whispers the words, Zamir inhales sharply, nostrils flaring and eyes flashing with fury. Fangs I never knew he had descend from his mouth. Holy cow! How dare they? Zamir surges forward and wraps his brother tightly in his arms. "I could have lost you," he whispers, his words choked. "You should have tried to contact me, to let me know how bad it was getting. I would have gotten you out sooner." Zion pats his back in a reassuring gesture. "Calm yourself, my brother. There's nothing you could have done. There was no way for you to know that the situation had become so dire. Regardless, everything is okay now. We were able to make it safely off the planet and escape Father's machinations. Most of the other interspecies couples and their offspring have already departed the planet. Others are scheduled to leave soon. The exile, though forced and unhappy for most, is moving smoothly. I think that Father singled me and my friends out because he holds too much hatred and anger in his heart. It eats away at him like a sickness that I was even born and am evidence of his supposed weakness." Zion shakes his head sadly. "As you know, his rage has always only known how to express itself through violence. I'm shocked to witness a tear roll down Zamir's dark cheek, his usually stoic expression now full of anguish. This is my fault. I am the firstborn son who refused to follow his path and left you behind. Forgive me." Zion clasps his brother's hand gently. "You needed to leave when you did. You made the right decision. I never held any animosity toward you for it. If anything, you gave me hope. In fact, I envied you. Had you stayed, Father would have only tried to force you into a life you would have detested." His smile is brittle, but not without a hopeful tilt. "After you left, he ignored me for a very long time.
And that is before they even knew about my sexual preferences. It was only in the last year or two, when he got involved with the extremist planetary purity party, that he began to believe my death would be far better than the shame he felt my very existence brings to his name." In response to those damning words, Zamir makes a wounded noise that stabs me in the heart. I rush forward, tears streaming down my cheeks, and pull both enormous men into an awkward group hug. "Look, guys," I sniffle, "I don't know the whole story of what's going on here, but your dad sounds like a total jerk. If he can't love his sons for who they are, then he doesn't deserve to be called your dad. I can say wholeheartedly, you both have a new family here, with us on Team Awesome." Kai groans and covers his face with his hand. "Did you have to include that last bit?" "Of course I did," I grin through my tears. "I'm telling you, I'm working on Team T-shirts. Just you wait. I've got more than enough pride and pep for all of us." Mao snorts. "You've got something, all right." "Are you done blubbering all over us?" Zamir asks, his head bent at an awkward angle from my attempts to maneuver him into a group hug. I let go, and he looks a bit freaked out as he pulls himself and his brother out of my clutches. Deciding not to push my luck with Zamir, I latch onto Kai again, needing to feel anchored. Zion's story was just too upsetting. Roxy chuckles. River may be a little bit unconventional, but what he says is true. She looks at the 5 men watching us uncertainly. Welcome to Earth, big guys. On behalf of the Alliance, we're happy to have you here. First things first, we're going to need to process you and get your paperwork in order. Then we'll be able to transport you to a safe house where you'll begin your transition and acclimation to life on Earth. There's a lot of murmuring amongst the Vrokningwen as they regard one another with a cautious sort of joy, and I'm humbled by the look of supreme relief on all of their faces. It's clear the hasty departure from their homeworld hasn't been an easy one. Now that they're here on Earth and guaranteed a place of safety, they can finally rest. Meanwhile, I'm going to make sure Operation Rehoming Aliens Lovingly gets approved and does everything it can to help these sweet guys find a new and better life here on Earth. In fact, a kernel of an idea is already forming in my mind about how to help them. Zamir is going to love my plan for his brother and his friends. Kai. My dearest Captain, I had the most delicious dream about you last night. Future husband, I do not want to know. Tentacle demon, I'm preparing a special surprise for you. Future husband, really? Tentacle demon, that is the plan, darling. The tentacular tales of Captain Starblade. It takes several hours for us to process each of the 5 refugees, taking down their necessary information and generating the appropriate paperwork for their special visas to stay on Earth. Unfortunately, these Vroknu men can't easily blend into human society. Zamir can more easily assimilate because his natural skin color is one that is common on this planet as well. Full-blooded Vroknu tend to be gold, black, or silver in color. Interspecies matings frequently result in even more vibrantly hued skin tones in Vroknu offspring that stick out like a sore thumb here on Earth. So, to ensure their safety and help them acclimate to the new environment, they'll be staying in one of our Alliance-owned safe houses. It saddens me already to know that, although the threat of torture and death at the hands of their people won't be an issue anymore, the safety of these refugees will largely be dependent on keeping them concealed from the rest of humanity. It can be a very lonely existence. River has made me even more aware of this problem and the limited options such extraterrestrials have. I glance at my kind-hearted mate, who's sitting next to me in the passenger seat as I drive our new residents of Earth to their home. He has a look on his face that tells me he's thinking very seriously about something. More concerning yet, I have a feeling he's hatching yet another outrageous plan. You're looking awfully serious there. What exactly is going on in that head of yours? He turns to me and pushes the rectangular frames of his glasses up his nose, a familiar twinkle in his eyes. "Oh, you know," he replies cheekily, "just scheming about how I can initiate our new Vroknu friends into our soon-to-be project for our alien friends? How did I know it was going to be something like this? I really should know better by now." He bounces in his seat with obvious delight. "Because you're my boo and you love me? I pretend to think about this. Maybe. Who are you again?" He gives a mock cry of outrage. "How dare you, sir?" I smirk and then sober slightly. Be careful about promising them too much too soon. This is a hard time for them. They're going to need a while to adjust to their new environment and acclimate. They'll also have to process the trauma and grief over having to leave behind everything they once knew and held dear. It's not going to be easy. Fair point. All the more reason I think we need to have resources and support systems for these kinds of aliens, and I'm going to make it happen.
I merge onto the exit we need, bursting with pride. At one time, I never would have believed I'd find a life partner. Or, if I did, I assumed it would be someone like me. But River is my perfect foil in every way. He possesses abilities and gifts in areas I'm sorely lacking. What I love most is that he amazes me every day. He's not only adapted to working for the Alliance more quickly than most, but he's also become an invaluable asset. My feelings for him are so big that I don't even know how to express them half the time. I'm looking forward to reading your proposal, I tell him. I know Dad is too. You have brilliant ideas, River. I have faith that we'll be able to make some of your plans happen. Remember, not everything can be accomplished overnight, even if I don't like the thought of him being disappointed. Of course, but I won't let that deter me. I want to do what I can for these guys and so many others. I want to help them be able to live the best life possible here on Earth. Just because they look different shouldn't immediately relegate them to a shadow half-life, if I have anything to say about it. My feisty mate is brimming over with righteous conviction by the time we arrive at the safe house. It's a 2-story stucco tract housing model in a new subdivision that's still being built. We pull into the garage and jump out of the SUV, and River looks around skeptically. Are you sure this is safe? The Alliance owns this land, and we have our people working on the construction. This community is actually going to be used entirely to house new extraterrestrial immigrants and their families. For all intents and purposes to the human world, it will be a typical subdivision. In reality, we'll have a mix of households with aliens who easily pass, as well as those who need to keep their existence more of a secret. We're trying more of a blended community environment in our approach. River glances around with renewed interest. I love this idea. Come on, let's go and show the guys their new home. I close the garage door before we help the Vroknu out of the van. They are all starting to look understandably exhausted. Before I can do anything, River takes the lead and turns into their unofficial tour guide. Gather round. I'm River Sullivan, and I'm going to be your tour guide today as I introduce you to your brand spanking new home here in sunny Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, planet Earth. He waves a hand at the house with a flourish. Gentlemen, welcome to your final destination.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. A couple of the Vroknu men laugh, and River grins with pleasure before he turns and guides them to the door leading inside. I don't know what your home world is like, but Vegas is part of a desert ecosystem, meaning we get some crazy temperatures here. It veers more toward the hotter end of the spectrum from about June through October. On the plus side, because it's the desert, evenings can often be a bit cooler. So you want to be prepared for that and drink lots of water if you're not used to a super dry climate. It's easy to get dehydrated out here. I'm sure the Alliance is going to help you get situated with clothes and some of the necessities that you'll need. We will, I confirm. River beams at me and turns back to his audience, who are watching him with rapt attention as he leads them into the house. He guides everyone through the laundry room and into the large open space containing the kitchen and living area. So, this is a pretty standard style of house here in Las Vegas, he gestures with his hand. Stucco is usually the exterior material of most homes. It works well in the extreme temperatures, and one nice thing about living in a home like this is you're not going to have to do a lot in terms of landscaping upkeep. Only a fool would try to grow real grass out here. Instead, most of us tend to have stone beds in our yards. River wanders over and peers out of the sliding glass door off the kitchen into the backyard. Looks like you guys have some lovely cacti around the house, which don't require much maintenance but look nice. He gives me a thumbs up. Excellent choice on the Alliance's part. I work on holding back my grin. I'll be sure to tell the project manager you approve. I turn my gaze to the Vroknu, who are now inspecting the cacti with curiosity. The spikes on those plants are sharp but not poisonous. They nod but move back from the window, not bothering to venture out for a closer look. River moves everyone towards the large kitchen island and resumes his tour guide spiel. Since this is going to be an Alliance-owned neighborhood, you'll probably be able to have a lot more flexibility about going outside during the day, greeting your neighbors, and so on. Still, we're going to have to be careful. This is the age of crazy surveillance, and cell phones and security cameras are everywhere. Unfortunately, because of your gorgeous but not found on this planet skin tones, it's going to be very difficult to assimilate into human culture. Several of the refugees look at one another before Zion takes the lead. We are prepared for this. We knew the risks in coming here. It will be challenging for us, but better to be alive here than dead at the hands of murderous zealots on our home world. I'm sorry it had to come to this, River says soberly, but then he brightens almost immediately. Don't worry, though. I'm helping the Alliance find creative new ways to make life on Earth more feasible for folks like yourselves who might not ordinarily be able to blend into human society. This is Vegas, after all, and I already have the kernel of an idea as to how we might be able to allow you to move about as yourselves in human society. To some extent, at least. The men look at each other with eager interest, and my brows knit together. What are you talking about? What completely bonkers plan is he concocting this time? He winks at me, saucy as can be. All in good time, baby cakes, all in good time. You have to let my brain continue working out the details, and then I'll tell you all about it. He turns back to the men. Let's move along, folks. This tour isn't going to lead itself. With contagious enthusiasm, he goes over the basic features of the house, oohing and eyeing as he moves from room to room. Each of the men have their own private bedroom, and River lets them quickly claim rooms. We give them some time to settle in, and I soon receive a delivery from Alliance HQ. I bring in the bags containing a temporary change of clothing and some basic toiletries for each of our new residents. "Oh, good," River declares, rushing forward and grabbing everything from me in a frenzy of energy. I'm going to distribute this stuff among the guys and let them have much-needed showers. I know if I'd had to flee my home planet and travel to a strange new one, I'd want a freaking shower too. After that, I'll order some food for them. They've got to be starving after their journey. Poor guys. Before I can get a word in edgewise, he races up the stairs like the Tasmanian devil. He's gone for barely the blink of eye before he comes rushing back down, and I do a double take. What's the hurry? I was right. They're hungry, he exclaims. I've got to order them some food. Hopefully they can eat human food. Zamir can, so I assume they'll be fine too. River pulls out his phone and extends his hand to me. "Company credit card, please," he demands with an arched eyebrow. I chuckle and reach into my pocket, pulling out my wallet and handing the card over. He gives me an air kiss and then proceeds to order some food.
20 minutes later, the men return downstairs, freshly showered and semi-revived. River prepares drinks for all of them and lays out some pretzels and crackers he found in the kitchen pantry. The unit had already been stocked with some non-perishable foodstuffs for new inhabitants, but I make a note about ensuring we have a grocery shopper appointed for our new residents, since it won't be safe for them to go into the store themselves. The men demolish the snacks in a short amount of time, and River nods thoughtfully to himself. You guys must have high metabolisms to be able to maintain that kind of physique. The pink-hued one, I think his name was Ossajar, nods. The Vroknu side of our DNA is predisposed to burn calories at a higher rate than other species. We require a higher than average caloric intake each day to maintain our body's best function. The doorbell rings and River jumps up. Never fear, gentlemen, the delivery guy is here. I've ordered a more substantial meal for you. He rushes to the door and quickly signs for the food before hurrying back into the living room with several enormous pizza boxes. With a flourish, he lays them down on the living room table and opens the lid of the first box as he passes out paper plates to the men. All of the Vroknu lean forward and breathe in deeply to take in the sense of tomato sauce, spices, various meats, veggies, and melted cheese. They release a collective sigh of delight, and the Red Twins ask almost in unison, "What is this delicious-smelling substance?" River smirks and waves his hands towards the boxes like Vanna White or a host on QVC. New friends, it's my utmost pleasure to introduce you to the magic that we Earthlings call pizza. The aliens appear intrigued, sniffing the air appreciatively once again. It smells most delectable, Ossajar says, his voice surprisingly soft. I thought he was shy earlier, but perhaps he is simply one of those people who has a quiet voice. Jedrin swallows audibly, and his lavender skin seems to deepen slightly with pleasure. The aroma is heavenly. River quickly serves them each a slice, handing them over as his dishing out manna from heaven. Be careful, it's going to be a little bit hot. After they stare at the slices in confusion, River picks his slice up and shows them how to hold and eat the pizza. They tentatively test it out, immediately groaning in pleasure. Within minutes, they've managed to demolish the first box of pizza and are making their way through the second one. Wojan and Tovak, the twins, take a bite out of slices from the new box and immediately let out almost ecstatic moans. "What is this incredible flavor?" Tovak asks River, while Wojan sits there chewing with a glazed look of satisfaction on his face.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. River snickers, and after swallowing his latest bite, says matter-of-factly, "That, my rainbow friends, is the most exquisite food item in any galaxy. Bacon." The twins gaze almost lovingly down at their slices and murmur "bacon" in reverent tones before demolishing the rest of the meat lovers with extra bacon pie. Once everyone's appetites have been sated and all of the pizza is gone, River leans back on the couch, pressing into my side, and I wrap an arm around him. I lean over to sniff his hair, that tantalizing scent of his new cologne calling to me as I inhale deeply. It really does make him smell like my very own delightful snickerdoodle. River peers up at me with a knowing grin and whispers, "Just wait until later when I'm wearing nothing but this cologne. Then you can enjoy my closeness to your heart's content." The very idea sends a bolt of desire straight through me.
"Behave," I growl at him. He snickers and leans in for a quick peck on the lips before he turns back to the men who are watching us curiously. Zion's cheeks are slightly flushed when he asks, "You two are lovers?" River squeezes my thigh with a grin. "Yep, I finally won this one over. He was all, 'Oh, I can't possibly date a human ever again,' but I changed his mind." I roll my eyes. Only partly true. After all, it turns out you're not entirely human anyway. River elbows me in the side. Whatever. I don't know what any of that really means. In my mind, I'm still human. River's been avoiding this topic a lot lately. He can't ignore the truth of his existence forever, though. Chewie has been working on getting information from his intergalactic contacts so we can determine what, if any, threat River is under. The possibility of an assassin is too great for us to pretend it doesn't exist. But in the last few weeks, things have remained quiet, and none of Chewie's contacts or the alliances have had any news either way. The news we got from Devon the other day has cast a pall over our hopeful fantasy that River's true identity would never get back to his mother's people. Zion tilts his head curiously. "You are part extraterrestrial?" River shrugs uncomfortably. "That's what the Alliance tells me. Evidently, my mother wasn't from this planet, but I never knew until recently. Unfortunately, she and my father died when I was young. My human uncle was the one who took care of me until I became an adult." Zion frowns, his expression sorrowful. "I am sorry if I have pained you in bringing up this topic. I lost my mother when I was young as well. Your loss is one I understand." River's face softens. "No, it's cool, man. It was Kai who brought it up anyway. Thanks for sharing that about your mom. I'm sorry for your loss, too." He sighs. "It's still hard to wrap my head around. I mean, I feel human. Nothing has really changed in terms of my material existence now that I know." He shrugs. "The Alliance is still trying to figure out basic information about my mother's people. Apparently, they come from a planet pretty far away, so they don't visit Earth very often." He looks down at himself in obvious disappointment. "Sadly, I haven't had any cool new superpowers manifest, which is a bummer. For all intents and purposes, I seem to be just like most humans. I guess the main difference so far is that I'm immune to the alien mind-whammy stuff the Alliance uses." The men startle at this news, glancing between us in shock before reassessing River with looks of heightened respect. "You withstood the mind alteration abilities of an Iroran?" River's smile in response to Jedrin's blurted question is entirely too smug. I growl, and he elbows me in the side. "Oh yeah," he jerks a thumb at me. "This guy even tried to go full-on tentacle injection and hypnosis double whammy with me when we first met, but it didn't take. Then we had another guy at work try to use his stinky pheromones on me, but that was a bust too. My brain is unhypnotizable." He taps his head. "It's like an impenetrable vault." I clear my throat, trying not to laugh as I add, "River is also immune to Groxel slime." The men give a collective gasp of surprise. "This is most impressive and quite rare. What is the name of your mother's people, if I might ask?" Osajar regards River with interest. "They're called Quintharians, but that's about all I know. Oh, and they sound like a bunch of jerks. Except my mom, at least." Zion strokes his blue chin thoughtfully. "I believe I have heard of this species before." River and I both sit at attention. "Really?" River asks, excitement emanating from every pore. "What do you know about them?"
Zion shakes his head in frustration. I cannot recall. I will have to consult my database and let you know. My personal library is stored entirely in the database I brought with me from home, but it is still on our ship back at your base. It and your other belongings will be released to you after the ship has been investigated and processed, I explain. I'm afraid it's a requirement of the Alliance that all refugee ships be examined by our security personnel to ensure no illegal substances or objects have arrived on Earth with your vessel. Zion half bows. Of course, we anticipated it would be so. It shouldn't take more than a day, I assure him. He nods agreeably. Of course, we'd be very grateful for any information you can share with us about River's mother's people. We know very little so far about his Quintharian heritage, and any new leads are greatly appreciated. Zion executes a more formal bow, hand over heart. I will let you know as soon as I am able to access my database again. Thanks, Zion. That'd be amazing. Enough about me. On to more pressing business. River gazes at each of the 5 men, giving them what I consider his most enchanting smile. They all relax and focus their undivided attention on him. Once again, welcome to Earth. We're super happy to have you here and want to help you make this place your new home. It won't always be easy. I'm sure this is going to be quite an adjustment for you guys. Don't worry, though. I'm currently working on creating new opportunities for alien immigrants here on Earth to find fulfilling and enjoyable community connections, as well as creative outlets. The men regard him with growing interest. What kind of outlets do you mean? The lavender one, Jedrin, asks. We already have some infrastructure in place for you, I chime in. There's an Alliance community center in this housing development that is mostly completed. You'll be able to use the gym and other facilities there for physical exercise and socialization. River pats my knee. That's an awesome start, but I think the Alliance can do so much more. I'm working on a plan that's going to change everything. I'll definitely let you guys know more when we get that up and running. Wojan and Tovok appear particularly excited by this possibility. They share a pointed look, and Tovok tells River, "We have always loved art, but it was not allowed for Vraknu warriors. We would love the opportunity to do something creative here on Earth." Awesome! My Uncle Benji is an artist. He knows about aliens, too. I'm sure he'd love to meet you guys. I get a prickle of unease when River's expression suddenly turns sly. Uh-oh, here it comes. I just knew there had to be more. I also have another idea, and it's one that could potentially help each of you not only earn a living here on Earth, but also have some interaction with human society. The men murmur to one another, and I cross my arms over my chest as I wait to hear exactly what new harebrained but probably ingenious scheme River has concocted now. Zion tilts his head. What is your idea? There's a wicked gleam in River's eyes that I recognize all too well. My desire grew. Well, he drawls, all of you are super gorgeous. You have rockin' bods, and you want to use those muscles for something peaceful and non-violent. Isn't that correct? Zion's lips twitch in amusement. Yes, that is correct. Good. Here's what I'm thinking.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. This is Vegas, right? This is the land of the weird, but also home of some of the wildest entertainment around. Given how sizable and rather impressive your, physiques are, I'm thinking you guys could become Vegas's next all-male performance show with a deliberate alien theme. He leans back in his seat with a look of supreme confidence and smug satisfaction. The Vroknu men, however, appear confused. I shake my head. I have a sneaking suspicion River is going to keep surprising me for the rest of my life. What do you mean? Osajar asks. What is a performance show? It's a performance show, where you take off strategic bits of clothing and dance for a very appreciative audience. River has successfully shocked the group speechless, but I don't think he notices as he continues selling his idea. Zion's already got the whole Ice Planet Barbarians look down pat, minus the horns, I guess. Even though I'm way gay, I know about that phenomenon because TikTok totally made me buy the book. Given how popular sci-fi romance is right now, I think we could market the gosh out of an alien barbarian theme. We'd lure in every romance-reading woman and man who comes into town. They're all going to want to experience the fantasy of impressive alien dudes dancing on stage. You guys could be an overnight sensation. The men look at one another with alarm. Zion has paled and resembles a big blue deer in the headlights. What do you mean, dancing in a revealing manner? River pulls out his phone and holds up a finger. Just a minute. In seconds, he's pulled up a YouTube video clip and goes to sit between the 5 men who crowd around him in front of the coffee table. Okay, he explains, I'm going to play you this clip from a way important film. All hail the majestic Matt Bomer. It's called Magic Mike. Magic Mike? Wojan asks wonderingly. Is he a sorcerer? What magical abilities does he possess? River's answering snort is loud. I'm not sure I'd say that, although I suppose it depends on who you talk to. No, it's a movie about a bunch of guys who become exotic dancers. Jedrin's eyes are wide with wonder. What makes them exotic? Are they from a mystical land? River giggles. No, nothing like that. Essentially, they perform dance routines to music for audiences and take their clothes off while doing it. He raises a hand to forestall any immediate questions. Now, don't worry. If you decide to follow their path, you won't have to take off the whole kit and caboodle. You'll just have to strip down to an appropriate G-string or jock. Your modesty will be preserved, I promise. That word, Tovak asks, muddling over it. This does not translate in our neurolinguistic adapter, he explains, tapping his head. Before anyone can ask more questions, River hits play on the clip, and the 5 enormous men watch the tiny screen in growing amazement. Zion pales even more, his blue face going nearly white. You want us to do something like this, Magical Mike and his friends? You don't have to, but it's the most straightforward and simple way I can think of for you to be able to assimilate into human culture to some degree. If we pitch it as an act, then you can go out in public and promote it looking the way you do. In this town, humans will assume you're in costume. It's a gimmick that'll work well to draw in audiences and make you money. River scratches his head, a bemused look on his face. Very. I never thought I'd become an entertainment manager to aliens in Vegas, but it seems like that's kind of the direction I'm going at the moment.
I've already helped one of my Metazoc friends become an alien Elvis impersonator. The men look at one another, seeming to share a silent conversation. I'm not sure what they think of River's wild plan. A few weeks ago, I'd have thought he was nuts. Now I find myself being pulled into his bizarre logic, which seems to work every time. You say this can be a lucrative profession on this planet, Osajar asks, clearly intrigued by the idea. Watching River grin with excitement produces a familiar, warm, fluttery feeling inside that has become a constant companion of late. Heck yeah, it can. I mean, we've got several review shows in town. Chippendales and the Thunder from Down Under are the biggies. Also, they tend to do more of the been there, done that when it comes to costumes. Don't get me wrong, firefighters and other men in uniform are totally hot, but we've seen it all before. You guys would be offering something new, a completely different fantasy, with costumes to play up your otherworldly extraterrestrial identities. Kind of like an exotic dancing, multi-hued blue man group. He claps his hands together, very nearly vibrating with excitement. And if you agree to it, we'd be working with my BFF, Evan, who runs a dance studio. He's an amazing dance instructor. I'd get him to develop some numbers for you guys and teach you the choreography. I know he'll be all over it when he gets one look at you guys. After that barrage of information, told in classic River mile-a-minute delivery mode, the Vroknu men appear very dazed and more than a little confused. "Your best friend is a human?" Zion asks, biting his lip. "Oh yeah, he totally is. But don't worry, he knows all about aliens. The Alliance has made a little bit of an exception for him. They've even hired him on a contract basis. We'll get the Alliance to pay him to teach you guys. This is basically preparing you for a profession on Earth, after all." He turns to me. "Isn't that something they do for refugees? Give them job training?" I cough to hide my laugh. Galactic gods, no one makes me laugh as much as this man. I don't think becoming a stripper, exotic dancer, is a vocation we've ever prepared refugees for. Nevertheless, I have every faith you'll be able to convince my father and the rest of the Alliance of the soundness of this unusual proposal. If anyone can do it, it's River. My mate tosses his head, curls bouncing. Oh, I have no doubt. Maddox will be putty in my hands. I know I can convince him because, drumroll please, I'll convince your mom first. He grins. We both know she's the one who really runs the show. I immediately facepalm. He's too insightful for his own good. You know my parents far too well already. He lets out an evil cackle of laughter. Don't ever cross me, Kai Ganoro, or you'll rue the day. I believe it. River is a force to be reckoned with, and he's all mine. I smile with satisfaction, and my tentacles do a happy, joyous rumba inside me. From the ANAL Archive of Intergalactic Communications, Email Communique. From the Dros Vuldai System. Sender, Mistress Vardox, intergalacticmail.com. Dear Master Sullivan, may I be so bold as to address you as an equal, Master Sullivan? My professional title is Mistress Vardox. I hope you don't take offense at my use of your character's name, but I derive considerable inspiration from him.
Believe me when I wear the moniker with honor and pride, while I ensure my clients can fulfill their deepest and most profound desires. Being a guide, and soon-to-be dungeon master at a local establishment on La Sunakala 6 is my calling, but it took reading your story a few years ago to help me.
If we are ever in the region of Los Sunakala 6, I'm sure even an asteroid storm couldn't keep Master Sullivan and his loving boyfriend from accepting your generous offer. Sincerely, Captain Kai Gennaro, Master Sullivan's boyfriend and bodyguard. River. After getting our hunky new Earth inhabitants settled in their home, Kai and I head back to my house. Tonight's our Saturday date night, and it's my turn to pick what we do for our date. I've been planning this for a while because I wanted it to be unforgettable. After all, I had to top the majesty that was my Christmas-themed date night not too long ago. Naturally, I came up with an amazing plan, if I do say so myself. Who would expect anything less? Are we really going to do this? Kai asks, his shoulders slumping in resignation. I brush off his grumpy attitude and grin at him, bouncing on my feet. Of course we are. Kai offers a hesitant and slightly desperate smile. Are you sure you don't want to go out somewhere? Maybe to a fancy restaurant? Anywhere you want. My treat. I laugh. What a kidder. No, silly. I want to spend my evening here with you, especially after the wild day we've had. Besides, these dates are all about getting to know one another better. When it's your turn, we get to do fun stuff you enjoy. Like when we went stargazing out in the desert, and when we went to that new bakery that opened up and was giving away cupcakes. When it's my turn, we do what I want. With a grimace, he stares at the unicorn onesie pajamas I'm holding out to him like I've got a live grenade in my hands. I bought this just for you, I assure him. It's absolutely essential I wear this as part of our date? The way he says that makes it sound like he's not entirely on board with this adventure. I obviously need to amp up my charm. Of course, I beam at him and hold up my own fuzzy pink teddy bear onesie. They're super cute and fun and cozy. What's not to love? He blinks at me and then down at the onesie once again. I know it's October, but it isn't exactly cold enough to warrant such constraining garments. I'm just worried we'll become overheated. I wave a hand dismissively. Don't worry, the material on these onesies isn't too heavy. We can crank up the AC if we have to. Still, he hedges, perhaps we should save them for a more momentous occasion, like a tsunami? I snort and smack his arm playfully. We'd be waiting forever. Vegas doesn't get tsunamis. Precisely my point, he mutters. My lovable grump. He should know better than to mess with me when it's my turn to plan date night. There's no way he's getting out of this. Putting my hands on my hips, I lay down the law. It's more about embracing the atmosphere of a pajama party, namely, being silly and having fun together. Letting your inner child loose once in a while is good for you. He shakes his head in disbelief. I'm 35 years old. I have no need for pajama parties, especially those involving unicorn onesies. I roll my eyes and poke him in the side, eliciting a ticklish grunt. Of course you do. Everyone needs to have some silly juvenile fun now and again. Besides, it will make me super happy, and I'll be very grateful later if you catch my drift. I waggle my eyebrows for emphasis. He smiles softly at me for a moment before glaring at the onesie again. But
must it include this ludicrous costume? I hold my hands together in a prayer pose and make my eyes as big as possible. It would make me so happy to see you in the pajamas I picked out specially just for you. The pained look he's giving me makes him look constipated. I should have known you'd choose something like this for our date night. I beam. Yup, this is only the tip of the iceberg. I have lots of fun ideas yet to come. Kai grumbles something I can't hear under his breath that sounds like, "Please help me." "What was that?" "Nothing," he mutters, and then heaves a capitulating sigh. All right, let's get this over with. I do a little twirl, barely able to contain my excitement. Okay, you get changed in the bathroom down here, and I'm going to go get changed in mine upstairs. When I come back down, we can do the grand reveal for one another. If we must. We must. I agree, and race up the stairs. I zoom into my bathroom and shimmy out of my clothes in record time, only leaving on my boxers before I wriggle myself into the soft and fluffy teddy bear onesie. I do up the zipper and pull the hood on, marveling at myself in the mirror. I grin at the adorable sight of the fuzzy pink teddy bear ears sticking out on top. I snap a picture in the mirror with my phone and send it to Evan, who I know will appreciate it, before turning and racing back down the stairs. Totally prepared for my dramatic entrance, I announce. "I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille." I'm met with utter silence. The door to the downstairs bathroom remains closed, but I see the light on underneath it, so I saunter forward, stubby teddy bear tail bobbing behind me, to knock on the wood enthusiastically. "Time to show me yours, and I'll show you mine," I say in my best seductive voice. More silence. "Are you alive in there? Did you fall asleep on the toilet or something? Do I need to call your brother?" I hear a strangely pained noise coming from the other side of the door. I'm immediately worried. "Are you okay? You didn't eat some of Benji's edibles in the fridge, did you?" After another beat of silence, I hear a very long, loud groan. "I'm fine. Are you sure I can't talk you out of this?" I shake my head and then realize he can't see me. "No way, Jose. This is going to be epic. Wait until you get a load of me. I'm the cutest little bear you ever did see." Trying to sweeten the pot, I offer in a sing-song voice, "I'll let you hold me and squeeze me like I'm your very own teddy bear." "That isn't as enticing of a proposition as you seem to think it is," he replies in a sardonic tone. I grin. My grumpy alien is too freaking adorable sometimes. "Oh, quit being a grumpy Gus, Kai. I want to see you in your onesie. Please," I add a little whine at the end for ultimate effect. He mutters something disgruntled again. "Come on, get your sweet tookus out here. I want to squeeze my big cuddly unicorn." There's one more moment of hesitation before he says, "You absolutely positively swear everyone is gone for the night? No one's going to see me in this ridiculous get-up but you?" "Of course. Benji's away at an art show in Reno and won't be back until tomorrow night. Chewie said he was going with him." Kai slowly opens the door. The furry white unicorn onesie with its pink belly, iridescent plushy horn, and magnificent rainbow-colored mane on the hood is even more amazing than I imagined. Despite his scowling face, Kai is utterly stinking adorable. I clasp my hands together in delight. "OMG, you look amazing!" I take the opportunity to whip out my phone and quickly snap a picture. I came prepared. Gotta have the evidence for posterity. "You did not just take a picture of me." Course I did. It might be the only time I get you to wear this outfit. I need to have commemorative proof of this magical occasion. He growls in frustration and comes at me. I squeal in delight as he chases me into the living room. He keeps trying to grab my phone, but I'm younger than him and thus a super ninja when it comes to my phone. I managed to upload a copy to my cloud storage before locking the device just as he tackles me onto the couch. Nice. He glares down at me, expression stormy. Erase that photo. Ooh, I love it when he gets all sexy fierce like this. I smile so wide my cheeks hurt. Not on your life. Kai lets out a long, animalistic growl of frustration. I'd be lying if I said it didn't stir a deep attraction within me. A lot. There's something thoroughly enjoyable about getting him all energized like this. My boo can be so passionate. His expression clears as he gets a good look at me and my adorable bear ears, his mouth twitching with reluctant amusement.
"You look utterly ridiculous," he manages to say, before rolling off me and breaking into unexpected gales of laughter. I stealthily snap another picture, marveling at this wondrous moment. Seeing Kai laugh with such abandon and joy is the highlight of my day. He rarely lets loose like this. With every fiber of my being, I know I want to make him this happy always. "Aren't these fun?" I say, petting the soft pink fabric on my chest. Sitting up and wiping away tears from the corner of his eyes, Kai pulls me into the depths of his amethyst gaze. His eyes fairly sparkle as he watches me. And there's something else there, something warm and special that lights me up from the inside. "I'd only do this for you. I hope you know that." He takes my hand and brushes a soft kiss over my knuckles. My breath catches as I get lost in his eyes, still overwhelmed by the realization that this man is mine, that he chose me despite all of his worries and reservations. And I have no intention of letting anyone or anything get between us. That includes jerky exes who want to have completely platonic coffee dates. Yeah, right. I take a shaky breath and clear my throat. Good. There are more costumes in our future, so be prepared. He sags, but gives me a warm, affectionate smile. Now that we are properly attired, we can begin our pajama party. I pull out the cushy blanket I've prepared for us to share together on the couch. I ordered some Chinese food, which should be here soon. I cast him a super sexy look and lick my lips. And I bought stuff to make hot fudge sundaes for dessert. As I expected, the prospect of hot fudge makes Kai's eyes go molten hot. "I'm good." I hold my finger up and add, "We're also going to watch a movie of my choosing."
"You look utterly ridiculous," he manages to say before rolling off me and breaking into unexpected gales of laughter. I stealthily snap another picture, marveling at this wondrous moment. Seeing Kai laugh with such abandon and joy is the highlight of my day. He rarely lets loose like this. With every fiber of my being, I know I want to make him this happy always. "Aren't these fun?" I say, petting the soft pink fabric on my chest. Sitting up and wiping away tears from the corner of his eyes, Kai pulls me into the depths of his amethyst gaze. His eyes fairly sparkle as he watches me. And there's something else there, something warm and special that lights me up from the inside. "I'd only do this for you. I hope you know that." He takes my hand and brushes a soft kiss over my knuckles. My breath catches as I get lost in his eyes, still overwhelmed by the realization that this man is mine, that he chose me despite all of his worries and reservations. And I have no intention of letting anyone or anything get between us. That includes jerky exes who want to have completely platonic coffee dates. Yeah, right. I take a shaky breath and clear my throat. Good. There are more costumes in our future, so be prepared. He sags, but gives me a warm, affectionate smile. Now that we are properly attired, we can begin our pajama party. I pull out the cushy blanket I've prepared for us to share together on the couch. I ordered some Chinese food, which should be here soon. I cast him a super sexy look and lick my lips. And I bought stuff to make hot fudge sundaes for dessert. As I expected, the prospect of hot fudge makes Kai's eyes go molten hot. I'm good. I hold my finger up and add, we're also going to watch a movie of my choosing. Kai flops back on the couch with a pained moan. Not another movie! To be fair, lately I have been trying to introduce him to a lot of the pop culture he appears to be sorely lacking. For a man who's lived on this planet for most of his life, he's remained remarkably sheltered when it comes to basic parts of human culture and society. He told me he'd been too focused on his education and then his career, so he'd had no time for such frivolous pursuits. In his youth, he was always far more likely to be found with his nose in a book, studying for school, or undergoing training to work for the Alliance. Kai also doesn't appear to have any real human friends as far as I can tell. His life and his social circle are entirely connected to the Alliance. While I understand why that might be the case, I also worry it's not the healthiest way for him to experience life on Earth. Kai did have a friendship with a human, Jonathan, that turned into something far more serious until it all went to mess because Jonathan turned out to be an anti-alien jerk. I give a mental sigh. No doubt the Jonathan fiasco, Kai's one seeming attempt to connect with humanity on a more deep and meaningful level, made him leery of getting involved with humans any more than necessary. Until me, that is. I smirk with satisfaction. I'm still pretty stinking proud of that fact, I will admit. However, my movie selections haven't gone over well with Kai so far. I've been trying to gently ease him into the magical world that is sci-fi cinema, but he's been mostly horrified or confused by the stories. Almost right away, I learned the parody films were a total no-go, in spite of my enduring love for Spaceballs and Galaxy Quest, to name but a few. Kai's general lack of knowledge about other films and franchises make him completely ill-equipped to understand the humor of parodies. But I'm determined. Tonight will be the night I convert him to the ways of the sci-fi geekdom. I get an alert on my phone indicating our delivery driver is pulling up. "Food's here," I say, and jump to my feet. "You stay there and get comfortable while I grab dinner." Kai gives me a subdued look. "At least there's chocolate later," he mutters, and I grin. The tired-looking driver doesn't even blink at my outfit when I answer the door. Vegas is full of weird. People are used to it, so a grown man answering the door in a pink bear onesie is not the weirdest thing this driver will see tonight. This is precisely why I know without a doubt that my plans with the Alliance are going to work. Once I tip the driver, I shut the door and carry our food into the living room, setting it on the coffee table.
The aroma of Chinese food revives Kai, and we each dig in, serving ourselves an array of noodles, crispy chicken, and egg rolls on our plates. I settle in next to my boo, pressed against his side under the blanket we're sharing, but giving him enough room to comfortably eat his food. We'll snuggle closer together after we've eaten. "Isn't this nice and cozy?" I say around a mouthful of lo mein. Kai arches an eyebrow at me. I bite my lip to keep from laughing. The plushy unicorn horn on his hood is listing strangely to the side and fittingly matches his grumpy expression. I love him so really much. "Can I at least take the hood off?" he asks with a sigh. I shake my head, teddy bear ears flapping. Nope, that would violate the rules of River's rad pajama party date night. "You're making that a thing, aren't you?" I pat him on the arm. "Course I am. There are going to be many, many pajama party date nights ahead in this relationship. Inside, I'm dancing with glee, thinking about all of the amazing onesie outfits I'm going to buy for us. Who knew that hefty alliance paycheck would come in so handy so soon?" I grab the remote and turn on the television, pull up my queue of saved films, and turn to Kai. All seriousness now. I'm going to show you one of my all-time favorite sci-fi films tonight. It's a classic, made well before I was ever even born, but its legacy lives on. Kai rolls his eyes and munches on a piece of crispy chicken. "Oh, do tell." His tone is drier than dust. "I thought you'd never ask. No one's bringing my cheer down on my date night. Tonight, we're watching the cinematic masterpiece known as Star Trek: Wrath of Khan. Proof that a sequel can be better than the first film in a series." Is this related to the Star Trek TV show with the bald man? You made me watch a few episodes of that with you before. I set down my food, hands needing to be free to...
He's asked me a lot of questions while we've been watching, but he seems particularly fascinated by Spock and his Vulcan heritage. When we get to an appropriate point, I pause the film. Time for hot fudge sundaes? Although Kai's clearly more invested in this film than any of the ones we've watched so far, the prospect of ice cream sundaes immediately draws him into the kitchen after me like the Pied Piper of his sweet-toothiest dreams. I smile to myself. Kai's actually pretty easy to please, and his love for dessert is proving to be very fun to indulge. In the kitchen, I pull out the chocolate and vanilla ice cream, as well as a can of whipped cream, a jar of maraschino cherries, and jars of fudge and caramel sauce. Kai stares at them wide-eyed, licking his lips like the chubby German kid in the original Willy Wonka movie. "Fudge and caramel?" he asks in stunned amazement. I pretend to frown in concern. "Do you think it's too much? Maybe I should put the caramel back?" "No!" he shouts, before calming his voice. "I would like both if you don't mind." "Oh, goody!" I say with cheer as I dump some of the fudge and caramel into dishes before nuking them in the microwave. While they're warming, I scoop ice cream into bowls for each of us. When the timer pings, I pull the sauces out, piping hot. "Do you want to make yours first?" I ask Kai. He looks at the dishes of fudge and caramel, audibly swallowing back drool. "I think you better get what you want first. I'm likely to eat all the rest." I chuckle softly. "Thanks, sweetie pie. I appreciate your honesty. Don't worry, I don't want too much. I'll save most of it for you. Plus, there's more in the fridge if you need to reheat extra later." He licks his lips. "Don't tell me that. I just may eat it all. My fudge is your fudge, boo. You can enjoy it any time." Before that train of thought gets me way off track, I quickly pour a drizzle of fudge and then caramel on my sundae, topping it off with whipped cream and a couple of maraschino cherries. Kai follows my example, but drowns his ice cream in a veritable lake of fudge and caramel before covering the whole thing with a mountain of whipped cream and half the jar of maraschino cherries. Now it's my turn to stare wide-eyed. "Are you sure you're going to be able to eat all of that?" He gives me a wicked grin. "I will annihilate it." I fan myself. Who knew a man could be so hot, talking about decimating dessert? Kai licks whipped cream off his finger. "I'll make sure you're pleased later." I shiver before flashing him a coy smile. Promises, promises. We take our sundaes back into the living room and resume the film. For a few minutes I just gape at Kai in amazement. I know Benji told me about his insatiable brownie experience, but it's quite a thing to behold Kai in his element, as he most definitely demolishes the enormous sundae he created for himself, giving little murmurs and moans of approval along the way as he slurps down every last mouthful. It's strangely captivating in a way I wasn't expecting, and all kinds of adorable because he's dressed like a colorful, fluffy unicorn. I'm totally into it. Once we've finished our dessert, he leans back with a sigh of satisfaction, rubbing his fuzzy tummy. That was wonderful. There's a dreamy, almost blissful note in his voice that gives me all the feels. I cuddle up against him and pull the blanket over us again. "I just hope your metabolism can handle that much sugar. Your mom might kill me if I turn you into a diabetic overnight." Kai runs a hand through my curls under the bear hood, gently massaging my scalp. I lean into his touch like a cat. Ictarian metabolism is different from humans. We process sugar and carbohydrates much more quickly and easily. It is not a danger to our systems unless consumed in gargantuan amounts. I peer up at him, my expression full of disbelief. That Sunday mountain wasn't a gargantuan amount? He favors me with an amused smile. Not even close. Well, that's good. I pat his arm. I just need to make sure I'm not doing any irreparable harm here by indulging your love of all things sugary and sweet. Not at all. I give him a mischievous leer. Just you wait until I take you to the county fair and stuff you full of cotton candy and funnel cake. His amethyst eyes go dark and smoky. Yes, that. We will do that. I grin. Let's finish this film before we get too distracted. He reluctantly agrees, and we resume the awesomeness that is Wrath of Khan. When we reach the climax of the narrative, Kai is clutching on to me tightly. The tension in his body is evident, while his eyes remain glued to the screen. I watch in startled surprise as a tear slides down his cheek during the unforgettable scene between Kirk and Spock as they say goodbye to one another separated by a pane of glass. "Unfair!" he cries. "Spock is too noble and self-sacrificing. How could they kill him?" I rub soothing circles on his furry unicorn back. "It's okay, Boo. It's just a movie." "There's strangely," he says, sniffling, "the love between Spock and Captain Kirk deserves to triumph." As the credits roll, Kai angrily scrubs at the tears streaming down his face. "I don't know why I'm so emotional. I'm not usually like this," he frowns. "But it's stupidly unfair. This isn't a love story. It's a tragedy." I jump up, pink teddy bear tail flapping, and race to my DVD collection. Immediately I pull out the one I'm looking for, before zooming back and dropping it in Kai's lap. He gasps. "Star Trek III? The Search for Spock?" He turns the case over and speed reads the back. "He's alive?" The note of hopefulness in his voice is a freakin' adorable.
I nod eagerly. Reborn, actually. It's a whole thing, but I don't want to give away anything more. We'll watch this one soon, I promise. Kai sets the DVD down, looking calmer. I'm glad to know Spock lives. He's my favorite. I lean an elbow on the back of the couch, resting my head on my palm as I regard him. I had a feeling he'd be a character you could relate to. Kai tilts his head. You think I resemble him in some way? Maybe, just a bit. Kai nods, looking pleased. The Vulcans are an admirable species. I tuck my feet under me. How so? He considers this. Spock is ruled by logic and reasoning. I find this quite appealing. I also try to make most decisions with the more rational part of my mind. That makes you a good captain. His chest puffs out in pleasure at the compliment. I'm curious, though. What do you think about Spock's decision to sacrifice himself to save everyone? As he said, it was the most logical decision, tragic though it was. Maybe. At the same time, he clearly has deep feelings for Captain Kirk. Maybe it wasn't just logic guiding his decision? Kai considers this. Perhaps some of his decision was based on a desire to protect the one he loves? I lean forward, excitement rising. Remember, Spock isn't fully Vulcan. His mother was human, so he's actually half Vulcan and half human. These two sides of his personality sometimes come into conflict. He was raised as a Vulcan and often embodies some of their highest ideals. Yet he also has a more emotionally deep side to his personality that he gets from his humanity. Kai nods, unicorn horn bobbing enthusiastically. It makes for a very compelling character. I do think Spock could have done better than Kirk, though. He shrugs. Sometimes the hearts want what the hearts want. There is no way for logic to overcome it. I tease. That wasn't an innuendo about your feelings for me. He stares at me horrified. No, at least I certainly didn't intend it that way. It's true, the logical, rational part of my brain wanted to deny my feelings for you at first. In the end, I opted to listen to my hearts and what they were telling me. It was the right decision, and I'm thankful every day. I chuckle. Nice save, babe. I lean forward and give him a tender kiss. So, you liked the movie? This one was very good. The special effects are clearly outdated, but the story itself is compelling. The dynamic between Captain Kirk and Mr.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Spock kept my attention throughout. I'm glad. We'll have to watch the third film very soon. I clap my hands together in realization. Actually, we'll also need to see some of the more recent remakes. Kai raises his eyebrow in question. Remakes? A number of years ago, they made 2 films to reboot the franchise, with all new young actors in the roles of Kirk and Spock, as well as the rest of the crew of the Enterprise. I sigh dreamily. Zachary Quinto plays Spock and is hot like fire in that role. I shake my head. Unfortunately, they try to make him interested in Uhura. Don't get me wrong, Uhura is kick-ass and gorgeous, but Spock is totes gay for Kirk and vice versa. Don't mess with canon, Hollywood. Kai regards me with an amused smile. I'm open to seeing them, but first I'd like to continue watching the original films. I grin unrepentantly. I'm going to make you a Star Trek convert yet. The gleam in his eyes is far too sexy for Kai's own good. You just might, he rumbles. My heart raced with excitement. Talk about a moment of intense attraction. My burgeoning arousal was creating an all too discernible tent in my teddy bear onesie. That's really awkward. Kai's eyes narrow as he's clearly thinking about something. He turns to me. Khan reminded me of someone. Oh, I say casually, maybe too casually. Indeed, he reminds me a little bit of Lord Vardox. Oh, really? He's on to me. I sniff and pick at the pink fuzz on my teddy bear onesie. I have no idea what I mean. He scoffs. Admit it, Lord Vardox is partly inspired by Khan. I grin. Okay, maybe just a little bit. Tom Hiddleston as Loki was also an inspiration. Also, and this is not a diss, but Lord Vardox is much sexier than Ricardo Montalban. He has tentacles, after all. It's hard to top that. His eyes blaze with heat. I find this discovery strangely arousing. Hells yeah, I breathe, moving closer to Kai. He lets out a rumble of pleasure before settling his large, warm hands on my hips. I lean forward and ravish his mouth. But he moves his head at the entirely wrong moment, and the plushy unicorn horn on his head flips over and stabs me in the eye. I reel back. Gah! Son of a motherless goat! Right in my freaking eyeball! Kai pulls his hood back and tries to hold back his laughter. Sorry, babe. I just want to remind you, you're the one who wanted me to wear the hood in the first place. I scowl and glare at him with my one good eye, the other squinted shut and watering profusely. I'm not going to let a plushy horn to the eyeball mess with my plans for intimacy tonight. With renewed determination, I dive in to kiss him deeply. We shared a passionate kiss, his soft moan of arousal a triumph. That'll teach him to unwittingly stab me in the eye while we're making out. He pulls back with a gasp, a dazed expression on his face as he leans in to sniff my neck again. Your smell is intoxicating, I gasp. It's all for you, lover boy. He licks the tender skin on the side of my neck, sending shivers down my body and all the way to my core. I pressed my hips forward, feeling his own responding desire make contact with mine. Houston, we have liftoff. Oh, really? He whispers in pained pleasure. Hells to the yeah, I agree, and dive in for another kiss. His hands squeezed my hips, kneading my body, and I shook with an intensity that gave me goosebumps. We pressed close together, moving intimately. You feel so really good, I gasp. He moans. Galactic gods, so do you. I whine with need. What in the furry adult convention is this? Chewie shouts in horror, suddenly appearing out of nowhere like an unwelcome ninja. Kai and I both startle so violently that we spring apart. Unfortunately, I spring too far. Falling out of Kai's lap, I let out a brief shriek before landing on the floor with a thud, grunting in pain. What in the world are you doing here? I demand, rubbing my sore side and staring at Chewie in disbelief. He shrugs. I decided to stay home. Being stuck in Benji's hotel room all day didn't appeal to me. Why didn't you tell me? I had no idea you were even here. Chewie arches a hairy eyebrow. I didn't realize I had to. Besides, I was out. I just got back. Well, I trail off flustered. I'm rarely tongue-tied, but things have been soups awkward between me and Chewie ever since he revealed he was, in fact, an alien, not a dog like I'd always believed, and that he is also my stealth royal bodyguard. Chewie holds up his little paw-like hands.
Look, I had no idea you'd made intimate plans together thinking I'd be gone. I'll be sure to let you know my whereabouts from now on. Believe me, I did not need to walk in and see you two getting intimate. He shakes his head. You think you know a person. Kai remains frozen on the couch like Han Solo trapped in carbonite. I realize an explanation is going to be up to me. I huff in frustration. We're not furries, Chewie. It's pajama party date night. Chewie looks me up and down, the skepticism fairly dripping off him. Right. Putting my hands on my pink teddy bear hips, I scowl at him. We're not furries. I know this suspicious, but it's not what it looks like, I swear. We're having a pajama party, and we needed to have appropriately fun attire. Chewie looks between me and Kai, who's still frozen on the couch, and doing an impression of a recent victim of a drive-by Groxel sliming. My poor boo. So, you two were getting intimate in your furry costumes by accident? No, we were talking about the love between Kirk and Spock, and the mood sort of struck. To be honest, I kind of forgot what we were wearing. Chewie shrugs. Whatever, you need to tell yourself to sleep at night, kiddo. Your intimate furry secrets are safe with me. I'll be honest, I think it's really very weird, but as long as it's consensual, it's all good. Next time, just be sure to keep that stuff to the privacy of your bedroom. He strolls off to his room, while I stand there staring after him open-mouthed. Why, that furry little jerk! My life is officially over. Kai unfreezes to slump to the side and curl up in a fetal position on the couch. Oh, quit being so dramatic. That's my job. Besides, I'll convince Chewie we aren't furries, although I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, since we haven't been talking much lately. He's been gone a lot, not telling me or Benji where he's going, just that he's doing reconnaissance on any potential threats against me. He apparently has a network of pals throughout the galaxy, and he's been using those connections to get data. While I appreciate he's so dedicated to keeping me safe, I don't know how to get us past the weirdness that now exists between us. Why me? Kai moans. Well, I offer tentatively, it could have been worse. If he'd shown up 10 minutes later, we probably would have been intimate. That would have been better. At least I wouldn't have been wearing this ridiculous costume. I reach down and grab his hand, heaving him to his feet. Come on, my unicorn partner. Let's go to my room, and I'll help you out of your onesie. Then we can burn it, he exclaims, a feverish gleam in his eyes. Sure, maybe later. Never. I drag my droopy-horned unicorn back to my bedroom and proceed to share intimacy with him, making him forget all about Chewie, at least for a while. Secondly, he will neither be wearing the lacy underwear you sent, nor will he be sending you a picture. Back off. He's mine. Sincerely, Captain Kai, Gennaro, River Sullivan's boyfriend and bodyguard. River.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. Evans already ensured the heavy blinds are down, and since it's past his usual business hours, no one else is around. While the Vroknu men look around with interest, I spot my BFF coming out of his office and heading in our direction. You always know how to make an entrance, he tells me, before eyeing my companions up and down with a calculating gleam in his brown eyes. Well, hello, alien hotties, muy ardientes. He wiggles his fingers at them in greeting. I'm Evan Hernandez, River's amazing best friend.
He's wearing one of his dance instructor uniforms, which consists of some kind of nude tights and a skin-tight black leotard with rainbow lines of sequins in a diagonal pattern over top. It makes his svelte, tight body look sexy, really. My bestie has style and class. Evan, these are our new refugees. Their home planet has become a crazy, homophobic, and racist nightmare. They had to flee to stay alive. Evan gives them a sympathetic look. You poor sweethearts, I hope things will be better for you here on Earth. I clasp my hands together in some semblance of a prayer. That's where you come in, bestie of mine. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Is the Alliance finally going to put me to work? Your phone call about meeting here was strangely cryptic, even for you. I grin. Yes, and it's all thanks to my genius plan. Kai humphs. I'm not sure genius is the word I'd use. I poke him in the ribs, and he shies away with a chuckle. I know all his tickle spots now. Mwahaha. I turn back to Evan and sigh happily. My boo's secretly jealous of these guys. Evan smirks. Girl, I don't blame him. They're huge and way hot. I leer back. Right? You, my friend, are going to help me turn them into the hottest new all-male revue in town. Evan's eyes get comically large. Shut the front door. I bounce on my toes. Magic Mike won't have anything on us. Zion clears his throat and steps forward, towering over both me and Evan. We tilt our heads back and look up at the enormous blue man. Ay, Dios mío, Evan breathes. You're one of those ice planet barbarians, aren't you, Guabo? Evan eyes him up and down, not even trying to hide his interest. Whoa. Evan only busts out the Spanish endearments when he's feeling super frisky or excited. Poor Zion may have a tiny dancer interested in him very soon. I grab Evan's hand with excitement. OMG, I thought the exact same thing when I first saw him. Imagine how we could market this. Zion frowns, his brow furrowing. Who are these ice planet barbarians you speak of? I am not familiar with this species or their world. Evan and I share a look and can't stop ourselves from giggling. Poor Zion frowns again. I do not understand. What is so funny about this? I reach out and pat him on his very muscular arm, making sure I refrain from squeezing it, even though I'm mightily tempted. I'm taken after all, but I can still appreciate a good-looking man. Or alien. Don't worry, it's a bit of an inside joke. We're not making fun of you, I swear. It just so happens you look remarkably like a fictional character in a popular series of romance novels about blue aliens on an ice planet. Zion's eyes widen, and I swear it looks like he's almost blushing, but it's a little hard to tell with the blue hue of his skin in this lighting. I have not read many romance stories, except for Captain Starblade, he offers shyly. I didn't know you read my story. I clasp my hands over my heart. You are too freaking precious. Also, I'll totally share my romance novel collection with you if you'd like. Be forewarned, it's mostly gay romance, lots of intimate stories. He averts his gaze slightly, looking downright bashful. I would like that very much. Evan cocks his hip and puts his hand on it, eyeing Zion like he's the choicest piece of filet mignon on the menu. Well, sexy, he purrs, I'll happily loan you my copy of the first book in the Ice Planet Barbarians series. You can read it, and then we can explore how similar you and your form are. I reach out and gently smack him on the head. Ow! He scowls at me. Drama queen much? I barely touched you. I give him a warning look. No seducing the refugee aliens right now. They've had a hard time and need to recuperate. Besides, you have a job to do. He puts his hands on his tiny hips. Difficult person, please. The minute you met Kai, you were on a campaign to get close to him, so don't even give me none of that bullgosh. Well, gosh, he's got me on that one. I can't dispute his point. I huff. Fine. Just keep the flirting to a minimum and the seducing until after class sessions. Evan considers this for a second and then nods. We clasp hands and use our special handshake from childhood. After all, a BFF's word is his bond, especially when sealed with the super-duper secret handshake. Evan steps back and carefully surveys the men he has to work with. I've never choreographed a strip show before, but I'm pumped for it, especially if these are the fine-bodied men I get to work with in the process. He winks at Zion, who looks like he's blushing again. Maybe Evan's interest isn't exactly one-sided. I know you can come up with something fabulous, I assure him. Just keep in mind, we want to make use of their unusual appearance as a central part of the show. They're going to be billed as alien strippers. Obviously, the customers will suggest they are wearing makeup, and we'll need costumes to fit with a sci-fi alien romance theme. Evan strokes his chin thoughtfully. There's a lot of potential in that. Those books are so freaking hot right now. Women, and plenty of men, are into the fantasy of an extraterrestrial lover. We could sell tickets to this show to just about every straight woman and gay man in Vegas. I give myself a mental pat on the back. Sometimes I'm seriously brilliant. That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, I can't believe nobody's thought of it already. But their loss is our gain. Evan's eyes shine brightly. This could be absolutely epic, River. It could be a major moneymaker. It could, but right now, we're just looking at this as a way for our new refugee friends to make some money for themselves, feel empowered, and get to mingle a little bit with human society without seriously endangering themselves. This plan's really genius. I mean, he pauses and looks at the Vroknu men. No offense to you guys, but just walking down the street as your ordinary selves isn't going to be possible. Not on this planet. He pauses, considering. Maybe at a special type of convention, though. I interrupt him, my words tripping over each other in their excitement. Ooh, I hadn't thought of that. There could be some very cool options to consider. Evan lifts his hand and makes a cutting motion. No, sorry, I got us derailed. Stay focused on the topic at hand for now, okay? Sure, I agree, my mind half wandering off onto this new idea. Cosplay fantasies, engage. He looks at my face and sighs before turning back to the men. Do you understand what River's proposing here? Are you going to be able to take your clothes off in front of lots of zealous and sometimes drunk people? Zion steps forward, and I notice Evan can't take his eyes off him, seemingly trying to soak up every detail. We have watched The Magical Mike, as you call it, and we have discussed this amongst ourselves. River's plan is something we would like to try. The smile on Evan's face is bemused. Do you always speak so formally? Osaja pipes up. Our neural translator takes time to adapt to colloquialisms and slang. Jedrin nods. Over time, we will be able to speak more naturally, but we will need to practice our linguistic skills among Earthlings for several months at least. We are not accustomed to taking our clothes off for audiences of this kind, but on our homeworld, battle occurs while naked, Tovak explains. Evan and I stare at him in wide-eyed amazement. Holy sainted Mama Chair, I whisper. Queen Bee, have mercy. Evan agrees, fanning himself.
I swallow my drool.
Do you oil yourselves up like Greek warriors used to? Please say yes. Zion and his companions look at one another in confusion. No, we do not cover ourselves in oil, Zion says with a frown. Depending on the battle, we may use special paints to mark our skin or dirt to try to conceal ourselves. Okay, so more like the Picts? Evan asks me. It sounds like it, but we don't want to impose an Earth-based framework of understanding on a foreign people from another planet. I share an apologetic look with Zion. I took Intro to Anthropology in college, and I learned important stuff about honoring different cultures. We have to dismantle our colonialist and white Eurocentrist epistemological frameworks. At least that's what Professor Brugger always said. Zion's mouth twitches. Thank you for your concern. You are very kind, River. The Vrokmu people are a warrior species. Although each of us can only claim partial Vroknu identity, and though we have been trained in their ways, we do not wish to fight. We desire a more peaceful life. I sniffle, fighting back unexpected tears. It's so wrong how you've all been treated. I recently found out I'm only half human, but everyone who cares about me treats me the same as they always have. They still love me, even though I'm part Quintharian. Having all the feels, I rush forward and pull each of the enormous men into a group hug. They're a little awkward at first, but appear to be appreciative of my affection. I step back at last, wiping my wet eyes. Sorry, I was overcome by all the feels. I just want you guys to know I'm here for you, and I hope we can all be friends. Your planet may have kicked you out, but we welcome you here with open arms. They grin at me. Evan lets out a long, dramatic sigh. Armano, quit stealing the spotlight. We need to get back to business. I stick my tongue out at him. He gestures at me with a wink before shifting his attention back to the others. So, you guys are comfortable being naked around each other and in front of other people? They turn to one another and shrug. Essentially, Voisin agrees. Evan claps his hands together briskly. Excellent. However, dancing and trying to entice an audience while half naked requires a much different approach than preparing to go into a bloody battle. Zion bows his head in acknowledgement. You are most correct, Evan Hernandez. He stumbles slightly on the last name before crossing a fisted hand over his chest and bowing at the waist. We look to you for guidance as our leader in training for this new mission. Evan seems intensely attracted to Zion. The man is clearly sparking a strong reaction in my BFF, and I don't think Zion even realizes it. Well, Guapo, I might be a harder taskmaster than your military commanders. I do have high expectations and standards when it comes to my students. However, this is also about having fun. We're not going into battle, at least not the kind that you're used to. We're setting out to entertain an audience and use dance to showcase the majesty of your bodily forms. I sniffle. That was downright poetic. Gracias. The Vroknu men look at one another with the first hint of uncertainty. Evan seems to pinpoint their worry. Do any of you have experience with dance? They glance at each other again, and Zion, their unofficial leader, speaks for them. Dancing is not something our people do very often on our homeworld, because artistic pursuits are not allowed for warriors. There are some specialized dances to celebrate the glory of battle, or to fuel the excitement and aggression of warriors immediately preceding battle. Evan strokes his cheek thoughtfully. Let me turn on some music, and you show me some of your moves. I want to see what I'm working with.
Zion assesses the space, biting his lip nervously. Here? Of course, Evan says. Why don't you take off your hoodies so I can see how your bodies move? It will be much better. He attempts a wide-eyed look of innocence that I know is way fake, but the Vroknu men totally buy it. I roll my eyes at Evan, and he gives me a mischievous wink before he goes over to a stereo console, turns on the speakers, and then sets his phone to sync with the equipment. He cues up one of his dance playlists, and a beat starts thumping throughout the room. Zion and his friends, now bare from the waist up, hesitate for a moment before getting into a V-shaped formation. Holy hotness, Batman! These guys are hella ripped. Their muscles probably have muscles. Evan and I gawk, trying not to drool, as they begin to perform a series of intricate movements that remind me of a cross between yoga, martial arts, and ballet. I'm not exactly sure how these moves would help someone in battle, but they look freaking awesome. When I'm paying attention, that is. I'm getting distracted by all the powerful pecs and abs. Finally, Evan halts the music and calls a stop to the impromptu performance. He's beaming, and I feel a strong desire to be alone with Kai. Gracias, amigos. That was excellent. I think we have plenty of potential to work with here. What you're going to be doing is a little bit different for a strip show, but I've got a better sense of how your bodies move and what you look like in action. I'm going to put together a couple of choreographed numbers for you to get started on. Meanwhile, River and I will talk about ideas for your costumes. How long will it take you to put together the preliminary choreography? I ask. Evan thinks about this for a minute. I should only need a couple of days to get a few numbers ready for us to start on. Is there anything we should be doing to prepare? Zion asks, his expression serious. Evan gives him a flirty smile. Oh, I do love an A student, he purrs, and again Zion flushes, turning the color of a ripe blueberry from his face down to his mid-chest. Yup, that's definitely a blush. This only adds fuel to the fire for Evan, who delights in his effect on the man. He moves closer and strokes a hand down Zion's impressive bicep, and the man shivers in pleasure. I just need you to keep exercising to maintain this glorious physique of yours before we meet again. He looks up into Zion's eyes, and they stare at one another in charged silence for a moment. Kai, who's been observing things quietly up until now, glances at me. What's going on right now? I elbow him in the rib and whisper, Evan's hitting on Zion. Let him do his thing. Evidently, I'm not quiet enough, because my words break the spell between the two, and they reluctantly step apart. Evan clears his throat, looking a little flushed himself, before turning his attention toward his new students. Keep practicing some of these dance moves of your people to stay limber, but also to get in the mindset for the training you're going to do when we meet. Watch Magic Mike and the sequels a few more times, too. Good call on River's part with that one. I'll be in communication in a few days when I've got some numbers for us to start working on. With faces full of cautious hope, each man takes the time to thank Evan before putting their hoodies back on. After surveilling the parking lot again, Kai finally leads them back out to the van when the coast is clear. I stay behind for a moment with my BFF. He lets out a low whistle. Those are some very fine space aliens. It seemed like there was one in particular who caught your fancy. He leans against the wall with casual grace and confidence. I ain't gonna deny it. Zion's very fine. Plus, that blush he has going on is very cute. I wonder how much I can make him blush. I know you have a thing for much bigger men. Evan flashes me a mischievous grin and lowers his voice conspiratorially. Somehow, I have a feeling Zion is a big, beautiful follower. My eyes widen. Really, I would not have expected that. Evan taps his forehead, all seriousness now. I have the second sight for these kind of things.
Ooh, just like Catalina de la Cruz on Las Lágrimas del Viento, the misunderstood bruja on our favorite telenovela is all kinds of powerful badass. Exactamente. I envy your mystical powers, amigo mio. He puts an arm around my shoulder and walks me to the door. Don't worry, River, you have other talents. No one can out-talk you, and your ideas are always epic and awesome. Besides, you managed to nab yourself a sexy alien all on your own. I think it's about time I get mine. I give him a fierce hug and a kiss on the cheek before I head toward the door. Before I leave, I call over my shoulder, "Make sure those dance routines are hella very sexy. I can't wait to see them." His laughter follows me out into the parking lot as he closes up the studio for the night. Kai is waiting for me, leaning against the driver's side door of the van, his arms crossed, as he watches me with a scowl. My grumpy boo is too very cute. "You're taking a bit of undue interest in the sexiness of these dance routines," he says, coming as close to a pout as I've ever seen on him. I step forward with a grin and take his face in my hands, pulling him down for a quick but sensual kiss that seems to appease his attitude. "Don't worry, Sugar Pie. I may look, but I won't touch." He scowls again. "I don't want you looking at all." He pauses. "Also, don't call me Sugar Pie." I throw my head back and laugh. "Oh, come on. With your sweet tooth, Sugar Pie is quite apropos." I lower my voice, fluttering my lashes at him. "As for our Studley Vrocknu friends, you have nothing to worry about. I may enjoy the attractiveness of other men, but only from afar." I take a hold of his hand and brush a kiss across his knuckles. "You're the only man I want to be with. To me, you're the sexiest of them all." My grin turns wicked. "Who knows? Maybe you might learn a thing or two from these dance numbers. You could give me my own private show one of these nights. I'm totally waiting on the sober version of the Tentacle Tango." Kai's eyes flare, darkening with passion. "Perhaps." He pulls me into his embrace. I groan in pleasure as he holds me close, our bodies pressing together, creating a powerful tension. "Or maybe you'll do a little dance for me?" Kai counters. I waggle my finger at him. "I'm only going to dance for you if you dance for me first. This is an equal partnership. There's no dancing unless it comes from both sides of the equation." He grins. "You're on." We get into the van and take the Vrocknu men home, all the while sitting with a powerful longing for intimacy when we can be alone together. Future husband: "Did you steal the shipment I was scheduled to pick up on Dargos Major?" Tentacle Demon: "Well, I had to do something that would get your attention. You've been ignoring my messages lately." Kai: "I'll admit I'm a bit uneasy when I arrive at the late-night coffee shop Fabian invited me to. It seems innocuous enough from the outside, but when I go in, it's clear that the dimly lit interior and cozy table arrangements makes it a destination for couples on dates. I try not to read too much into that, but it's more than a little awkward. I spot Fabian sitting at a table in the corner, and I make my way over to him, trying to remain calm. We smile at one another nervously, and he stands up to embrace me in a brief hug before we both sit down. "Can I get you anything? Your favorite, maybe. You remember?" He flushes and gives me a shy smile. "Of course, I'll be right back." As he heads up to the counter to order, I settle into my seat, taking out my phone to send a quick text to River letting him know I arrived.
Fabian returns with my double caramel latte with extra whip and caramel, setting it down in front of me. I take a sip and groan in bliss. Fabian chuckles. You still love sweet stuff, huh? I shrug. I probably always will. Definitely something I inherited from my dad. That's the truth. He's almost as bad as you. Mom loves it. She likes to indulge him. River's the same with me. For a moment we sit there in uncomfortable silence with one another. Eventually, Fabian braces himself and continues. Thanks for meeting me tonight. I know this is kind of awkward. No doubt due to me and my previous behavior. He sighs and takes a deep breath, his fingers fiddling nervously with his napkin. I know I didn't react well to our breakup. I've long wanted to apologize to you for how I acted and the things I said. That doesn't excuse them. I was hurt, and I lashed out in a completely inappropriate and unprofessional way. I hope you can forgive me one day. I want us to be friends again. I take another sip of my coffee. Fabian certainly seems very genuine, so I decide to be honest as well. I was hurt by your behavior, but I forgave you a long time ago. That said, I want to apologize to you as well. I forge on, looking him straight in the eye. I'm sorry I hurt you. I should have realized sooner that our understanding of the arrangement we had was not in sync and that you were developing deeper feelings. The fact that I didn't notice is on me. I want you to know that I never intended to hurt you. You were always a dear friend. I shouldn't have agreed to a sexual relationship in the first place when I knew I couldn't see you as a romantic partner. I just assumed you felt the same way, and that was foolish and unfair of me to presume I knew everything. In retrospect, I blame some of that on youth. Fabian sits back and lets out a shaky breath. I made a lot of erroneous assumptions too. He winces. I figured out how wrong I was as well. It was painful to realize, and I didn't handle it well then, but I have come to terms with it since. His eyes are sad when he regards me. I think the thing I regret most is losing your friendship. We'd been close for so many years, and to lose that, to not have you in my life anymore, has been one of my greatest regrets. I swallow back the lump in my throat. I've lamented how things happened. I appreciate you extending this olive branch and trying to rebuild our friendship. Fabian gives me a lopsided smile. I'm glad to hear that. We sip our coffees in more companionable silence for a time. Maybe this will be okay. Maybe Fabian is being genuine, and we can rebuild our friendship. Finally, I ask, apart from the recent incident, how have things been going with your bar? Fabian brightens. Good. With the increasing influx of intergalactic refugees each year, I have a growing clientele. There aren't a lot of places for those who can't pass as human to go. For many, their time at my bar is the only chance they have to socialize with others each week. I frown. Mal's interviews with them were worrying. Your bar is a wonderful safe haven, but the Alliance needs to do more to provide resources for these immigrants. We're actually working on a plan for this already. That's great. I should have known you'd be on top of the problem. I grin and shake my head. Actually, it was River who came up with the idea and is leading the charge. He's quite passionate about it. His plan is creative and will afford immigrants more opportunities to socialize and, in some cases, even work to provide for themselves here on Earth. Fabian's eyes widen in surprise. Wow, that's surprising. I frown. Why's that? He shrugs. He's just so young. I'm surprised he'd have that kind of pull in the Alliance, especially after only working there for a short time. River has definitely shaken some things up at the office, but in a good way. He may be young, but he's far smarter than people give him credit for. Underestimate him at your own peril, I add with a laugh. We sip our coffees in a silence that's grown uncomfortable again. Do you still enjoy working for the Alliance? Fabian finally asks. I consider that. For the most part, there are challenges, as is the case with any job, but I like knowing I make a difference and help keep people safe. I know it can be long hours, though. Is that hard on your relationship? Since we work together, it makes things a lot easier.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. River's actually doing a lot to help me stop being such a total workaholic. He forces me to take time off and have fun. I chuckle just thinking of some of our recent date nights. "That's great," Fabian says. "Tell me more about River. He's working for the Alliance? How the hell did that happen?" I relate the story of how River and I met and how my parents ended up hiring him, all the while wondering to myself why the hell I'm here with Fabian right now. Meeting with him tonight has been mostly pleasant. However, I find myself wishing I was actually with River instead. With him, I feel more alive than with anyone else. Fabian whistles. I'm impressed. River seems to have won over just about everyone he's met. For a moment, I think I hear a note of bitterness in his voice, but dismiss the thought because his smile seems genuine enough, if a little strained. Well, Aiden isn't a fan of his, but otherwise, River's managed to make friends with just about everyone he's met so far. He's been a valuable addition to my team. His perspective as someone raised as a human has given him certain insights and ideas we've never thought of for how we can approach issues. He's helped us a lot. I'm glad to hear it. I look forward to getting to know him better. I can't stop the smile that spreads over my face. I know we've only been together a few weeks, but he's very special to me. He must be if you gave him your amulet already. I shrug. Things between us happened fast, but it's going great. As my mom likes to say, when you know, you know. These days we spend as much time together as we can. I'm hoping in a few months he'll move in with me. So soon? Well, I'm actually planning to propose to him soon. We'll get married according to Earth customs, and we'll be mated via the Ayaran sanctioning ceremony. So, essentially, 2 weddings, huh? You must be serious. I chuckle. No kidding. River makes me happier than I've ever been. I want to be with him always. Fabian stays silent in response to that, and I cast about for something else to talk about. How about you? Are you seeing anyone? His expression becomes sad. No. Unfortunately, I haven't been lucky in love. Now I don't know what to say. Fabian schools his features again. How are things going with your case? Have you found any leads on Wilder or the man he was with at my bar? Still no word on Wilder, but we've got a lead on the other guy. Fabian straightens in obvious interest. Really, do tell. I shake my head. Sorry, I can't share that kind of confidential information about an ongoing investigation. Fabian sighs. Sorry, I remember the drill. We shift gears and talk quietly about news from our home planet. Eventually, the coffee shop prepares for closing, and we decide to head out. In the parking lot, he gives me a brief but firm hug that leaves me feeling uncomfortable for some reason. Thanks for meeting me. This was wonderful. I hope we can do it again. Sure, that would be great. Maybe next time I can bring River with me. I'd love for you two to get to know each other better. Fabian's smile falters for a millisecond. Sure, I'd like that. Let's all do dinner together one night soon. Great, I'll let you know. When I get home, I find River, Evan, and Chewy watching TV in the living room. The minute River sees me walk through the door, he breaks into a blindingly bright grin and races over to me. I lift my arms in time to catch him as he wraps himself around me like an anaconda and squeezes the breath right out of me. He takes my face in his hands and searches my eyes for a moment before laying claim to my mouth with a fiery, passionate kiss. When he pulls back, I give him a bemused look. What was that for?
He wraps his arms around my neck, his legs already firmly pinned around my hips. I missed you, Boo. You missed out on the latest episode of Las Lágrimas del Viento. Big secret baby developments tonight. Evan calls out, eyes still glued to the screen as he chows down on some popcorn. I ignore him. All I care about right now is River. I can't deny the perfect rightness I feel holding him in my arms again. The awkwardness with Fabian fades away, and I feel myself relaxing into his embrace, my tentacles gently swaying to some inaudible beat inside me. I missed you too. River chuckles, his cheeks flushing. I know it's silly. You weren't gone that long, but I'm used to having you around. I don't like it when we're not together. He winces. Am I being too needy? I turn my face into the sensitive part of his neck, smiling when River gasps in pleasure. Inhaling deeply, I smell those tantalizing notes of sugary vanilla and sandalwood from his new cologne. I press a kiss to his skin, making River shudder and moan. This man is pure temptation, and I love it. I don't like being apart from you either, I whisper. A rumble of pleasure sounds in his chest. Make sure you guys keep that freaky furry stuff to River's bedroom, Chewie says, strolling past us on his way to his own room. Night, Evan. I lean my forehead against River's with a groan. I sort of forgot Chewie was here. We're never going to live down that onesie fiasco, are we? Probably not. But, in better news, Chewie's been sending out intergalactic messages to some of his contacts for me, and they're scouring the dark web. I pull back and frown. Are we sure that's safe? We don't want anything else alerting a potential assassin to your presence. Chewie seems to know what he's doing. River shrugs. My cover's basically blown on the intergalactic front because of the leak combined with my story's popularity. At this point, we need information on whether that's spurring any action from undesirable folks back on Quintharia. I scowl. I still don't like the fact that Chewie's remaining tight-lipped about your mother's people. River sighs. It's not like I've been pushing him on that front. Part of me doesn't want to know. It's kind of scary finding out you aren't who you thought you were. Plus, I have this one vision of my mom in my head, and I don't want to lose that. It's all I have left of her. I'm trying to get past that, though, and I did broach the topic with him tonight. He says he needs a little more time to check in with his contacts, then he promises to tell me what I want to know, within reason. I crack my knuckles. I say we give him another week, and if he doesn't deliver, I have ways of making him talk. River's eyes dance with mirth. Ooh, you're so sexy when you get all growly and protective. How about we continue this conversation in private, Sir Charming? Evan jumps up from the couch. And that's my cue to leave. He gives us both a probing look before settling his gaze on River with a smirk. I fully expect to hear all about this furry misunderstanding Chewie mentioned later. I groan in defeat. River giggles. I'll tell you later. Total misunderstanding involving some freaking adorable onesies and pajama party date night. Once a cackling Evan leaves, we're finally alone. River arches an eyebrow. Now where were we? I believe I mentioned some intimate fun times in my boudoir. Liking that idea, I adjust my grip on my mate and lift him in a fireman's carry over my shoulder, bringing him upstairs to his bedroom. River squeals in delight. Fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be an exciting night. I pause on one of the steps. I have a feeling there's a reference I'm supposed to get from that. But upside down, River gasps. Betty Davis, gay icon extraordinaire. I think I've heard of her. Wasn't she an old classic Hollywood star? I reach the top of the stairs and set River down. Flushed, he puts his hands on his hips and shakes his head at me sadly. All About Eve is a classic from well before our time, but it's one every gay boy should know. Are you sure you're gay? I tilt my head and contemplate my answer. In human terms, I'd say I'm more pansexual by nature, although I tend to gravitate to masculine-presenting individuals. River smiles at me fondly. Fair enough.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. For educational purposes, Bette Davis is a consummate queer icon, one of the early formidable divas of cinema, and a trailblazer. I learned all about her in a film studies class in college with Professor Nash. We're totally going to have a Bette Davis marathon now, already mentally adding it to my list. So many movie marathons, so little time. I try to contain my grimace, but don't succeed very well. River pinches me. It'll be fun. Come on, you liked Wrath of Khan. You might be surprised by some older movies. Given some of your old man tendencies, they could be just your thing. I consider this as I follow him to his bedroom. I do like some older films I've seen. Casablanca and The Maltese Falcon, for instance. River's smile returns as he closes the door behind us. See, those are great ones. I think you might love this Bette Davis marathon after all. I lean down to kiss him and begin unbuttoning his jeans. I didn't think you watched anything besides sci-fi movies and television shows. He grins seductively, unbuttoning my shirt. I have unplumbed depths, darling. I shove his jeans down and rip my now unbuttoned shirt off. Two eager tentacles emerge from the pouch in my abdomen, and once again I'm reassured that River isn't disgusted by the sight. If anything, his expression becomes even more enthusiastic as he pulls his t-shirt over his head before shedding his boxers to stand before me. I shuck my pants as quickly as possible so I can join him. He does a little shimmy and snaps his fingers. As Missy Elliott would say, work it. Shower, I order him, my voice more husky and commanding than usual. River does a full-body shiver, his gorgeous eyes gleaming, and his desire evident. Ooh, you have something very dirty in mind, I growl. Yes, I really do. Get in there now. He squeals with glee, and I stalk him into the bathroom. We get the shower going and step under the hot spray. My shower isn't as swanky as yours, River laments. Ask him to move in with you, my brain demands. I want to, but it's too soon, isn't it? River hasn't given any indication he's ready to leave his uncle yet. I was planning to broach the subject nonetheless, but after talking to Fabian tonight, I'm feeling less certain about pushing River on this too soon. Gosh, let me clean you nice and thoroughly, I say, ignoring my brain, which is telling me I'm a really idiot. Ooh, I like where this is going. River purrs with pleasure, blissfully unaware of the jumble of emotions in my head. I ravish his mouth under the spray of the shower as I clean him all over, preparing him for intimacy. When I pull back, River grins up at me, his lips slightly swollen from my labors. Now that you've got me squeaky clean, whatever are you going to do to me, you naughty man? Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Tension broke. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless. Carefully, I lower River and take him into my arms. He's a little shaky on his feet, so my tentacles seek to reassure him, petting him and massaging his back. I look into his dazed eyes, feeling a twinge of worry. He hasn't said anything yet. River,
Are you okay? I wasn't too rough, was I? He seems to shake off his daze and slowly grins at me. You left me speechless. That's never happened to me before. I let out a startled but relieved laugh. You had me freaking out there for a moment. You think you were worried? I can't remember the last time I was unable to speak for a full minute. He shakes his head in awe. I pull him into a firm embrace, feeling so much rightness and belonging when he's in my arms that I'm full to bursting. It's like I have so many feelings for this man that my body cannot physically contain them all, and they threaten to break free in a wild deluge. I love you, I murmur against the shell of his ear, my heart's pounding like a Luxard ship engine preparing to go into hyperdrive. He shivers and turns to face me, his green eyes clear and vibrant. I love you too. He reaches out and strokes one of the tentacles, still petting him reassuringly. I shiver at the tender touch. I love everything about you, he adds, his expression serious. I swallow back the lump in my throat, overwhelmed with gratitude for the universe bringing River Sullivan into my life. What I cannot say in words, I tell him with my touch under the water's spray. We stay in the shower until the water runs cold. River. You know that moment in movies when the kick-ass hero and his or her companions are coming to the rescue and they stride onto the scene in slow motion, looking like synchronized total badasses? Well, that's how I imagine I look as I stroll into Alliance headquarters on Monday morning, feeling well-rested and content. Thank you, Kai, with Evan flanking me on my left and Uncle Benji on my right. The security guard eyes me skeptically, staring at my shirt with an open-mouthed expression when I hand him my badge. Morning, Doug, I say, brimming with energetic optimism. I am walking on freaking sunshine today. Ain't nothing gonna bring me down. Our security guard, Doug, startles as if from a daze. Morning, River. Who are these gentlemen you have with you today? I beam at him. These are my two guests for a super special presentation meeting I have with Admiral Gennaro and a few others. They should be on your list. I made sure to get prior approval. I mentally pat myself on the back for this. Always thinking a step ahead. Names? The guard asks, looking at his list with a yawn. Evan raises his hand. Evan Hernandez. I jerk my thumb at my uncle. This is Benjamin Sullivan, my uncle. The guard checks their IDs and makes a notation of something in his log before handing them each a visitor pass. Okay, gentlemen, send your bags through the scanner and place anything in your pockets in the plastic bowl before you pass through the metal detector. Then you can head on inside. I give Doug another wide grin. Thanks, man. You have a stellar day. Continuing my super badass slow-motion walk, I pass through the metal detector, only to have it go off. I jump and let out a high-pitched shriek. What the actual heck? I place a hand over my chest. Gosh, that scared the mess out of me. The security guard waves his wand over me, and it beeps. Do you have something metal in your pockets? The boredom in his voice tells me this happens way too often. Ooh, did you finally get that piercing I recommended? Asks, loud enough that people on the floor above us can probably hear. I will seriously end you, I hiss at him, feeling my face go bright red. The guard cocks an eyebrow at me. Are we going to have to do a pat-down? Nothing against Doug, but I seriously don't want him even thinking of coming at me with a latex-covered hand. No, I hastily reach into my pocket and gratefully pull out the keys I'd forgotten to put in the tray before going through the detector. I was concentrating on my walk after all. Easy mistake. Keys in the bowl, I once more resume my confident but somewhat more sedate badass walk as I go through the machine a second time. The guard watches me closely, but thankfully no alarm sounds on this try. I give myself a mental pep talk. You're still a total boss. You own this. You're unstoppable. You will rock this presentation. Why are you walking like you've got something stuck in your rear? Evan asks loudly behind me. I whirl around and gasp. Difficult person. There's nothing stuck up my rear. How dare you? He gives me a dirty leer. Did Kai give you a good intimate night last night or something? You're walking hella strange. That's the only reason I can think of. Yes, he most...
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. You didn't get a stomach upset from eating that sketchy burrito I left in the fridge for 2 weeks, did you? The last time I made that mistake, my rear felt like it was on fire for days. My sidekicks are not being super cool compadres at the moment. There's nothing wrong with me or my rear. I was merely trying to do my carefully practiced kick-ass slow-mo hero walk, which apparently you're both too uncool to comprehend. They stare at me for a minute with blank expressions. I throw my hands up in exasperation. Like that time in the movies when the hero and his stellar sidekick companions, you fools, arrive to save the day, and they have their super badass walk onto the scene. It's usually in slow motion, and they look way hardcore. Evan and Benji regard one another before turning back to me. Maybe keep that part in your mind, Evan suggests. Otherwise, it looks like you're walking as though you're experiencing something new for the first time. Benji nods sadly. It does look majorly awkward, man, but I'm not going to be the one to inhibit your creative expression. You keep on walking to the beat of your own drum. I'll support you all the way. You do you, Tigger. He gives me a righteous thumbs up. Why did I think bringing you two here would be a good idea? Evan grabs my arm and starts dragging me forward. Because, silly, we're your amazing sidekicks, going to help you nail this presentation. Right on, Benji agrees, strolling more sedately beside us. We're your partners in crime today. Without us, the plan doesn't really work. You can be replaced, I grumble at them both. I have a sinking feeling we're probably a whole lot more like the Three Amigos than the Avengers-style badasses I was imagining. Evan chuckles. You wish, difficult person. Don't get your panties all in a twist just because we helpfully pointed out that you were walking like a duck with an egg stuck up its rear. Why me? Once again, I'm regretting some of my life choices. Oh, come on, hermano, Evan cajoles. Don't be grumpy. Focus on the end game here. We've got to make this presentation work. Remember all of the poor, lonely extraterrestrials you're going to be helping with this plan. I brighten. You're right. I give them both a scathing look. I bet those extraterrestrials would think my walk was legit cooler than cool. Benji shrugs. Maybe. Who knows how extraterrestrials think about that kind of stuff? Maybe they don't even have a rear opening. You don't know. More like they're used to seeing people walk like that after they probe them. Evan lifts up his hand for a high five, and Benji gives him one with a snort of amusement. Really, hell, I groan. Don't start with the probe jokes right now. I'm trying to hang on to a shred of professional dignity here. You totally should have expected at least one probe joke, Evan says. I mean, we are in anal headquarters after all. Okay, he has a point there. After all, I've done the same thing, more than once. We make our way toward the conference room, and I wave at several staff members along the way. Hi, Betty, looking fly today. She stares at my t-shirt with wide eyes. She squeaks in a quiet voice that trails off. Such a shy one, that Betty. I hope her communication skills are better when it comes to her receptionist work. I wave at the intern with those adorable antennae. Heya, Bobby. His mouth drops open and he walks straight into someone's desk, nearly falling over. Weird. I rush over to help him right himself. Are you okay, buddy? He's staring at my chest. Yeah, that's an interesting shirt you're wearing. I beam at him with pride. Thanks, I designed it myself. Do you want one? I'm going to place orders soon. I'll send a sign-up sheet around the office. I give him a wink and we continue on our way. This is going to be amazing, Evan breathes excitedly. I know, I say enthusiastically. I can feel it. My plan is going to knock their socks off. Today's going to be a fabulous day, and things are going to go my way. I can feel it. Benji scans the office with interest. Think they've got any extraterrestrial weed around here? I'd be down to try some blunt from another planet. I give him a disapproving frown. If there is alien weed, I'm sure they don't keep it at the office. Keep in mind, Kai and I are in the middle of an illegal narcotics investigation, even though we've hit a bit of a roadblock on that lately. Still, I don't think it would go over too well if I was trying to source alien weed for my uncle in the midst of all of that. Gah, even I'm not that out to lunch. Benji ponders this for a moment, stroking his beard. I hear the track you're laying down, my man. I see how that could be a bit of a problem, even though weed is a lot different from other illicit substances. It even has beneficial medicinal properties. I pat him on the shoulder, aiming to halt what is likely to turn into a long treatise on the benefits of marijuana. I know, Benji, I know, but we're dealing with a pretty serious narcotic situation that could threaten the safety and well-being of extraterrestrials on this planet. So let's leave the hunt for alien weed for another time. He gives me a grin and a quick high five. Sure thing, Tigger. I wince and whisper, please don't call me that at the office. Okay, I got your back. Well, I'll try to remember anyway, he whispers back. I shake my head fondly. He probably won't, but it's the thought that counts. When we finally arrive at the conference room, I pause in the doorway for full dramatic effect. Raising my hands to the sky, I announce, "We have arrived!" Everyone in the room stops talking and turns to stare at us in complete silence. Kai gapes at me open-mouthed. Galactic gods, I thought you were joking about the t-shirts. Mal starts laughing like a loon. This is the best day ever! Roxy tosses her long blonde hair over her shoulder and gives me a slow clap. Nice one, River. I assume you're taking orders. Put me down for a medium in black. I smile widely and do a quick little twirl so they can see both sides. Emblazoned on the front in giant sequined lettering, in all caps, are the words, Team ANL. On the back, in metallic gold font, it reads, Kicking butt from here to Uranus. I beam at Roxy.
Of course, sweetie. I'm going to be sending an order sheet around the office. Then I turn and waggle my finger at Kai. I told you I was designing a team t-shirt. Ta-da! What do you think? I've been keeping this a surprise for a while now. Kai's expression seems to cycle through a range of emotions, from exasperation to amusement and finally to besotted acceptance. I think they are very you, darling. I want to race over and lay a passionate smooch on him, but I hold back. We are at work, after all. Sort of. Thanks, honey. Mal chuckles. I never thought I'd see the day, bro. River has tamed your grumpy self. I did the same for your father, Ellie chortles. She turns to me with a wink. Nice work, future son-in-law. Maddox gives Ellie a loving look filled with fond amusement. Ellie comes over to inspect our shirts up close. We're all wearing them after all. These are pretty fantastic, River. I preen. Finally, some genuine appreciation. Aren't they? Team ANL pride for the win. Her mouth twitches. That's certainly one way to describe it. I gesture at Evan and Benji to come forward. See, it comes in different colors, too. Evan's wearing green, and Benji's got navy blue, while my shirt is black. We have lots of options. Except red. Never red, I say seriously. We don't want to contract the bad juju associated with the Star Trek curse. She grins at me. No, we wouldn't want to do that, now would we? I shake my head vehemently. No. I'm glad to see you're on my wavelength about this. I had a feeling you would be. She gives me a pat on the back. Put me down for a purple in a medium. Aiden's sitting in the corner, his arms crossed over his chest, and a sour, disapproving look on his face.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. I pull out a bright pink shirt from my bag and toss it at him. Hey, Aiden, I brought a special one just for you. The t-shirt lands on the desk in front of him, and he stares at it like it's roadkill. You can't possibly be serious. Aiden's mouth curls into a mew of distaste. Really, with him is too much fun. Maddox clears his throat. These are very creative indeed. However, let's leave the topic of team t-shirts for later, shall we? We're here today for a much-anticipated presentation, are we not? I straighten and try to return to professional mode. Sure thing, Maddox. I'm ready to deliver for Team Anal. Oh dear, rein in your extra side, fool. Maddox's mouth twitches, and he clears his throat. That's good to hear. Why don't you and your guests get set up? I focus on my deep breathing techniques to calm myself down as I grab my laptop and hook it up to their system, marveling as always when the hollow screen projection flares to life in the middle of the room, seemingly out of nowhere. Evan gasps. What in the Star Trek coolness? Whoa! That's really rad, Benji agrees, staring at the screen as if mesmerized. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Mal has repositioned himself at the table, so he's sitting very close to where Benji's standing. He's staring at my uncle with a look so full of longing that I think Benji's the only one oblivious to it at this point. I heave a mental sigh. At some point, I'm going to have to spell out the truth to Benji. For now, I'll give Mal time to work his own mojo. Unfortunately, I suspect it's going to take hitting Benji in the head with a metaphoric anvil of love before he realizes Mal's seriously head over heels for him. Turning my attention back to my mission, I pull up my presentation and clear my throat. Thank you, everyone, for your time and attention this morning. I'm delighted to be able to give you my official presentation on what I'm calling Operation Rehoming Aliens Lovingly. I turn to Benji. If you'd be so kind as to pass out the written report copies I've prepared, I'd appreciate it. Benji eagerly hurries forward and takes the folios out of my messenger bag, handing them to people around a table with a smile before returning to the front of the room to stand beside me. As you know, there's a growing number of immigrant and refugee aliens on this planet who don't pass the humanoid appearance test. While that might not seem like a big issue for their ability to live on this planet, it certainly hampers the quality and enjoyability of their lives because of the isolation many of them are forced to endure. What I'm proposing is the creation of more resources to help these valuable members of our community. Maddox nods his head encouragingly, and I continue, feeling a boost of confidence. First, I'm proposing the creation of a mental health hotline for extraterrestrials. This would be a 24-hour hotline for all extraterrestrials on this planet, not just the non-humanoid ones. Uprooting one's life and moving to a whole other planet has got to be mentally taxing for even the most solid and secure of extraterrestrials. Ensuring everyone has a support network and resources to help with this transition seems crucial. I propose we put funding and energy into establishing and staffing this hotline right away. Everyone looks startled but impressed. "We should have thought of this years ago," Ellie says, shaking her head. "Great idea, River." I flush with pleasure. Thanks, Ellie. As a gay boy who didn't fit in growing up, I know I benefited from having helplines I could call when things were really hard. Thankfully, I didn't need to use them often, but they made a world of difference when I did. Hotlines can save lives. If it works for humans, surely it can work for extraterrestrials too. Maddox looks completely stunned. This is a huge oversight on our part. The Alliance has been underserving our community. You're absolutely right, River. We need a valuable resource like this. Kai's amethyst eyes regard me with obvious pride and a hint of fiery passion. I'm so anticipating our intimacy later. Ka-ching, I compose myself right now. Secondly, I propose we work on developing more venues and opportunities for visually non-conforming extraterrestrials to socialize with others and find creative outlets. After all, plenty of research shows socialization, as well as outlets for personal expression, are important parts of not only mental health, but also happiness. My two guests here today represent preliminary partners in this proposed venture. I point to my BFF. Evan Hernandez has graciously volunteered to teach dance classes to interested extraterrestrials. To begin with, we have the option of using his studio after hours when we can keep the blinds closed. Over time, if we find growing demand, I propose we look into purchasing or building a facility where he could offer such courses to larger groups at any time of day. Evan will need to be paid for his services, of course, but he's willing to work with us on negotiating that. We look at each other and smile before I turn back to everyone. In fact, Evan's already working on a contract job for us to help a recent group of Rocknu refugees create a strip show with dance routines he's choreographing. A what? Aiden shrieks, breaking the silence. Roxy reaches over to fist bump me. Hell yeah! Mal grins. You're lucky my brother got to you first, River. Otherwise, I might have tried to snap your cute ass up. Kai narrows his eyes at his brother. The look Zamir directs my way is both intimidating and scary. You have my brother doing what? Uh-oh, has Zion not talked to him about this? I gulp and hastily add, this is all thanks to Maddox, who's granted us approval. Oh, freaking heavens, I contacted him privately about the matter well before this meeting. We're preparing an alien-themed strip show review that will debut at a club off the strip on Halloween night. I've already booked the venue, and tickets just went on sale. I give Aiden a candid look. That's where you and your PR team come in, Aiden. I'm going to need you to cooperate and help us develop promotional advertising materials for this. Aiden stares at Maddox in shock. You approved this, Admiral? After careful consideration and consultation with River, Kai, my wife, and the Vraknu men, I decided this is a worthwhile opportunity to pursue. River's efforts with the Metazoc performing for children as an alien Elvis proved quite successful. It seems River is correct in suggesting we can actually use some of our new inhabitants' visible differences as an integral part of routines for entertainment. Humans are predisposed to believe in costumes and makeup. Given the nature of Vegas's entertainment industry, it's not proving to be a very hard sell. I nod excitedly. My point exactly. This is also an opportunity for some of these new immigrants to make considerable money. They won't have other easy opportunities to work on this planet when they can't pass within normative human society. However, in the realm of Vegas entertainment, the opportunities are almost boundless. I chuckle. I'm going to need more infrastructure and support from the Alliance to help with these kinds of ventures moving forward, especially if we start getting a large number of people interested in entertainment careers. Aiden frowns hard, but refrains from saying anything more. Are you absolutely certain all of the Vraknu refugees wish to participate in this show? Zamir asks with a dark scowl. He's intimidating AF, but I stand my ground. I didn't force any of them, if that's what you're asking. I told them my idea, and they discussed it among themselves before deciding to do it. They're all game to try this out and excited about being able to make money while doing it. I give him a serious look. They have amazing bodies from their years of warrior training, but they have no desire to fight.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Using their bodies to dance and make other people happy was a pretty appealing prospect to most of them. Zamir grunts. Perhaps. However, I still don't support this part of the plan. Aw, what a protective older brother. Even Zamir can be cute when he wants to be. For now, it's only one performance. The guys aren't committed to anything else. If they decide they never want to do another one afterward, then they don't have to. This is about opening up opportunities for them that they don't otherwise have. Well, I just bought my ticket, so I plan to be there with plenty of cash to throw at them, Roxy says, holding up her phone. I'm down for a show with hot Vrokwu men stripping from my enjoyment. Ellie reaches over and gives her a high five. You know it. I've already got my ticket, too. I'm making Maddox come along so he can learn some sexy moves we can practice back home in the bedroom. I clear my throat. Thanks for your support, ladies. I turn back to the rest of the room and click through my slides to show some pictures of Benji's private studio. That's not all. My Uncle Benji has kindly agreed to offer some art classes for aliens interested in learning how to paint or make pottery. He has his own private studio at home that can
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Using their bodies to dance and make other people happy was a pretty appealing prospect to most of them. Zamir grunts. Perhaps. However, I still don't support this part of the plan. Ah, what a protective older brother. Even Zamir can be cute when he wants to be. For now, it's only one performance. The guys aren't committed to anything else. If they decide they never want to do another one afterward, then they don't have to. This is about opening up opportunities for them that they don't otherwise have. Well, I just bought my ticket, so I plan to be there with plenty of cash to throw at them, Roxy says, holding up her phone.
I'm down for a show with hot rock new men stripping for my enjoyment. Ellie reaches over and gives her a high five. You know it. I've already got my ticket too. I'm making Maddox come along so he can learn some sexy moves we can practice back home in the bedroom. I clear my throat. Thanks for your support, ladies. I turn back to the rest of the room and click through my slides to show some pictures of Benji's private studio. That's not all. My Uncle Benji has kindly agreed to offer some art classes for aliens interested in learning how to paint or make pottery. He has his own private studio at home that can accommodate small groups. However, much as I had suggested with Evan, if the interest and demand grows, the Alliance will need to look into building or buying a more appropriate facility where we could host larger classes in a safe environment for our non-humanoid friends. Benji waves a hand at everyone. Hey folks, I'm Benji. As River said, I'm an artist. Some of you may have seen my work before, but if not, that's cool. I'm down to help extraterrestrials learn how to express themselves through art. It's a very freeing thing. Mal gives him puppy dog eyes of adoration. That's so amazing and generous of you. Benji grins and tucks some loose hair that's escaped his man bun behind his ear. It's all good, man. You could even take a class if you wanted to. Have you ever felt wet clay between your fingers? It's incredibly sensual, molding wet clay into something beautiful or functional. I could give you a lesson sometime. I get the feeling you have an artist's soul. He taps his head. I can sense these things about people. Mal flushes and stares at Benji like he's the last piece of pie he desperately wants to eat. Well, if you're offering, I couldn't possibly say no to such a generous gift. Benji grins. Cool, man. It's a date. Mal makes a squeaking noise as he turns crimson. As I was saying, Benji can teach classes, but he's also graciously volunteered to help anyone he thinks has real saleable artistic talent to sell some of their work at different studios where he showcases his own pieces. Benji nods and gives us a double thumbs up. I've got some connections. If we have any really talented folks, I'm happy to be the broker to coordinate a show for their work and for them to sell pieces they're willing to part with. A very intriguing prospect. We will certainly consider it, Maddox says in a kind but gruff voice. Thank you. Benji smiles serenely. My pleasure, spaceman. I clear my throat yet again. Getting back on track. Let me guess, there's more? Aiden quips. I give him a grin that immediately makes him look worried. Good. I also propose developing a PR campaign and maybe even a handbook for new refugees and immigrants arriving on Earth. What kind of handbook? Ellie asks, her eyes shining with interest. I have to tamp down my own excitement. I'm envisioning a digital handbook that would have information about assimilating and acclimating to life on Earth and in Las Vegas in particular. Ever seen Beetlejuice? Instead of the handbook for the recently deceased, it'll be the handbook for the recently Earth relocated or something like that. I puff my chest out proudly. With my experience in technical writing and life on Earth as a mostly human, I'd be thrilled to help write it. Galactic gods, we're doomed. Aiden shakes his head. I beam at him, giving the final coup de grace. Aiden is of course going to help me with this part. He pales. Hell no! Now that's really brilliant, Mal chortles. Roxy stares at me with a "you're a bad person, you crazy" expression.
You're either a brave man or a fool. Working with Aiden on something like this will be a real trial." Aiden stands up abruptly, pointing a finger at me. "I'm not working with him." "Sit down," Maddox says calmly, but with a firm edge to his voice. Aiden swallows and retreats to his seat, a sulky expression on his face. Maddox strokes his chin, deep in thought. "A handbook for new immigrants is actually a very good idea. We do have classes and a brief training program at our Valley of Fire base, but a handbook is something they could keep and consult any time. It's also something that could be shared with prospective immigrants before they come here," I add, "to help them decide if this is the place they want to be, and to have a more realistic sense of what to expect when they arrive." Ellie comes over and gives me a hearty smack on the back that nearly sends me reeling into the table, but she manages to grab my shirt before that happens. "Slam dunk, kid!" I take in a wheezy gasp of air, still recovering from her enthusiastic attaboy. "Thanks, Ellie." Maddox stands, calling us all back to attention. "River, I'm granting preliminary approval for your proposal. I'll get back to you with a budget so you can determine how best to allocate funding to the items in your plan. Keep in mind, our resources are not limitless, so you'll need to work within the set budget for the time being. When we can get some data documenting what is working well, we will revisit further funding." I'm shaking with excitement and the irrepressible urge to do a happy dance, but I manage to keep that gosh locked down. Grinning from ear to ear, I nod. "Absolutely. Thank you for your faith in me and your support." Maddox's countenance softens. "You did the work, River. This is a well-thought-out proposal that can improve the lives of some of our more vulnerable and isolated residents. Keep up the good work." Evan and Benji both hug me. "Good job, Tigger." Benji gives me a teary-eyed smile. Evan plants a big lip-glossed smooch on my cheek. "Congrats, hermano. I couldn't have done it without you guys. Thanks for agreeing to be part of my wild and crazy plan. It's gonna be way cool. I bet working with extraterrestrials could inspire me to take my own art in new directions. Heck, they might be able to teach me some things," Benji says with a note of wonder in his voice. "Very true, Benji. I'll look forward to seeing what you create." I consult with Evan. "How's the choreography going for the show we're creating for our Vroknu friends?" His brown eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. "It's going great. I went back and reread a few of my favorite—"
"Wouldn't you like to know?" He saunters toward the exit with Benji ambling after him. "That sassy jerk," I mutter with pride. Am I missing something? Kai's frown is perplexed. Nah, just my bestie being his fabulous and fierce self. As everyone heads back to their respective offices and cubicles, I grab Kai's hand and swing our arms as we walk, feeling like a champagne bottle about to pop. Wasn't that amazing? Your dad approved my proposal. I'm floating on air. The look Kai's giving me very near sends me flying up into the atmosphere. You were the one that was amazing. The fact that you put this together so quickly is even more commendable. You continue to impress me with your ability to bring a fresh perspective to the Alliance's concerns. He stops and takes my face in his hands, brushing back a rogue curl from his forehead. I'm so proud of you. The words and his expression of adoration turn me into a melty puddle of goo on the spot. When Kai bends down to brush his lips against mine, I melt even more, which I didn't even think was possible. He's going to have to scrape me off the floor. He releases me gently, and I stand there swaying in a daze. Kai clears his throat, a faint flush on his cheeks. We should get back to work. Or we could find a dark closet somewhere, I whisper breathily. For a moment, his eyes flare with desire as he considers it. But then Mal and Roxy come rushing toward us, breaking the moment. The DOD finally got back to us. They arranged to have Lane Madison and his lawyer come in for an interview. They're on their way now, Mal says. Kai curses. Dwarf stars and very. Okay, have him brought to interrogation room A. Roxy and I will be the ones to question him. The rest of you can watch from the observation room. We'll have our earpieces in so you can communicate with us that way if necessary. I frown. I take it this isn't good news that he has a lawyer with him? Kai scowls. It means he's smart and not likely to give us very much. What about his escape maneuver from the bar, I ask. Roxy shakes her head, blonde hair tumbling over her shoulder. It's unorthodox and bad form, but not exactly illegal. We'd need Fabian to press charges against him for using his appearance and tampering with his security lock. Kai rubs his forehead. I can talk to Fabian now that we know who we're dealing with, but for the moment we have nothing. Mal curses. All we've got is a fishing expedition, which won't yield much if he's lawyered up. Kai grimaces. Well, we'll have to see what we can get. Roxy's expression becomes grim with determination. I'm sure I can get something out of him. Kai regards her and nods. Let's do this. I can only hope we're finally going to get some of the answers we so desperately need, but I have a bad feeling this meeting isn't going to work out in our favor. Kai. When Roxy and I enter the interrogation room, our culprit remains seated calmly at the table, sipping from his personal thermos. His lawyer stands and comes around the table to shake our hands. He's a stocky, middle-aged man with a completely bald head. There are a few subtle signs, including the lack of hair and the obvious colored contacts he's wearing, but I suspect he's a Kazoak. They're a crafty species who enjoy using their wits to manipulate others for their own financial gain. Highly intelligent, their species values wealth and operates under a morally gray set of social mores. They're a little bit like the Ferengi on River's beloved Star Trek. Yes, I'm starting to like the franchise, but I won't tell River just yet. I have a feeling if I do, all hell will break loose. It doesn't surprise me that this guy is a lawyer, let alone working for an Osiren with questionable behavior. He shakes both of our hands, a smarmy grin plastered on his face. It immediately raises my hackles. I'm Mr. Lane Madison's lawyer, Martin Ellington. I keep my expression blank and give him a terse nod. Mr. Ellington, thank you for bringing your client in to speak with us today. I'm Captain Kai Gennaro, and this is my colleague, Lieutenant Roxy Vadera. Ellington returns to his seat next to his client, giving us an affable look, no doubt a long-perfected cover for the shrewd personality beneath. I must admit, my client and I were surprised to hear from the DOD that the Alliance wanted to speak with him about a crime that occurred a few nights ago. My smile is icy. We have video footage of your client at a bar interacting with an individual wanted for dealing narcotics. Ellington gives us both a plastic smile. I see. Well, my client will be happy to clear up any misunderstandings you might have about this unfortunate incident. Oh, really? I arch an eyebrow. I look forward to hearing his account of events. I turn toward the man in question. Mr. Madison, can you please explain to us what you were doing in the bar on the night in question? He gives me an amused smile. The same as what most people do when they go to a bar. I was there to drink, maybe find some companionship for the night. He shrugs his shoulders. Nothing special. Yet our security footage shows you interacting with another Osiren wanted for narcotics violations. You spent quite some time talking with him before a fight broke out, Roxy interjects. Lane smirks but remains silent. My client had no knowledge this other man was an alleged drug dealer, Ellington says, crossing his arms. I lean forward and narrow my eyes. I find it hard to believe that two Osirans wouldn't know each other in that bar. Lane scoffs. Contrary to what you may believe, not all Osirans know one another. Perhaps, but there are very few of you on this planet, Mr. Madison. That narrows the pool considerably. The cocky smirk on his face makes me want to smack him senseless. My gut is telling me he's involved in a big way, but we have almost nothing to go on, certainly nothing to hold him on, unless Fabian decides to press charges. Captain Gennaro, was it? I didn't know the man in the bar, but I could tell he was one of my kind. So, naturally, I made a beeline for him when I saw him. I have very particular tastes when it comes to my prospective companions. Are you trying to tell us you were just looking to meet someone and happened upon the wrong guy? Roxy demands, nostrils flaring. She's starting to lose her cool, which isn't good. I cut her off. What did the two of you talk about? Lane waves a hand in the air. Oh, this and that. Typical small talk in a bar when you're chatting someone up. I offered to buy him a drink, but he declined. Perhaps that's what made him become angry all of a sudden. It looked like your conversation became quite heated before the fists started flying. I have a hard time believing you don't know what made your companion angry. His eyes widen in a gesture of fake innocence. I wasn't paying attention. I was mostly focused on pursuing the man. He was rather handsome, after all. Before I even had a clue what was going on, he was swinging at me. I merely defended myself, nothing more. Thank heavens the bouncer was able to break things up before anyone got seriously hurt. Roxy crosses her arms again. And that's precisely the moment when you slipped away from it all and did your magical disappearing act out the back door. She leans forward, her expression intent. If you had nothing to hide, why work so hard to disappear? There's nothing suspicious about my client's behavior, Ellington smoothly. Mr. Madison holds an important position in the trade negotiations between Osiran manufacturers and the U.S. military. I'm sure he was simply wanting to flee the scene of a crime, I offer helpfully. Ellington offers a congenial smile, but his eyes look as dead and unfeeling as a sociopath's. He merely removed himself from a questionable situation that could jeopardize his ongoing negotiations. Lane leans back in his chair, looking supremely unconcerned.
Perhaps my behavior was a bit unorthodox, but I had no desire to be part of criminal activity on this planet. I'd been assured by the Alliance that the bar was one of appropriate repute. It seems I was misled. How was I to know the bar owner encouraged such seedy clientele? I bristle. Are you trying to blame the bar owner for your own actions? I would remind you that he is more than within his rights to press charges against you for false impersonation and tampering with his security lock. Lane's face becomes a mask of pleasant indifference. Of course, I'm sure my lawyer will be more than happy to countersue him and his establishment should he decide to pursue that course of action. Indeed, we've already discussed sending a sanction request to the Alliance's intergalactic headquarters. After all, diplomats... Perhaps my behavior was a bit unorthodox, but I had no desire to be part of criminal activity on this planet. I'd been assured by the Alliance that the bar was one of appropriate repute. It seems I was misled. How was I to know the bar owner encouraged such seedy clientele? I bristle. Are you trying to blame the bar owner for your own actions? I would remind you that he is more than within his rights to press charges against you for false impersonation and tampering with his security lock. Lane's face becomes a mask of pleasant indifference. Of course, I'm sure my lawyer will be more than happy to countersue him and his establishment should he decide to pursue that course of action. Indeed, we've already discussed sending a sanction request to the Alliance's intergalactic headquarters. After all, diplomats like myself need reliable intel on suitable locations where we may spend time while on this planet. I'm afraid this outpost doesn't appear to be vetting the establishments they recommend very carefully. I grit my teeth, but say nothing. He gazes at me serenely before turning toward Roxy. I've heard of you before, Lieutenant Vadera, but I've never had the pleasure. An Oseran working for the Alliance is quite an unexpected anomaly. Roxy's eyes flash silver. As you know, our people are talented at many things. I choose to use my gifts to assist the Alliance. He shrugs. A noble vocation, I'm sure, but far from financially rewarding, if you ask me. His grin is shark-like. I prefer to use my talents for the utmost gain. You should try it sometime. You might like it. I think we're done here, Ellington says, rising and buttoning his suit jacket. My client has been more than helpful and transparent with you. If you have any further questions, you may direct them to me. He hands me his business card. The slime is practically oozing off these two, but I have nothing to hold Lane Madison on. Yet. I give a terse nod. Thank you for your time. As they head out the door, I add, "Don't leave Las Vegas, let alone the planet, Mr. Madison. Not until this investigation has concluded. We'll be in touch again when our case is resolved." His currently brown eyes narrow as he regards me, before he pastes on a fake smile. "Of course, I'm happy to assist the Alliance in any way I can. I trust you will conclude your business quickly. I have clients in other solar systems that I'm scheduled to visit in a few weeks. I do hope the rest of the Alliance's reputation on this planet is warranted, and you'll be able to wrap up this matter in a timely fashion. I'd hate to have to get the Oseran delegation involved." He leaves, and Roxy and I join the others in the observation room. "What do we think?" I ask them. Zamir grunts. "Madison's hiding something." "Those two were oozing enough slime to give a Groxel a run for its money," River chimes in. "If I were a betting man, I'd say Lane definitely knows Wilder and was meeting him at the bar for a reason. I'd stake my Star Wars Funko Pop collection on it. He knows Wilder a lot better than he fessed up to." Mal strokes his chin, considering. "He didn't give us much. He's smarmy as hell and slipperier than a plasma eel." "Really? He'd have to be if he's working trade negotiations for the Oserans with the U.S. military. It's clear he also enjoyed this, coming in here. It was fun to him, toying with us and knowing we don't have anything serious we can pin on him." I grimace. Agreed. He's covered his tracks well, until now. We have to look at this as a potential slip-up we can use to our advantage. He's come onto our radar, and we're not going to forget about him any time soon. I think our best bet moving forward is to put a tail on him and have him followed. I want his every move monitored. Zamir steps forward, a determined glint in his eyes. "I'd like to volunteer to do it, Captain." I regard him, my expression softening. "I know how much you care about Wilder. Are you sure you can remain objective and control your emotions? We can't afford any mistakes on this one. If the alliance steps out of bounds, then there's a very real likelihood that the Oseran delegation will come after the alliance for retribution. Lane had intimated as much. Zamir straightens. I won't deny this is personal to me, sir. However, I have confidence in my Vroknu warrior training. I can control my emotions and approach the situation rationally. Vulcan in the streets, Klingon in spirit. What a badass, River whispers, staring at Zamir in awe. Roxy and Mal attempt to stifle their laughter. Poorly. I sigh and give Zamir a final nod of acceptance. Okay, here's how I want it to go down. You keep an eye on Lane Madison and report regularly on his movements and actions. Remember, he can change forms, so you're going to have to keep a very close watch. I've put in a request to get Alliance data on any of his other physical alters, but it will take some time. I add in a warning tone, if he appears to be doing anything out of bounds, I want you to call it in first and wait for backup. Don't insert yourself alone into a situation that could be dangerous or politically contentious. He hesitates and then gives me a short head bow. I understand, Captain. Feeling relieved at this oath of acceptance, I pat him on the shoulder. I'll expect status updates twice a day. He nods and leaves the room with purposeful strides. River regards me, his expression worried. Are you sure he's going to be okay by himself? Zamir is well trained in these matters. I have confidence in him. He's more reliable than almost anyone I know. Mal shoves his hands in his pockets and leans against the wall with a sigh. What do we do now? There's not much we can do. Roxy lets out a frustrated snarl and begins pacing. Not yet, anyway. We'll have to check in with Fabian to see if he's willing to press charges against Madison. Otherwise, we can't touch the difficult person. He's threatening legal retaliation if Fabian presses charges, and he has the money and legal representation to make that a nightmare for Fabian. I shake my head. I don't think Fabian will go for it. River scowls. This guy is a douche. No offense to your people, Roxy, but I hate this jerk. She grins at him. No worries, River. I share the sentiment. I hold back a sigh, trying not to let my frustration show. The security footage is ambiguous at best. We don't have anything to prove he knows Wilder, only that they spoke, and he defended himself when Wilder attacked him. His behavior when he left was sketchy, but not heinously criminal by Alliance standards. Given his high level of clearance in these military negotiations, his lawyer has already begun to spin the story about him wanting to preserve the safety of his position and the work he was here planetside to do. Well, gosh. River crosses his arms with a huff. I'm afraid Lane Madison is a dead end at the moment. Hopefully Zamir will find something more promising for us to investigate while following him. I don't know, Captain. Roxy still looks skeptical. Seems like he's several steps ahead of us. I've no doubt he's well aware the Alliance is likely to start surveilling him after this meeting. He's going to make it very hard for us to find him doing anything remotely questionable. I get what you're saying, but Zamir is diligent and has a single-minded focus Lane Madison might not be expecting. Plus, this is just as personal to him as it is to you, Roxy. River darts a questioning look between us. Is this because of Wilder? We look at one another, and I hesitate. Finally, Roxy speaks up. Zamir and my brother used to date. It was serious. They were together for a couple of years. River's eyes go wide. Wow, I'd heard they dated, but I didn't know it was that serious. What happened? Roxy gives him a pained smile.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Zamir was a total wreck. Wilder basically dropped a grenade right in the middle of their relationship and blew it apart. Worry simmers at the back of my mind. It's risky having Zamir follow Lane Madison, especially since he's clearly connected to Wilder, but I have to believe in my friend. It's been several years since Wilder cut ties and went his own way. While the pain has not disappeared, it has at the very least diminished. River's expression falls. Poor Zamir. Maybe I should try to find him a new boyfriend. He deserves to be happy. Ooh, maybe one of those hunky new Vrocknu refugees is looking for love. Wouldn't that be cute? Roxy grins. It would be a freakin' adorable. You're very tender-hearted, River. I take his hand and brush my lips across his knuckles. However, I don't think Zamir would appreciate you trying to meddle in his love life. Let's leave that to him. River sighs dramatically. Fine, he'll leave it alone. For now, anyway. The observation room door opens, and my father enters, his features pinched with concern. We have a situation. I immediately go on high alert. What is it? We're all startled when Chewy peers around his leg. River gapes. Chewy, what in the world are you doing here? Hey, kid, I've heard back from one of my contacts, and I think you should listen to what he's got to say. He's waiting to video conference with us over the intergalactic web. River pales. Oh gosh, is it bad news? Chewy's expression isn't giving anything away, and that worries me. Just come and listen, he says, and turns away. I grab River and pull him into my side, where he slumps against me, trembling faintly and looking nervous. I honestly didn't think we were going to hear anything so soon, he whispers. I've tried to give River time to process his heritage at his own pace, but now it looks like he's going to have to confront his situation head-on. I lean down and kiss his soft golden curls. No matter what happens, I will do anything I have to in order to keep him safe. It's going to be all right. Remember that I'm here with you, and you have the protection and support of the Alliance. Everything's going to be just fine. He takes a shaky breath and lets it out. You're right. Okay, let's do this. I hope with every fiber of my being that what we're about to learn isn't bad news. My legs are shaking and feeling as wobbly as Jell-O when we file into the conference room. I'm secretly relieved Kai is holding on to me and helping keep me vertical, because I'm not sure I could manage it on my own. The hollow screen is floating in the air, and within moments, an alien from a species I haven't yet encountered appears on screen. Immediately, some of my anxiety recedes, and in its place, I'm intrigued. Now this is more like my Star Trek and Star Wars fantasies. The alien is a minty green hue, with 2 heads and 6 arms on a very long torso. I can't see its bottom half on screen, but what I can see is cool enough. "Hello, my friend," he says to Chewy in a strangely nasally voice from the head on the left. "Hey, Boris, it's good to see your faces. It's been too many years." "That it has, Chewy," the right head says. "That it has." Whoa, this is mega uncanny. I'm afraid we don't have time to reminisce today. You have the information I asked for? Boris nods both heads, the wide, dark, pupilless eyes staring into the hollow screen. Chewy gestures toward the rest of the room. "These are my Alliance friends and my ward, River Sullivan." Boris bows his heads toward me. "River Sullivan of the House of Malorian. It is an honor to meet you, my lord." I stare at him flabbergasted. Thanks. Great to meet you too. Call me River. This whole alien royalty thing still doesn't feel real, if you know what I mean. Like, I only found out about it a few weeks ago." Boris's eyes widen comically, and he stares at Chewy in disbelief as both heads say in unison, "You have not explained his lineage to him?" Chewy shrugs, looking a bit guilty for once.
We were in hiding from assassins. It was better to keep him in the dark, especially after Melody died. I cross my arms. Still not cool, bro. I don't keep secrets from you. I deserved to know. Even as I say the words, I realize I kind of mean them. I did deserve to know. Yikes. Looks like I've been holding on to some resentment toward Chewie for keeping me in the dark for so many years. Strangely enough, I feel 1,000% better for having said that and gotten it out into the open. After an awkward pause, Boris's left head clears its throat. I have news that concerns River's safety. After Melody of the House of Malorian married an Earth human and refused to return to Quintharia, a death warrant was issued for her and her husband. It still remains unclear who within the royal family ordered the hit. They've kept it deeply hidden, and my sources could not uncover the culprit. For many years after Melody and her husband were killed, it seems most Quintharians believed the contract had been fulfilled in its entirety. I'm not sure why River was not hunted down as well. Perhaps they did not know about him in the first place. Traditional Quintharian pregnancies usually last longer than those of humans. Regardless, for the last 12 years, no one was looking for him. Unfortunately, the revelation of River's identity as the author of the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade and a new member of the Alliance outpost on Earth has spread across the universe and renewed unwanted attention to his person. His right head turns to me, a faint flush on its cheeks. May I just say, my lord, I am a true fan of your magnificent story. I find it most stimulating. I grin weakly. Thanks. If you can come to Earth someday for a visit, I'd be happy to give you an autograph. His 6 hands flutter around his 2 blushing faces. Oh dear me, I am afraid my species is not allowed to travel to your planet. Perhaps Chewie can send me an autograph through the intergalactic post. I got you, man, Chewie agrees. I hope we can meet up again one day for a nice pint of Brevtalk brew. In the meantime, do you have any concrete information on who might be searching for River now? Boris shakes his head regretfully. No, I'm afraid not. I have feelers out and will notify you if I track down any concrete leads. I have confirmed that his true identity has been leaked widely on the dark intergalactic web, but I haven't been able to determine the original source of the information. Someone has covered their tracks well. It does appear that those in the upper echelons of Quintharian society have recently been made aware of the fact that River is Melody's son. For now, it would behoove you to be on your guard. If those within the royal family who hired the original assassin are still alive, then they may send another to ensure the job is done. Maddox looks furious. We will continue to investigate the leak on our end. Goodness gracious, Ellie curses. She pulls out her hollow-screen tablet and begins furiously typing a message before looking up. I've already got my team on it, but we're having no luck on our end either. Whoever did this is scarily good. I gulp, feeling oddly dizzy from all this information. How exactly are we supposed to guard against a threat like this? I turn to Maddox. Is it really so easy for an assassin to even get onto the planet? He grimaces. It's not